So my friend was at a truck stop, and he picked up this lady, and he got her in the back of his truck, and they were fooling around back there, and he was sucking on one of her nipples, and they've been going for a while, and all of a sudden her nipple popped off in his mouth, and he freaks out because he's got like nipple juice on his mouth. He's freaking out, and he turns the lights on, and it was a boil.
Oh!
I always love telling that story about how my dad sent me to go put the cow down, and I'm just like, I don't want to do that. He's like, yeah, go put her down. I can't stand to do it. And I go back to the back field, and there she is. She's standing there, the red cow with the white spot on her eye, like he told me. I was like, all right, here we go. Shoot her like right behind the ear. She drops, instantly dead. I go back home. He's like, how'd it go? And I was like, it went fine. I was like, it was like she didn't feel anything. It's over. I was like, she was just standing there 1 minute, and then he goes, standing? She was up and walking? I'm like, yeah, she was standing there, and then oh hell, that's why I wanted you to go shoot her. She hadn't been up in 3 days. I'm just like, you didn't mention that. You told me to go kill her, and that's what happened.
I totally thought this was going to be the wrong cow. But
that would have been worse, right?
Yeah.
Went shot Bessie, and then meanwhile there's some sick cow down the road. Yeah.
Now, was the red dot behind her right here or her left here? Wait, what? There's two dogs or two cows?
I felt a little bit bad about that. I didn't feel bad about that. That was just funny. That was his own fault. But there was this guy that used to work with us named J.D. Hancock. He was very unseemly looking individual, okay? all of this man's teeth were rotted out of his head, like worse than you know who. Like they were missing. This guy would get a hot dog for lunch. We often went to a hot dog stand for lunch, during our lunch break when working with my dad. And we would all get hot dogs. He'd get his in a bowl so he could cut it up with a spoon because he couldn't chew it. Very disgusting, alcoholic, kind of almost hobo type man. He knows he's not supposed to shit in my dad's house. My dad's told him he's not allowed to shit in my dad's house. One day, he's cutting the grass, and Dad's not there. Mom's there. And he knocks on the door. Says, hey, could I use the bathroom? And she says, of course, use Lamar's. And he shit in Lamar's toilet. And he shit on his toilet seat.
Oh, wait, how did he do that? Was he hovering?
That is not the first time I know of him shitting on a toilet seat. There was an old country store not too far away that we used to go for lunch. That's where the hot dogs were. And the lady who owned it, her name was Rebecca, I believe. And she was an older lady in her 50s, very nice lady. She cooked the hot dogs. They were delicious. She had a bathroom in the back. And we were all allowed to use this restroom, but it was sort of you used that restroom the same way you would use a friend's restroom.
Mm-hmm.
If you peed on the toilet seat or on the rim or something like that, you got some toilet paper and you cleaned it up beyond reproach.
Unwritten rule.
JD shit on her toilet seat too, and somehow sat on it and smeared it about a bit. Then he came back out. Keep in mind, in this old country store, there's a big table, lots of chairs sitting around it. We'd all sit around it, eating our hot dogs and talking, and, it's a store, so anything you'd want is right there. It's kind of a cool environment. We're all sitting there hanging out talking. Now, JD wasn't allowed to sit with our group, of course. He had to sit by the...
He sat with people that shit on themselves.
He sat to the side by the video poker machines, where a spot usually reserved for children. But you didn't want to eat. We didn't want to watch him eat, man. I'm telling you, it was like watching a pig munch on slop. It was very disgusting.
Oh man.
So he gets up. He's I'm gonna walk on back here and use the bathroom. So he goes back there, uses the bathroom, comes back. Nobody thinks anything about it. Until Rebecca goes back there. I suppose she was also going to use the facilities, and she came out and she let him have it in front of about 14 of us. JD! Yeah.
Like a puppy.
What? Like he didn't know. He just shit on somebody's toilet. He's like, you shit on the toilet, JD. That's what. Now you go back there with that bleach and this scrub brush and these paper towels, and you clean that toilet until it's spotless.
Which is appropriate.
You never come in here again.
Because I don't want the hot dog maker to also be the toilet cleaner.
Fair enough.
There just shouldn't be people shitting on the seats of toilets. There's
Yeah.
holes
She made
and
this
holes in
grown
the
ass.
toilet.
She made this grown ass man go back there and clean his shit, and we were all just like, nobody laughed. It was not a funny time.
No.
Now back to your father though. He fucked with Lamar's toilet.
I
So
forgot about that.
what happened to this
He used-
gentleman?
He used his toilet. So Dad didn't hit him, but he cussed him. He did what Dad calls it scolding. He said, it happens every now and then. It used to be a beating when he was a younger guy, but these days it's mostly scoldings, it seems. And you might think of scolding. Well, my mom scolds me all the time when I don't do my homework. Nah. When he yells at you, his lip kind of curls up. And his face gets red, and he starts pointing, and he starts moving around, and you're like, I didn't know he could move that fast. And he's getting a little aggressive, like maybe he will do something. And he really tears you down to the bone. He really rips you apart, and he threatens you. He lets you know that, like, unless you apologize at this point, it might get physical.
Dude, this is very much like what happened with my general contractor today. At one point, remember I said I walked up to him, wasn't he offered me a chicken leg from KFC, and I offered to punch him in the face. That was my counter offer.
Fair trade.
So he basically just cussed him out and explained to him that he was never allowed to even cut the grass. He's like, that job's over now. You can never cut the grass again. You're gonna have to work over here on the farm and do the other stuff. And so, yeah, he never did hit that guy. That guy was a serious alcoholic though, and it like really. And one day we were changing light bulbs, and he was on up the ladder, hundreds of light bulbs, and JD hits the floor. Goes into a seizure. I've never seen that before. I'm like 12. My dad is more afraid of this than I am. He's like, oh. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. And we stand there and like looking down at him. He's just like, fucking stroking out. He's seizing up. He shook for maybe 90 seconds. Came to. He had a little blood in his lip from biting his mouth a little bit, and like. That was it. After that, Dad fired him. Dad was like, yeah, I can't have you over here like with like spinning blades and shit and farm equipment, and at any moment you can drop out. So
Have I ever told my dog massacre story?
No.
About my dad's dog being killed by the neighborhood dogs and the ensuing massacre?
No, but you're about to.
My dad had a Jack Russell Terrier named Hank, and Jack Russell Terriers think that they're big dogs. They have the mind of like a Rottweiler, but they weigh 15 pounds, and they're vicious. Like, I mean, the dog hated me, so like I couldn't, like, if the dog was in my dad's lap and I went over to talk to my dad or hand him something, the dog attacked me. So I guess there was a female dog in the neighborhood in heat or something, and it went to the end of the driveway, and it had snuck away, and by the time my dad had found it, they had killed it. They had just like bitten it across its body and just crushed its rib cage and was laying there dead. So I get home from school, and it's the last day of, it was actually the last day of like 10th grade or something for me. So it was like a summer vacation, and my dad's out there like crying, holding this fucking dog. And I'm like, well, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to kill them all. So there ensued a Clint Eastwood-esque massacre on the neighborhood dogs, and I'm talking about, they got taken out. It was like a Death Wish movie, all right? They got taken out in all kinds of different ways. They're like, I mean, I'm not even exaggerating. Like the first one, Dad pulls down the driveway, and there's this German Shepherd, and he shoots the German Shepherd immediately as soon as he sees him. The dog starts flipping around and jumps in a bush. He gets out, puts the gun to its head. He's like, I got you now, you son of a bitch. He shoots the dog in the head, throws it in the back of the truck, and disposes of the body. I remember like coming home from school one night, or not coming home from school, but
Are these people's pets or like
yes,
wild?
yes they are. I remember going into the kitchen, and there my mom and dad are, and they've got a pound of raw ground beef, a packet of hot dogs, and a bottle of antifreeze. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you guys doing? He's like, shh. Because he didn't want to turn it out. So you can imagine the next half hour was spent driving through the neighborhood, throwing poison balls at the neighborhood dogs.
Oh my god!
That is, and he blames each individual dog in the neighborhood. Like we're all the.
He said, I don't know which one did it. Got to get them all.
Oh my god, that sounds like one of the things that you would get mad at Wings for saying. No offense.
And then my cousin was in the truck with my dad one day, and they were driving down the driveway, and my cousin was telling me this story after the fact. He's like, "Yeah, there's a dog down there." My dad's like, "Shoot him!" And all there is like a Ruger pistol, a little .22 pistol, and he shoots it, and the dog's like not dead. And he's like, "You want me to go finish him off?" He's like, "Nah, just finish him off from here." Like 50 yards away with a pistol. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, like, he loved that dog. That dog was a member of the family, and these neighborhood dogs killed the dog, so no one was going to be able to live after that. And
I want no part of Kyle's dad. If Kyle's dad was after me, I think I'd throw my money at him and run. I think that'd be my game plan. That man is criminally insane. I don't want to deal with it.
He has a very serious temper. When he gets mad, like, and he'll sit around and think about stuff, and it'll get him like he's not as bad as he used to be. But he was telling me a story the other day. He's like, I was driving from Athens back to Royston, Athens, Georgia. Some of you may know, and this truck pulls right out in front of me, and then they like threw their arms up like it was my fault. He's like, oh, I wasn't going to have that. He's like, I whipped the truck around and drove back and followed them. They pulled into a junkyard, and it was 2 black guys in the truck, and there was like 4 more black guys out in the parking lot. He's like, they saw me coming, and they all started running at my truck. He's like, what they didn't know was I had the Super Black Hawk in the truck, which is a .44 Magnum revolver with a scope on it. He's like, I got out and pointed at those fuckers. He said, if they kept coming, I was going to kill them all. He's like, you've never seen people run as fast as those guys were running.
I've probably told this story before, but I had one of my first experiences that was like, somebody kind of taking me under their wing was this guy who took me, he needed someone to ride with him to another car dealership to bring a car back. He needed to go get a car and bring it back with him and return with the vehicle he was leaving in as well. So I go with him, and he starts we get in traffic, and he starts telling me stories. And they're rape stories. He's telling me about rapes he's performed, he's been part of. Like, not the kind where you, like, knock the girl out and drag her in the bushes, but, like, some party sex that just went a little too far for my comfort. And so later on, I befriended this guy. I'm not ashamed of it. He was a nice guy besides the rape.
So he was a nice rapist, one of the good ones.
Look, I'm just saying, like, besides his propensity to rape, he was a great human being. I helped him move. It was a good day. We drank a 6-pack after. Anyway,
maybe he wasn't that bad of a rapist. Just like little rapes here and there.
Was
like
he really
stealing a candy bar from a store.
Well, you say that, but then there was another rape incident almost that I should probably spell out as well. I've probably told the story to some, but he invites me to like a 4th of July barbecue, one 4th of July. And in my head, I'd never been to one, honestly. It's just not it's the sort of like white picket fence bullshit that just my family doesn't do. Like some 4th of July picnic? No fucking way. We might get to have fireworks, that's it. But anyway, he invites me to the picnic, and in my head I imagine, the stereotypical one. Like, okay, I'm imagining 2 or 3 of his neighbors that are like couples, like husbands and wives, maybe a couple of kids, 2 or 3 of our other co-workers, his wife, his kids, and maybe an outside work friend or 2, maybe some friends of his wife. Probably 10 to 15 people here, lots of good food, chill out, drink free beer. This is going to be a good night. I show up, and I've been to the man's house before because, like I said, I helped him move into it. I show up, and the windows have trash bags duct taped to them.
Oh, no. I use that trick too.
And he sort of ushers me into the house rather quickly, like come on, let's get on in here. And he has sort of a 4th of July meal prepared. There's potato salad. There's these little kosher pickles. There's tons of hot wings, like probably 5 pounds of hot wings. And there's lots of vodka, Stolichnia vodka. There's Nemiroff vodka, like hot pepper vodka. Delicious, my favorite. And I'm like, so.
Debonair rapist with the Stoli. Stoli's good.
I don't think that the lady was going to be getting any drinks though, because there was only one other person invited to the party, and that was the receptionist from the car dealership. The only other individual invited to this 4th of July shindig was the big bootied Lithuanian chick. No, Chechen. She was fucking Chechen. Blonde hair, blue eyes, but she was Muslim. But had a huge ass. She's the only other person this motherfucker invited. His idea is that we pull some sort of tag team rape on her, and the windows need to be blacked out because his family's out of town, and the neighbors don't need to be seeing what's going on. So keep in mind, this guy's like 42. Let's just, I think, yeah, he was about 42. Good friend of mine. And keep that in mind. Good friend of mine. Other than, he had told me the rape story in our first encounter together. But since then, I'd gotten to meet his family, his children. He became a sweeter guy in my head. Just a funny guy. He'd always get mad at customers and shit. Nice guy. And then all of a sudden, rape time again. And I'm just like, damn it, dude. We went rape-free for like 8 months there. Here we are back where we started,
was there a
man.
workplace sign?
200,
how many days?
240 days since a rape occurred.
So here's what I did. I texted the receptionist. I said, "Hey, party sucks. It's just me and him. I won't say his name. It's just me and him here, and I don't think anybody else showed. I think everybody bailed." And she's like, "Oh, that sucks. I'll probably go do some with my friends then." I was like, "Okay, yeah, don't even bother. I'm gonna leave in just a minute." And so I now she's avoided the rape. I don't say shit to him. I just sit down with him, and we start eating pickles, hot wings, potato salad, and vodka. And
Aphrodisiacs.
And we don't stop until the vodka. And he was waiting on the girl to arrive, but I didn't want him to try to find another girl. Honestly, I didn't want him to realize that girl number one was out of the picture and start getting all rapey and start looking for a new girl to rape. You know what I mean?
There are plenty of rapeable fish in the sea.
So I felt like I was playing some sort of a anti-rape drinking game with this guy, where I've got to drink this motherfucker under the table, or he might go rape a neighbor. I don't know. And maybe he's like fucking Pepe Le Pew, like he just can't help it. Oh, I must rape. I don't know. But I was like, I got to drink this guy under the table. We drank half a bottle of Nemiroff vodka, which if anyone out there knows where to find Nemiroff, it's honey pepper vodka. Please link me to it. It's my favorite vodka. I can't find it. It's my favorite beverage. It's delicious. Try it. It's the best.
PK subreddit link coming. I see it.
So we drank that whole thing, and then we drank half of another bottle together. So we both did about half a bottle of vodka.
And then you preemptively raped him. You got him. He
I fucked him right in the ass. I gotta say. He went,
now you are the rapee.
No, but I actually ended up passing out and sleeping in his his kid's room, which is creepy as fuck. Because it was like one of those race car beds or some shit, and I had the scrunch up in it, and everything was like a cartoon character or it was a true child's room down to a T. Now I slept in Colin's room. It's not as bad. It's not on the same level at all. Colin's room didn't bug me a bit. I actually loved those Lego guys that were everywhere and those little jitterbug things.
Yeah,
you would have woke up the next morning and he would have been whispering "Good morning, Speed Racer," with his arm around you while you were laying in a little bed.
For some reason, he's got a bloody spot in his underoos.
Yeah, it was too much. I slept in my clothes.
Can I ask? Did he lead off did he refer to that as rape, or did he tell you stories where you're like, "Oh yeah, man, yeah, you fuck that bitch, right? Good job," and then you're like,
"But that was rape." Yeah, that's how it was.
Rape, man. Okay.
One of the stories was something along the lines of I don't know. I think the girl was really drunk and they were fucking her, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna use a fake name, John. John is it's not John fucking you anymore." Ha 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 ha. Right, if you're out there, Jeanette, I saved your ass, literally.
Well, maybe not literally.
No, literally.
So now, when you said she had a fat ass, was it a globe, or was it like Kim Kardashian? She was hippie.
No, it just protruded. Back and away, back and away,
back and to the left,
and it was perfectly shaped. It was like
was the silhouette on the side kind of like when you see a drop of water dripping down on a hot day, the condensation?
Yeah, it was perfectly shaped, like a teardrop. It was incredible, and she wore these incredibly tight pants.
Who is this we're talking about?
She was the receptionist at the car dealership. She's blonde hair, blue eyed.
The potential rapee.
She's got the sexy accent too because she's from fucking Chechnya or wherever the fuck, and but she would wear these white like see-through pants and no underwear, and you could like see her ass, and she made it so it was very hard to work. And my buddy, I guess, had enough.
So you might say
he
that
wanted
she
to put a
was.
stop to it with the rape. That's what he was going to
So
do.
you think she was asking for it?
I think she was
I
built
absolutely
for it.
don't
That's what he
think
seems
that.
to be
I'm just
describing to me.
I'm just describing to you the kind of thing
When
I'm
he
talking
lays
about
out the
here,
curve of
because-
that ass, what he's trying to say is that she's built for it.
Built for what, Woody?
Built for
Say it.
loving. I don't know what you're talking
I can't
about.
believe.
I saved her. I saved from the rape.
You should let it go to your head.
Or to her ass or vagina. You let it go anywhere. You saved her from that rape.
Yeah, I just got wasted and ate hot wings. It was honestly a great night.
That's
I
the
really
best
enjoyed
way
myself.
of all the ways to prevent rape, like, because you could see the rape happening and jump on the guy, and then you fight him, and
Yeah, exactly. I thought I took the perfect way, right?
Yeah,
Right,
and it's a
you
very
got
true
drunk
thing.
and
You can
ate
have
hot
fun hanging out
wings.
with them.
You did it with
Yeah,
your brain.
rapists are very
just like
good
your garbage man
conversationalists.
said.
Absolutely. Like that thing could have went so messy. Like maybe he tries to rape somebody else. Maybe I'm like, dude, I'm not up for all this raping shit. I'm out of here. And he gets all offended, and then our friendship's over. And then maybe he still rapes somebody else, or maybe like he gets physical with me. Maybe he feels like threatened now that I feel that the rape is like a criminal action, and he realizes that. And he realizes he's not in the presence of another rapist, and maybe he thought he was, and maybe he gets violent. Maybe he gets scary. I don't know. The best thing to do is what I did. It was awesome. We drank and had an awesome time with it. I had an awesome time with that rapist.
So I'm a little bit concerned that you still wanted to be friends with the rapist. Like, you're like, I know, you're a
that
rapist.
really-
Oh,
I know
like
I'm
you're
lefty.
judging
I don't have
Kyle-
any rapist friends or black friends. Wow.
Yeah, you're judging Kyle and his rapist friends a little tough. He who is without rape cast the first load.
cock.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It
It's
was
in
like,
the Bible.
This is
I
true.
told our mutual friend about it, and he was shocked. And he was Lithuanian. And I just wanted to confirm that, like, this wasn't like an Eastern European thing. Like maybe they were all up for the rape. He's like, nah, dude, that's not cool. And I was like, yeah, right. He's like, I didn't know he was down like that. I was like, yeah, he's really down like that. And that rape game, he's up in it.
Was it one of those times where you have to, like, you're listening to him tell a story, and you kind of have to awkwardly laugh the whole time, and he's
Yeah.
like, so
Oh,
I
yeah.
got this girl, and I'm forcefully having sex with her without consent.
No, I'll tell you that.
And it's just crazy, and she's like, don't do that, I hate this, and I'm like, oh, fuck you, we just had
No, it
wings.
wasn't like
And then,
that. It was more like the girl was passed out, and they were like dragging her around, and like her head was getting bumped into the car doors as they were
So
like.
basically, this guy was
her.
just the way that's okay. Well, that's new information. So this guy was just a piece of shit all around. Aside from apparently fun to talk to
Yeah,
and hang out with for a night on a 4th of July. So you knew this guy was okay. This is the crux. We're going back to this. You hung out with this guy for a while, and you knew he was a rapist. I don't
Look,
know. I
man.
mean, how many strikes do you have, like, before you just cut someone out of your
I
life? Is it, like,
didn't. I already explained this. When I met him, he told me those stories, but then I got to meet his family and his children, and I just assumed that like those were old. There was like old country stories of stuff he did when he was a kid and stuff like that. And
well,
I was
everybody
like,
rapes as a kid. You don't count that.
Yeah, I'm kind of lining up with like so Kyle's got this rapist friend who he keeps in his life because he guy's got a lot of pluses that goes with it. But Wings of Redemption, he's out of there.
Oh my God! All right, first of all,
Hey, he would be a
that's two
good friend.
pronged. Let me reply to this. It was two pronged. So first of all, oh my God. So it was a close knit community, This guy, there's a lot of turnover in the car salesman business.
There
so
sure
like,
was.
six or eight
Turn
guys.
her over and do unspeakable things.
Yeah, I get it. So
There's a pot.
six guys would get hired, and most of them would be gone within 3 months. That's just how it goes. So when somebody sticks around for a while, you kind of form a relationship with them. You're working lots and lots of hours a week, 60, 65 plus hours a week.
I
You're
need to
spending
ask a
holidays with
question.
each other, watching football games together. Like we just all became friends.
Someone that you spend 4th of July with, if you spend it with just one other person, is that person usually one of your really good friends, a significant other, or a rapist?
I already said.
Why
man,
did the
that
two?
first-
Why did hold on a second? No. Why do the two have to be mutually exclusive though?
Yeah, why can't
Well,
you
I
have
mean,
friends and
why
family
can't I
that
have
are
a-
rapists?
Right. Some of my best friends are rapists. Why
Yeah.
can't I hang out with them?
Merker, I
come
think
on.
you're being a little rapist-ist in this.
Yeah, I just.
You have a
You know
what?
a prejudice, a deep-seated hatred towards rapists.
Do you think you're inherently better than them? What? Because they rape? Come
No,
on.
you know what? Hey, I'd like to thank you guys for calling me out on that because I've been trying to get a little more liberal and politically correct. And just because they want to rape, let them rape. It's not affecting me.
Right.
Just gallivant through the fields, rape away. But I'm going to be tolerant of it. What's the preferred nomenclature nowadays for rapist? Is it unwilling meat shot or something?
I think it's aggressive sexual encounter disorder. I think that's what it's called. It's aged. Or AAGSD. Yeah, it's a disorder. It's going to be in the DSM-6.
It is. I heard it was called like the "I gotta come right now and you're here" disease.
Right, but that's like grids with AIDS. That's the first iteration where it was kind of like, oh wow, maybe we shouldn't call it that anymore. So they're like,
And you know what? I think over time we're gonna find that there is a lot of intrinsically very valuable culture within rapists, and then we'll have little parades support it, and that's for the best because everybody and their beliefs, lifestyles should all be accepted equally because there's no such thing as a better person than another.
Before I told you any like just straight up dad stories, I thought I should tell you a Porty story. Now, some of you are probably wondering what's a Porty story. So Porty is short for Porterfield, and Porterfield was my dad's brother-in-law, and Porty was just an idiot. Okay, this guy was ridiculous. So let me just give you a little background story about Porty. He's the kind of guy that would get just completely shit-faced drunk, and most of this happened in the 70s and 80s. He'd get completely shit-faced drunk, and then he'd get violent. And he knew he couldn't beat anyone up, so he'd always go after my dad. Now, that doesn't make much sense to me, but my dad explains it this way. He says, Porty knew that I wouldn't hurt him. Not like I would, hurt anyone else. He knew that I'd put him in his place if I needed to, but I wouldn't beat him into a pulp, I wouldn't send him to the emergency room or anything like that. So one particular night, Porty had been drinking pretty heavy. He was at a some relative's house. I don't know. People down here move around to each other's houses and hang out a lot. So he's at someone's house and he's just wasted and he's becoming violent and yelling, and they want him to leave their house. So they call my dad. They're like, "Hey, Porty's over here. He's drunk. He won't leave. He's belligerent. Will you come get him? We don't want to call the police on this guy." So Dad's like, sure, I'll come get him. So he goes to the house, he walks in, and there's Porty, shit-faced drunk, shirtless, holding a rifle in his hands, and he starts cursing at my dad immediately. But before my dad can even tell him why he's there, he's like, "Oh, fuck you, you always treat me like shit." He's in his crazy drunken redneck accent that he had. Going on and on about how he's mad at my dad. He points the gun at my dad, and he pulls the trigger. Snap. Gun doesn't go off. Now, as you can imagine, this infuriated my father to no end. This man literally just tried to kill him. But he's family, You don't treat this the same way you would treat a stranger in the street who tried to kill you. You might kill him back if he did that. You would definitely call the cops, right? Well, not in this case. Dad rushes him, grabs the rifle away from him, and immediately hits him with the butt of it in the forehead, splits his forehead wide open, gets him on the ground, hits him 3 or 4 times, knocks him unconscious, drags him out, puts him in the car, drives him home. Guy wakes up the next day, doesn't remember shit. He calls my dad, he's like, "What happened last night?" He's like, "My head's busted open, I'm all beat up." Dad's like, "Yeah, you got into a tussle with a couple of big guys. Don't worry, I helped you out of it. Those guys aren't going to mess with you anymore. I wouldn't be drinking around them anymore, though." He's like, "Oh, thanks, man. You're always there for me." So, that's the kind of guy Porty is, okay? So now that you've got that in mind, you know that when he gets drunk, he gets ridiculous. This next story will make a little more sense. So, they're at some hangout one night, some bar, restaurant, something like that, where everybody hangs out in the parking lot and meets girls, whatever you do back in the 70s and 80s. And Porty's drunk again. Dad's driving a late 60s Corvette convertible, and Porty has a knife. And for some reason, like I said, he always wants to go after my dad. So he decides he's going to stab Dad. Second time he's tried to murder my father. Start chasing my dad with this knife. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." There's no joke in his voice. There's no Yeah, that's Porty, always pretending to stab people. No, Porty's trying to stab my dad. My dad starts running around and around the car, and Porty's chasing him. What else do you do when somebody's chasing you with a knife? So round and round they go. All the while, my dad's trying to negotiate. Porty, you better stop. You better stop, Porty. I'm gonna have to hurt you. Stop it, Port. Stop it. So on the fourth lap, my dad stops, reaches into the back seat of the convertible, grabs his acoustic guitar, and waits. And just like a scene out of Looney Tunes when that dumb dog runs around the corner and Foghorn Leghorn lays him out with a pan, my dad smashes this guitar right across the guy's face, knocks him unconscious for the second time that I'm aware of, right there in the parking lot with like 30 people watching. Everybody's laughing their ass off. Once again, put him in the car, drive him home. Next day, lie to him again. What happened last night? Oh, you got into it, Port. You picked a fight with a couple of big old boys, but don't worry. I sorted them right out for you. Oh, thanks, man. You're the best friend ever. And that's how Porty was. That's kind of how he lived his life, not really remembering what he'd done the night before, and he was usually for the best that he didn't.
So I have a super garbage man. Let me tell you about this guy, all right? So I live out in the country, middle of nowhere, as you might imagine, and there is city trash service, but I have a gravel driveway, and dragging that dumpster down to the end is just not going to happen. It would be awful. Like it would be physically hard. Like it would be a chore to get that thing down there. It'd take half an hour. So I had trash service for a while, but I was just not getting it done. The trash was piling up, and I'd have to haul it off myself. So I had to hunt down a super garbage man. I needed a guy who would drive to my house once a week, all the way down my driveway, come to my door, and take the trash that's piled up there and take it away from me for a fee. And I was looking high and low for this, and it was going to be expensive. There was one service that would actually give me sort of a miniature dumpster that was like the size of this couch maybe, and I was going to be like $2,000 to start things off, and then we go monthly from there. It was absurd. It was like, what is this shit? I just want my trash gone. How do I make this happen? And I found it. This guy is like his own personal trash service. Basically, he's like, hey, you want somebody to come get your trash? All right, then.
Wow. That's
$20. I was like, well, how much, man? How much? And in my head, I'm like, name your fucking price, bro. It's like I feel like a slutty girl, like, you know, with no ride home. I'm like, I could maybe, you know, and I'll do anything he wants. He has me at his mercy. He says, $20 will do it, and I'm like, a week? And I'm completely serious. He goes, of course not a week. A month, you know, a month. I just come. He goes, I'm just gonna come once a week, you know, just once a week. And I'm like, is there an option for daily trash service? Shit. So he actually does. He comes all the way to down the driveway. He gets the thing and takes it away. And the thing about it is, I've had this issue where this neighborhood dog has been coming up and ripping these bags of trash apart.
Kill the dog.
And there will be maggots and rotted meat and just the grossest, trash that you can imagine. It's refuse.
Yeah.
Everything's covered in coffee grounds and like raw chicken juice, etc. So it's nasty.
Lovely smell.
And I'm looking at this awful mess, and I'm like, shit, I gotta clean this up. This is the thing I hate doing in the world the most. Just cleaning up gross stuff. Like this is below me, quite frankly. Like I don't, look. I didn't just say that like it's below me to do my own dry cleaning. It's below me to clean rotten meat up out of my yard. I don't
Sadly,
do that
that's directly my level at my house.
And I think you guys have a low opinion of yourselves if any of you don't think that you're above cleaning up rotten meat out of your yard. You all are. All of us in this call are, goddamn. But I had to, right? I was like, tomorrow afternoon, I'm gonna go to my dad's house and get like a hay fork or something, and I'm gonna get this thing done. The garbage man shows up at like 6 a.m. when he's not supposed to, a day early. He cleans it up for me, bags it all up, and I mean every bit. I mean, there wasn't like a tampon wrapper or like the gross, like some dirty like dog shitted toilet paper. Like, he got every scrap, every little bit of like filth he could find. My yard looked cleaner than before this whole thing
There's like
started.
twigs and leaves cleaned up.
Yeah, he's done that twice now. And it's not that I leave this mess to him. I would never do that. I felt shitty about it, and I tipped him. I gave him $40 last time he came around. I felt shitty about it, but he shows up like a day early when the dog happens to rip. It's like he knows. It's like he's coming by checking on my garbage in his off time, and he found that there was
He can sense it. He can sense it. Oh,
He's a Jedi.
You've got someone doing recon.
and he's the best. And
Hal needs me right now.
yeah,
I'm gonna get my boy and drive up. Something's wrong right now.
And he's just the nicest, sweetest guy I've ever met. But that dog ripped my trash apart for the third fucking time. This time Kitty actually cleaned it up, so now the dog's got to go. The dog's got to go. I'm
Yes.
hunting the dog at this point. Now I'm done. Now I'm a dog. I am a dog hunter now. There's no question over what's going to happen to the dog. I've already decided. I'm just waiting on him to come back.
How did you find this garbage guy?
I honestly don't remember. I think maybe my dad recommended him, or he's a friend of a friend, or something like that. To be completely honest, and I only say this because I'm positive he'll never listen to this.
Yeah.
He's a bit slow-witted. Not that you'd ever notice unless you had a long, in-depth conversation with the man. Then you kind of pick it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And I recently came to the realization that he thinks that I'm some sort of a crackpot inventor, and that's what I do for a living. Because he thinks I'm like Doc from Back to the
Future.
He thinks I'm an inventor. He thinks that I'm coming up with all this crazy gadgets, and that's how I bought this house and these cars and all this stuff. And let me tell you why. Because when you come to my house, I've got gadgets sitting around. I have this personal tank vehicle. It's called a
Shredder.
Shredder. It's a shredder like DPV or something. And basically, you stand on a skateboard, and it's got a gasoline engine. You've got a throttle that's connected to the base by a stand, and it's got 2 rubberized tank treads. It's a ridiculous toy. It's just like a silly man toy. The thing's very expensive. So he sees all these toys, and he sees I've got these big ballistic gel torsos outside and stuff, and he asks me about them occasionally, and I'll tell him, I'm like, oh, well, this is ballistics gel. It replicates human flesh, and when I shoot it, I can determine what a bullet would actually do to human flesh. It's good for people who want to buy defense ammunition. Oh, okay. And there's piles of spray paint cans because I shoot those a lot. He thinks that I'm an inventor, and here's how I know. Because when I paid him last time, I gave him the extra $20 or whatever, and I apologized profusely for him cleaning up my mess twice for me, and I'm like, well, see you later. And he's like, you know what you need. I got an idea for you. Now you just get right on this. If you want to or don't, I don't want nothing. I don't want nothing. I'm just come to me. So keep in mind he brings his grandson with him on these trash pickups to show his grandson what working is like, and that there's a hard side of life. And he has in the past said, you need to be like this man right here. Use your mind. You don't want to work with somebody like me. Because he's jacked. His arms are bigger than yours from doing the trash thing. And I commented on it, and he's like, he tells his grandson, don't listen to him none. You don't want big arms, you want a big brain. He goes on about this. So he's telling me, I got this idea. You're going to love it. So last night we was over at the house, and little Daniel, he's got that R2-D2, beep, 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 and that thing's running around there. He loves it, and I started thinking, they ain't got nothing that goes and flies for a minute and then lands back down. Now, that'd be a good toy. Now, if you could make that R2-D2 toy where it'd go and kind of hover a little bit and then land, you got you $1 million right there. I literally went.
Blow his mind next week.
I literally was so embarrassed for both of us that I went, that's a good idea. Turned around and left. I'm pretty sure that if you had to ask him right now what he thinks I'm doing, well, he's probably working on that R2-D2. He seemed excited. I'm telling you, I told him. Tore him off right then. He's out there.
You should just bring him in one day, show him episodes of Mythbusters, and be like, you see that show? I build all the props for that show. I'm in the background of every shot. Those are my gadgets.
No,
I'm a
you
multi-
should have.
millionaire.
He
After
thinks
he
I'm
gave
Bill
you
Nye
that,
the Science Guy or something. Like,
You're Elon Musk to him. That's what you
Yes.
are. Building your rockets and shit.
nice. After he gave you that idea, you should have gone. Great Scott!
You gotta show up with a drone next week. You just gotta. I made it.
yeah, in my head, I was like, this guy's never seen a drone. I was like, I should go buy one of those $100 drones at the fucking flea market and just blow his mind.
You can freak him out. You can freak him out.
Oh man, there's a lot of people like that. They live in their own little communities and they're not really aware of the outside world so much because they don't have internet and maybe they don't even watch TV. And this guy's one of them. He's a really interesting character.
My cousin was talking about having sex with this girl, and apparently she had what did you say, Wings? She had some slack pussy.
Like a cow, yeah. Slack.
Yeah, she had some slack. Yeah, he said something about like I could only hit one side of it at a time or something like that. Apparently she had a rather large.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So
I
they
think
were
it's an
straight up
exaggeration, but
beef
basically
curtains.
she had a very large vagina, and he asked her like during sex, he's like, baby, what's the biggest dick you've ever had before? She goes, 12 inches, and he's like, damn. he's like, give me a minute, I need to regroup, I need to think this over. So I shit you not, he swore on his dead grandmother's grave that he did this. He took Saran wrap and wrapped his dick until it was like 3 times its normal size, and then put a condom over it and went to work.
I couldn't finish with that.
He didn't finish with it, but he said when she got up, she almost fell on the floor. Her legs were shaking so bad.
He likes bullshitting with people and fucking with people like I do, and I guess that's why I do. But I'll give you a perfect example. One night, someone calls the house. It's an older lady, and she asks for James. There's no James at our house. My dad says, "Oh, James, you haven't heard. He's locked up." She's like, "No! No!" He's like, yeah, he's locked up. We over here now trying to get up $1,800 for his bail. We got about $300 right now. I guess I could pop in 1 or 2, but I don't think we're going to be able to get him out this week. James locked up. It's the drugs again. Yeah, I know. I know how it is. You know, we gotta band together and pray for him. And he never told her different. She called back. Mama made him call. I think either my mom made my dad call and said it right, or she herself. Yes, she called the woman back and was like, "I'm sorry, my husband was just fucking with you. We don't know who James is. He's certainly not in jail, and you've called the wrong number." Like, he routinely does this shit. So we were leaving the gas station the other day, and there was this little girl by the gas pumps with her father, and I'm not good at guessing children's age, but like her head came up to about your hip. So like I'm gonna guess she was like a 6 or 7 or maybe an 8-year-old, because you know it's hard to tell with development. Medium-sized child, and she was so fat. She had big, dumpy ass cheeks.
I thought you were about to say that she was hot, and I'm
No.
like, no, Kyle, pull up, Kyle.
Yeah, so this very, very overweight, like little girl. And I was driving out of the gas station, and I don't know what possessed me. I really don't. But I just started screaming, or really squealing like a pig. I just looked at her, and just the first thing that struck me was to go, "Wee! Wee!" and like squeal like a pig. And
yeah.
I did it so loud that she heard me screaming, or she heard the noise, and she like looked up at the car, and I just thought it was the funniest thing.
You just started an eating disorder.
Yeah, so I don't have that exact experience, but I did have an experience once where I was going to be introduced with someone in a business relationship, and it was kind of an important meeting. You know, I needed to be friends with this guy, and it was important that he recognized that I was a stand-up guy, and so that we could move on and do business together. No one told me that instead of a right hand, this man had a flipper. And look,
God, yeah.
I have no problem with this man and his flipper hand. He did so many things wonderfully with his flipper hand. He could shoot, he could drive, he could do everything you needed to do. He probably masturbated it with it in some interesting innovative way. I don't know. It probably came in handy.
Flipper fucking on the next PKA.
Yeah. Nope. I felt like what he had would be an excellent G-spot stimulator. I didn't envy the guy, but on the other hand, I could see some pluses to his flipper appendage. But nobody told me or warned me, so I'm introduced to this fellow, and it's like, hey. And I shook his flipper, and I didn't flinch a bit. But in my head, I was thinking, like, what if I wasn't as cool, calm, and collected as I'm being right now, shaking this man's flipper? What if I was like, flipper!
Oh, wow, yeah.
Sequin! Daddy to me! Like, what if I lost my shit or something? I feel like it just out of common courtesy, it'd be nice to know that sort of thing. Like, you know. Just...
Or that you didn't slip up, where he's like, how you doing today, Kyle? And you're like, Finn, fine, I'm doing fine.
So we were talking about Tinder and, you know, Bumble and all the various dating sites the other day, and he's like, I matched with this lady the other day, and you know how it is. She had those pictures that were from the shoulder up. And I don't know how many times I'm going to bite that hook and get reeled in, but
did you encounter this girl in real life? Yeah.
So I, you know, we go and we meet, and she gets out of her car and she slides into mine, and I look, and Kyle, have you ever seen Hellboy? And I'm like, yeah, I've seen Hellboy. He's like, you know how he's got that one arm that's just enormous? And then, I mean, he's a big man all the way around, but the one arm is just cartoonishly big.
Yeah.
He's like, well, this woman had a Hellboy arm. One of her arms was so like swollen with fat that it just ballooned down to the wrist. And when the wrist met the arm, it looked like you wrapped a rubber band around it 3 times over, and there was a crease, and the hand was inflated like you'd blown up a rubber glove, and the arm looked like if you poked it with a needle, it would pop.
Was the other arm normal, though?
The other arm was normal, though.
How bizarre.
Like, as normal as a big fat woman's arm can be, that is. But then she had that big Hellboy arm that she just slapped on my center console, and I was trying to stay away from it.
Now, jack me off with the other hand.
He's like, I was like, well, what kind of date had you planned? He's like, well, we were just going to, we never met before, so we were just going to run some errands.
Deep dicker.
Like they were going to run some errands and like, and then go get some dinner and then go from there. So he was like, well, like I was like, hey, I'm going to go to Home Depot this afternoon. That it's near where you live. You could accompany me there. I'm buying flowers for my garden. We could go back to my house. We could plant some flowers and do a little gardening, and then we'll have some dinner. That was kind of the evening's plan. He's like, Kyle, she got out of my car, my truck, and she could barely walk. She was shuffling. She was shuffling into the Home Depot. And he's like, I took about 5 steps, and I said, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't think I want those flowers after all. Let's just go get something to eat. He's like, so I took her to Arby's. I got her.
You couldn't even take her to a good fast food place?
No, I'm going to go the other direction. Arby's, this is a Golden Corral woman. This is a buffet chick he has here. He didn't recognize what he had.
Sit down if you take her to Golden Corral. She can eat while you drive her back to your car if you take her to Arby's.
I'm just trying. I'm a people pleaser, Kyle.
No, I put the pieces together. It's just like, I would feel so bad. Like, so, because she knows the score. She knows what's up.
She knows her way around a Golden Corral all-you-can-eat buffet.
Well,
but
all
also,
I know is
she posted the misleading photos that entrapped him in that scenario. So for that reason, I decree that he is blameless.
Well, he got her a big beef and cheddar, took her back to her car, and he called it a day. And Woody has linked a picture here of what Hellboy arm syndrome looks like. That's the medical name for it.
Wait, Woody, what is this called?
It's called Hellboy arm syndrome.
She has lymphedema. I instantly knew what she had when Kyle described the symptom.
Yeah, that's what Boogie had in his leg.
But Boogie was symmetrical with his lymphedema, I think.
Yeah, he had it.
He had it everywhere.
Yes, or at least both legs.
He was eat up with it.
She had.
That's a southern way of saying you got it everywhere.
How does this? Oh, I know. How does this happen to a thin person? I don't get it.
Oh, she was not a thin person.
No, this inflicts mostly fat people. There are some people online that don't look super fat.
This graphic is misleading because that looks like a normal thin woman.
This is drawn. This is
Hey, look, do you not watch My 600-Pound Life every day? Is that?
Oh, I watch it intermittently, and it's great. I also enjoy the show 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Yes,
because it's actually a conservative estimate of their weight. If they were being accurate, it'd be like the 1,300-pound sisters. And the one that weighs 800 pounds is so jealous of that svelte 551 that it's hilarious, where she's like, and Christy, ever since we were kids, she was always the one getting attention from the boys, and I never liked that. And it's like, that's the one who's so overweight that there is a shelf on her forehead that has come out.
That's the Neanderthal.
It's the Neanderthal forehead, but it's not stiff bone. It's fat. It's like you could press into it, and you could write your name in cursive on her forehead, and it would stick for a few seconds.
Sometimes people get this who are thin. It can be a side effect of cancer treatment, and it damages their lymphatic system, so they don't drain properly. So I guess some people are unfairly stricken with this, and some get it as a punishment for eating too much.
Yeah, God sends it as a malady for one of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony.
That sounds sciencey.
Yeah, it sounds like it sounds sciencey because I invoked God, right?
Kyle, does your dad have a plan now for if a woman gets out of her car and the shocks like sigh or say hallelujah? Does he just pedal it? Like, don't turn the engine
nicer
off.
than me. I'll burn rubber.
I just remembered I'm gay.
He needs.
So we had one of those paraffin hand waxer things. You ever seen one of those?
Oh, but you heat it up, right? And then you soak
you
your
heat
hand
it
in
up,
the warm
and all
wax.
this paraffin wax becomes liquid, and then you put your hands in it, and when you pull them out, you've got like this. It hardens on your hands, and you've got like this glove on your hands. And I had this idea: stick my dick in there, and I'll have like a masturbatory toy that's custom made for my dick, right?
But
Can you, how old are you at the time? Just to
fucking
set the stage.
13.
My
13,
wax
okay.
thing was really hot.
Really hot. Way too hot. So I crank this. I'm home alone. I crank this bad boy up and get the wax nice and liquid. And I'm like, oh, well, what position do I need? It's on the counter in the kitchen. Like I'm not gonna American Pie this bad boy. I'm not getting up on the counter. So I sit the thing on the floor, and I sort of get in a push-up position with a hard on, and I lower myself into it. And you know how, like, when you grab something hot, it takes a moment before you feel it. You know, like delay. I was about 3/4 the way in before I realized I'd made a serious error.
Oh my God! Were your balls at all in there?
The balls did not go. I think I was in one of those. The balls are an interesting organ. Sometimes they're hanging low, and sometimes they suck right up. The balls.
Thanks, I didn't know that.
Truly, nature's mystery. The ball. What secrets do the ball hold?
I asked Taylor one time. I was like, "What's the most amount of fingers you ever put in a girl?" And he went up. All of them.
What? You asked.
I know. I appreciated your honesty.
Wait, like even thumbs too?
Yeah, a little fisting. Yeah.
Yeah, but you said all of them, so like.
Oh no, not dueling, and then all on one hand.
Hey, come here, little bitch.
I actually get him like an Irish boxer.
You're about to get a little rough.
It's a blender. You go in there and you just.
Why we call that a doubling double.
Ooh, you're gonna be seeing rainbow stars after this one.
Yeah.
Fucking going in there. No, one at a time. You need that other free hand for other things. But what's the largest thing you ever put in a lady's butthole?
In her butthole?
Yeah.
My dick. I mean, I've never put a foreign object in a woman's asshole.
Man. Boo. I had a young lady over the other evening, and if you're listening to this, dear, don't worry, I would never say your name or anything, Claire. And I pulled one device from her rear end, and I decided I was going to replace it with another that was quite a bit larger. And she didn't say no. I mean, she was trying to escape. I'll give her that. I mean, but I'm much stronger.
Oh,
and
definitely.
And I'm trying to force this plug. Just says that's part of the fantasy. It's consent. I'm trying to get this plug into her rear end, and she ends up
upside down on the floor. She has crawled out of the bed trying to escape, but I am persistent. I've got one arm wrapped around her waist, like around the back, and she's like face down, and I'm like getting it in, and finally, poop, it goes in, and she's just like, ah! That one was huge, and it was about this big. I would say it was a large plug of a device,
But it wasn't
and
a foreign object.
it was foreign to her.
Okay. I just I thought we were talking about
I mean,
egg. Like
it
a
didn't come from
hard-boiled egg.
Japan or anything. I don't know.
Hard-boiled egg.
I don't know. Just getting freaky.
No, it was a butt plug. It was a squishy one though. I normally prefer stainless steel because that's the best. But this one was silicone or something. And the problem with silicone is it doesn't maintain the lubrication. And sometimes it can be hard to remove. And that is what happened next because she was waddling toward the bathroom, trying because she and it was so big that she couldn't pee. It was so big in her butt she couldn't pee. And I found this hilarious. And after a few minutes, she comes out of the bathroom, and I'm like, how'd it go? And she's like, I need help. And I was like, "Ah, really? She's like, I think I'm bleeding. And I'm like, oh, gross. So what can I help with? She's like, you got to get it out. And I'm like, you can't get it out on your own? She's like, well, you put it in there. And I'm like, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
I did in fact do that.
Touche.
So I'm sitting on the bed and she like reverses back to me and I grab the back of this thing like this, like with two hands and start like pulling it out and she's like, ah! And finally, poop! And blood sprays all over my hands. And I'm just like, oh, oh! Now I become the pussy. Now I'm the biggest pussy in the whole room because women deal with blood their entire lives from time to 13. I'm a pussy when it comes to blood.
It's not supposed to come out of that hole.
Yeah,
No, I know.
I have it all over the backs of my hand, and I'm just like, all right, we got it out. Are you okay? You're okay. And I'm thinking, like, gotta wash my hands. Are you doing okay? You know, you feeling all right? She's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna go back. I gotta wash my hands. All right, well, just go in there and make sure you're okay. Gotta wash my hands. As soon as she goes in there, I rush off to the other bathroom, and I'm like.
That's butthole blood.
I'm
That's
like Jack Nicholson in As Good as It Gets with that scalding water and the gold soap, like switch bars, like wiping this stuff off. She showed me her butthole like the next day, and it was black and blue. I bruised her butthole. So that
the actual butthole,
the ring,
the ring. I bruised her asshole.
You blew her O-ring out.
All right, that's going a little too far. There was no like extreme ripping. There was a bit of tearing, though. It would seem.
You said it sprayed blood all over your hands.
Well, it's because when it popped, it probably brought. It was a vacuum, so we.
There was a lot of blood, accumulated. Vacuum. Yeah, there was a vacuum in place, and there was just quite a lot of blood, and so I felt pretty bad. And the next day, she was like, look at my butthole. It's all black and blue," and I was like, sorry. We won't do that again.
Might be.
As much blood as from another Jack Nicholson movie, The Shining.
There you go.
Where it pours out.
Remember when the elevator opens? And that
Claire, you've got the best butthole from here to Portland, Oregon.
Just get away! Get away from my butthole!
Here's my plug.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna plug your asshole. I'm gonna bash it in with this baseball bat.
Give me the bat. Yeah, doing this. That's a good one.
So yeah, don't do that, kids. Always use stainless steel plugs. They go in easy, they come out easy.
It's a good tip. I didn't know the metal tip there.
Yeah, silicone might seem like a good idea. It's squishy, and it seems like the softer way to do a bit of anal play. But here at NPR, we always recommend that you use stainless steel plugs with a nice lubricant. We prefer petroleum-based.
Have you seen those butt plugs that have tails on them?
Oh, those are hot. Yeah, I like those. So
that seems like the way that you dip your toe in the pool of being furry, right? Where you're like, I don't want to pretend to be a raccoon yet, but let's give it a go.
Yeah, I get the chick like the ears that like go on with like the little band that's like this, and it's like a couple of like little pointy ears.
Fuck it, that's cutish.
It's cute as shit. And then of course I secure her thighs to her calves so she can only crawl, right? Just like the bipedal, the quadruped that she's
If you
going to
if you
look like
no if you lock the quads to,
Yes, you
to
bind
the
her.
calves, you can't crawl then.
well, she kind of waddles around.
I mean, I guess
all
on your
fours.
knees.
That's what I'm
yeah.
going for. You ever seen the Human Centipede?
I have.
Yeah, he's
That's
trying
what we're
to be-
going for here.
Yeah, he's
I got
trying
you.
to be like
Well,
dominating.
They do
like the
make,
way I do it with my girl is before sex, I make her sit in the corner and wear a dunce cap. It's very degrading. It's
Jesus.
very. I bought a blackboard just for that.
Wow.
You know, where she has to do the Bart Simpson's bit, right? Like, I am a stupid whore and I won't ever argue again. I'm a stupid whore, and yeah, that really gets them.
That's a long amount of foreplay. You have to do that 100
Hours.
times on the blackboard.
And the trick
doing
is,
that
while
while
they're
he's
doing that, I'm actually in the bathroom limbering up for a self suck.
But yeah, the you know the anamorphic butt plugs are kind of cute.
Yeah, I was gonna say you put the foxtail on the butt plug. I could even be like, fine, but then as soon as you pop a furry, you know what? It's 2019. You can fuck in any way you want, but I just don't know if I could like mentally, like if you could just like pull down your fursuit, like or open your flap. What does it even have? How do you have sex in those?
Your ass hatch. Yeah.
Yeah, you open your ass hatch and it's just like, this is it. You're gripping those Chick-fil-A mascot thighs and you're just on it.
You're in your fucking like cow suit looking down at your hooves, getting your ass fucked by someone dressed as a
Chicken is better. Right, bitch. Say it again. Say it again. Chicken is better.
And then it's like a chicken mascot laying back with like her pussy out. It's got like the "Eat More Chicken" sign on.
Yeah. Fucking foghorn leghorn over there, just like get out.
I say, you better get down on this cock, or there's gonna be trouble.
Yeah, nothing wrong with any of that. I knew a chick who was like really into being degraded, and so I got her a butt plug that was a pigtail, like the the little screw thing.
What's that old meme? Oh yeah, you like that? You like that? You fucking retard. That always makes me laugh.
I'd talk to her on the phone. I'd be like, "Oink like a pig."
No, squeal like a pig. I want to hear you squeal.
Oink. She'd oink for a while while she touched herself with like a pig plug in, and I'm on the other end like, how much longer is it gonna be before she gets off? Because this is weird.
Like, it was kind of funny. I thought it was like a 5-minute bit, but she just kept going.
Yeah. She's over there snorting and oinking for quite some time until she finally gets off.
You just leave it on
explosively.
speaker and just have like a, one of those like pull and spin things where it's like the cow says.
That's what we were
It's like,
doing.
oh yeah, hell yeah he does, hun. Hell yeah he does. I'll be your little veal bitch.
That's essentially what we were doing. I was like, yeah. Then the farmer comes out there to the pig pen. That's where you live, isn't it, you whore? Yeah. I live in the pig pen because I'm dirty. Yeah, that's right. Farmer Johnson's gonna come out there and take his overalls off. He's gonna give it to you. Isn't that right, you little whore? Yeah, he's gonna give it to me. Oh, I need to eat my slop first. So, wait, what?
Wait a minute.
No, let's just get straight. No. Let's just get straight to the sexy.
I'm gonna roll
part.
around in my own shit.
Let's get right to the part where there's like human pussy involved. No. Yeah, you're gonna come out there and you're gonna wean me off my piglets, aren't you, Dad? No, I'm not gonna wean you off. Wait a goddamn minute. Are you an actual pig? Like, because that ain't cool. You're a human, right?
Do you ever like get so exhausted by stuff you start asking like actual farmer questions where it's like, yeah, you gonna get your ass through that gate to the next pasture because this one's overexposed?
Yeah, we gotta keep the pH balance in this fescue just right.
Ooh, I bet you want organic feed, but I'm giving you corn to fatten you up.
That's right, bitch.
Get you to market.
Table scraps for you, bitch. Just like Charlotte's Web, you whore.
Man, what an odd girl. Was she fun in bed?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I bet you wouldn't have stayed with or
I was
indulged
gonna
that.
say that was a commitment to even get to that point.
Yeah.
Did she switch around which animal? Because it seems like she always wanted to be a pig, or did you
No.
choose the farm animal?
I believe that I don't remember how the pig thing came up, but that was just more of a like occasionally if we're going to degrade person, I won't say her name, Beth. If we're actually going to if we're going for that, then like that was the go-to. You're gonna be a dirty little pig girl now. Yeah, but
Like
not-
out of all the animals,
but more girl than pig, please. This time, please.
Yeah.
Please. Like, did you actually step in shit before you came over? Because that ain't cool.
I don't like when you root around in my asshole. Eating it is fine, but you're really doing a lot of rooting.
I mean, I appreciate that you found all these truffles for me, but, but we're going too far, honey.
Truffle honey.
Oh, that would be the funniest fucking thing. You're like, yeah, you ready for today? You worthless little bitch. Put on this leash. And then you just lead her around the forest on all fours. We're not leaving until you found half a fucking spackle bucket of truffles, you dumb bitch.
It's like we're not even in France. Like I can't. There's no truffles here.
We're in Georgia and it's January. Pigs can't talk.
Babe could whack.
Yes.
Yeah, Scott ran over a deer one time in his truck, and he was a welder at the time. He still is. But I don't know if you guys know what do you guys know what a slag hammer looks like? I'll link. I'll show you what a. And he got out, and the deer was still alive, but it was crippled, from like the.
Good God, he used a slag hammer on it.
The waist down, and he grabbed one of these slag hammers like this that's got the heat dissipating grip, and he hammered a hole into its forehead and killed it. He used the pointy end, and he grabbed an ear and he hacked into its skull and beat it to death with a slag hammer.
Well,
not the first time he had to beat a deer to death, by the way.
With a slag hammer.
He bayoneted one once.
Oh, I was afraid we were going to bare hands. Punch it in the ribs until it's dead.
Yeah, he was hunting with a Russian or a Chinese SKS, which is like this shitty. You play Tarkov. He had an SKS, and he clipped the deer in the top of the spine, paralyzed it, and so they start screaming when you do that for some reason. I don't know, and they start crawling around with their front legs. I've done it a few times too. It's messy. And they're like crawling with their front legs, and their whole rear is just paralyzed. And he had a bayonet attached to the SKS, but he didn't have a lot of money, so he didn't have a lot of bullets, and so he was out of bullets. He only came with like 2 bullets, and he fired them both. So he had to bayonet the deer down and kill it that way. My dad
didn't eat it. This is ruined deer. All the adrenaline.
You taste that fear.
Okay, I'm told it tastes bad, but I don't know anything about this.
That would have made it taste like shit, I'm sure, with the adrenaline. Dad did that one time too. He clipped the deer's spine from extreme long range. He saw the deer drop, and so deer drops, it's dead. You assume usually. Well, he gets there and it's been spine shot, and all he has is a Leatherman. So he had to, So you flip the blade out on the Leatherman, and then you straighten the whole thing out. So you've got it's like the handle is like extra long, and then he drove the whole thing into the
wow,
deer.
like even
the half the grip.
Yeah.
Killed it with that. And then I think there was another time we had to go hand to hand with a deer. Oh yeah, when I was fucking 4, he had shot a deer and it had ran away. And we tracked it down to this ravine, and he goes down to the ravine, and he like grabs it by the antlers to drag it up out of the ravine, and it comes alive. It wasn't dead. And now he's got this deer by the antlers that's been wounded, and it's fighting with him. But I'm 4. I'm a toddler.
You're not
almost.
helpful.
Not only am I not helpful, he's afraid the deer will trample over me if he lets it go. So he's yelling for me to run. Well, I've got my fucking Daniel Boone hat and my slingshot, and I'm trying to help. So I'm shooting acorns. And so he's acorns. I'm 4. I'm just fucking shooting acorns at this motherfucker. It'd be funny if I hit my dad in the eye, and he's just like, ah. But we had our Weimaraner with us, which is a wonderful dog. And dad's like, get him, Sam. And Sam lunges and hits the deer so hard it pulls the deer out of my dad's hands, and now Sam is fighting the deer, and dad jumps back on the deer, and now Sam and dad are fighting the deer together, and dad's got the antlers and he's dragging it across the ground, and Sam is on its throat, stretching the skin out, just beating the shit out of this deer, and dad gets his belt off and wraps it around the antler, wraps that around a tree, and cinches it tight, ties it in a knot. Now the deer's like got its head cinched to a tree, and Sam is showing no mercy. So we went to go get a gun to finish the deer off. We didn't bring a gun. We assumed we were looking for a dead deer. And when we got back, Sam had killed the deer.
Wow. What a good boy.
My mom, being the wonderful lady that she is, took Sam to a dirt road somewhere and left him there.
Why did you do
Because
that?
She was tired of feeding Sam and being the one to take care of him.
Well, dogs get fed. That's a dog thing.
Oh, that poor pup.
Poor
That
Sam.
Fucked. Poor Sam.
Dad looked for him for weeks.
She got rid of Sam without talking to your father, too. That's another, piece of
She
it.
kidnapped Sam. Yeah.
She stole Sam away and then basically put him to death.
Yep.
I don't care.
Whenever I bring that up, Dad will always say the same thing. I looked for that dog for weeks.
Oh.
Sam was a good boy. He was the bestest of boys.
Yeah. F's in the comment section for good boy Sam.
Yeah. That one sits hard. I don't like that.
Poor guy.
Yeah, that's a good way to end the show right there on a nice,
you're not supposed
low
to.
note.
I had let my concealed carry permit expire, so I went and reapplied for it a couple weeks ago, and it bounced back because of that arrest I had in 2008. The one where, so the deal was, if anyone hasn't heard this story, I had my concealed carry permit, which allows me to carry concealed or open in the state of Georgia and a bunch of other states, and I was in a Walmart, and what really happened was this. The manager of the Walmart had something against my cousin. So let me tell you that story first, and then you'll understand why I got arrested. So my cousin meets this girl somewhere, whatever. She invites him back to her place. He goes. He's in her house, sitting on the couch with her, drinking beer. Must have been 2 hours they're sitting there on the couch, kind of cozying up to one another, getting to know each other. They're not doing anything there. They're not nothing physical. They're just talking, drinking beer, watching TV. There's a knock at the door. Oh, open up! She goes, oh, that's my boyfriend.
Oh, no.
He goes, what? What? Well, shit. So, and the guy, he uses his key, comes on in, closes the door, and she's like, this is Scott. Scott's like, sup? The guy's like, I'm Joe. He's kind of like, everybody looks at each other. It's kind of awkward. He goes, I'm going to grab a beer. So the boyfriend goes into the kitchen, opens the refrigerator. All of his fucking beer's gone. All of it. Scott is drinking his last beer right now. like this guy, it's one of those beer drinking families. So this guy's got his stash of Bud Light, and the wife has her Michelob Ultra or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And to a non-drinker, that doesn't mean shit to me. I'll drink either way. But to a drinker, he just drank his fucking beer. So there's a little bit more awkwardness. Scott goes, well, I'm all tuckered out. I think I'm gonna hit the road, and he leaves. So as you can imagine, the
smart move, I
boyfriend
think.
Of course. So as you can imagine, the boyfriend thinks the worst of Scott. Guess what the boyfriend does for a living? He is the manager of Walmart. He is the manager of Walmart. So we go walking into Walmart with our handguns, which we are 100% legally allowed to do, and this guy calls the cops because it's myself and Scott. He sees Scott. He's got it out for Scott. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. I don't even know what he said to the cops, but when they discovered us in the electronics aisle playing Guitar Hero, they were a little. I was trying to explain to them how the licenses worked and the law and everything, and two of the cops, because there were three of them, were listening to me. They were kind of nodding along and be like, "Yeah, I think you kind of." But then the other guy was like, "Absolutely not. Nope. Public gathering." Says right there, can't take it to a public gathering.
That's not what a public gathering is.
And I'm like, well, a public gathering usually is something that you sell tickets to, or something like that. Fair, circus, political rally, that sort of thing. Nope. I'm like, Walmart's not a public gathering. Public's gathering here. So I'll be taking them guns and taking you in as well. So turned out the next year, that guy beat a black man's eyeball out of his head with a nightstick. He's a great guy. Real winner. I think his name's Dick. Go figure. Anyway, so they take us to the police station, fingerprint us. I've never been arrested ever before or since. Fingerprint us, mug shots. I smile in my mug shot. I'm like, I told Scott too. I was like, dude, you get in there, you fucking smile. I'm gonna get us out of this. We didn't do anything wrong.
It'd be a real tragedy
mugshot somehow got sent to me on Twitter. Just saying.
It doesn't exist because the whole thing got squashed. That's
Uh-huh.
that's what I'm getting to. So we got out of jail. We didn't even have to go into jail. They were cool enough to like. Honestly, I'll tell you the real story on this part too. The jail.
But if it gets squashed, it still exists. Like I saw White Boy's mugshot and he got off. Carry on.
No. This is a different scenario.
Okay.
So, the jail is a big room with lots of doors, and there's the prisoners are supposed to be in their individual cells, but the jail door system wasn't working, so it was a free-for-all back there, and there was like 8 black dudes, and you could see them on the security camera. They were watching this live. They're like, woo! throwing shoes, like doing the helicopter with their shirts, like jumping up and down, like stomping on stuff, and I'm like, "You gonna put us in there?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm gonna need your belts. I'm like, "You're not taking my belt. I'm gonna need that for a weapon." I was like, "You have something I could tie the belt to. Maybe I could or a flail." And the other guy was like, "Larry, you ain't gonna put them back there, are you?" And I was like, "My uncle is on the way." I was like, he's up now. He's got his coffee. He's on the road. He'll be here. And it's like, all right, well, we don't have to put him back there, I reckon. So they let us sit in like the patrol room, unhandcuffed or anything, just chilling with them, talking. And so like this goes back to what I was saying earlier. I've never really been mistreated by the police in any way. They always seem really cool. But this guy, the one who was like pushing this whole thing, he was the dick. Even when we were getting fingerprinted, like we were having a conversation with the guy fingerprinting us, and we were all getting along really well. He like tucks his head in there. He's like, "They ain't giving you no trouble, are they?" like, because if they are,
yeah,
I got my billy club.
Beat his eyeball out.
Yeah, I'll knock an eye right the fuck out that blonde one's head. You hear me, boy? like this, he was so up for some crazy shit. Like it was the Wild West for
And
this
all you
guy.
did was play Guitar Hero with a gun on your hip.
Yeah, absolutely. So we went to court, and long story, at first, even in court, the probate judge didn't know the law. I literally, and don't let me fool you here, I'm not fucking Matlock. I'm not, and I was so scared shitless doing this whole thing. I won't spoil the story. Basically, he calls us up at the same time. It was a surreal day in general because we were sitting in the courtroom and in front of us was an Elvis impersonator. I shit you not. Like, it was his off day, okay? He didn't have the jumpsuit on, but he had the big collar popped. He had the sideburns, the glasses, the hair. He even looked a little like Elvis. And I didn't get to see what he did wrong because he's a Presley and my name starts with an M, so I went before him. But he calls us both up at the same time. We get up there, and he was like, "I see you boys both entered a plea of not guilty, but I'm gonna let you know them gun permits ain't no good in a Walmart." And I'm like, "Oh shit, it's gonna go down like this." And the crime that you've committed is punishable by a $50,000 fine and up to 1 year imprisonment in a state penitentiary. And I'm just like, "What the fuck?"
Wow.
I was like, I thought I was coming here to get an apology, frankly. I think the judge is gonna say, "But they have a permit." What were you doing, John? You locked them up? They're 22. Like I thought that's what's coming. But no, the judge doesn't know the law. He's like, year in jail, $50,000 fine, and I have to start defending myself in court. And I didn't know I had to. I didn't bring a lawyer. I thought this was like, it was clear to me that this is like, it would be like if they accused you of speeding and you weren't in a car. You'd be like, "Well, I was just running down the sidewalk, Your Honor." And he'd be like, "The man was on the sidewalk, Johnson. What happened to you? What are you thinking?"
Yeah.
He was just running fast. I thought that's what was coming. And he's like, "Nah, you're in jail, $50,000 fine." And I have to go into like pretend Matlock mode because my cousin is driven into he made fun of me a little bit for passing out, but I was like, "You went so fucking quiet. Like you were going to sit there and take a year, you dummy. Your mouth like got sewn shut in that moment. Cat ate your tongue." So like I start pulling out printouts out of my pockets from the Georgia Attorney General. I start talking about other cases where precedents had been set. I have these quotes from lawyers, and I'm like, and it's enough in the end so that he's like, "Well, I guess I'll look at this a little further and get back to you." But right before that happened, I passed out, and a deputy grabs one side of my belt, my cousin grabs the other side of my belt and a shoulder, and they like marionette me out of the courtroom. But I was unconscious. I woke up out of the courtroom wondering if I'd won, or at least won enough that like jail didn't follow this. You know, are they gonna like, all right, like is that what's coming? Like I don't know, but like I remember like as I was slowly fading into unconsciousness, begging for a drink of water. I wanted cold water, and I was gonna like pretend drink it and then like rub some across my face. I knew that would get me keep me awake, but they were like, nah, we don't have anything to drink, nothing. As soon as they got me back there to that room, they had a Coca-Cola on ice and like peanut butter crackers coming out. But yeah, of course, as I said, we were 100% in the right, and maybe a couple weeks later, that's what happened. I went back up there. They gave us our handguns back, and that was that. But yeah, that
Get
was
an
that was
apology
the
from
time.
that judge or anything like that?
No, nothing
Yeah,
like that.
shitty.
If that happened today, we'd sue those cocksuckers, and we don't have that county.
You had situations as FPS Russia where there would be like 100 people around, everyone looking toward you, right? That is the kind of thing that I find stressful.
Oh, my
When I'm
best
the
day ever.
center
Oh,
of that
the thing
kind
that I
of
want so much. I want you all to look at me while I win. I want everybody to see it when I do this thing that none of you can do. That's how I feel when I'm doing that. It's like
Okay.
none of you have the balls to do what I'm about to do, and you couldn't even if you did. And now watch. Like I got a crowd coming to see what I could do. I love that shit. We were in the desert one time, and these people who just heard what we were going to do showed up, and they're all way too fucking close, but it ain't my land, and I'm not responsible for any of this. And I gave them I'm like, this is your last warning. We're going live. That shit's gonna blow, and you're not safe. And they're like, "Did all right? I'm not even actually pulling the trigger here. Do it." and they shot 50 pounds of explosives in a little structure, and I'm in a tank. I don't care. But there's 2x4s ripping around and shit. No, I love that shit. That kind of pressure makes me perform. I need that. I love that. But the kind of like that you can't like work your way out of, like that's the kind that when there's a judge there, like I can't beat him up or anything. Like it's his way or the highway. Like I have to convince him, and that's a much more
daunting,
difficult fighting position. You know,
have you ever had it triggered over something small, like smaller than that, or is it always like
no, it's
like
major
a bigger,
shit.
like major shit?
I stood up to that bully one time in high school, pushed him. He was a big dude. I knew he could beat me up, but I was like, maybe he'll just stop because he sees that I'm gonna be a fight. I doubt he wants to fight. And I was like, I shoved him back, like, fuck you, Andrew. And I was so scared and went into a panic attack. And it did what I wanted it to do. Like he didn't beat me up and I didn't have to fight him, but I immediately that ended and went away. Like he left and I left, and I'm like, I had to shit so bad. I was in that I heard Joe Rogan talk about watching two bears fight, and one of them just starts shitting, shitting his gut. That happened. It was like this evolutionary response where my body was like, everything must go. You're about to fight to the death. And I'm like, I didn't even ask for permission. I just walked out of. We were in like a metals shop type class, so nobody would miss me anyway. And I just remember going to the bathroom and I didn't have diarrhea before I stood up to the bully, but 5 minutes after, it was this liquid diarrhea, like flowing out of my ass. That like the little turds go. Those were far and few in between. It was mostly liquid, and I just remember thinking like, you're such a pussy that you want to shit yourself. But in reality, like that's just how we're fucking programmed for whatever stupid fucking reason. And I have no control over that. It's frustrating not to have control of your body. That's the worst part of it, is that you don't have control in that moment to make yourself do what you want to do.
Yeah, to be cognitively aware of what's likely to happen and be unable to prevent that outcome.
Yeah, and even to be somewhat aware of the brain chemistry behind it, you know? It's like you've got this machine, you know what's going to happen. You're like, God, don't, it's cool. Don't listen to the, no, we're not on the savannah. You're cool. It's not a bear or a lion. Just don't. Oh, you shut down. You shut down again. Yeah,
it's because like we're still operating on like all the stuff we evolved, you know, like when we see a snake, there's a reason you're still in this day and age like, oh shit, because you've been trained for thousands of years that those things are bad news. You know, it doesn't matter that you see it and you know, like, oh, well, I can just walk straight to my car and drive away and it'll never, you know,
same way we
affect
don't
me
like
ever.
it. It's the same reason we don't like when we see a deformed person.
Yeah, you have like a disgust reaction of like, oh, not clean, impure, not healthy, you know,
Bad genetics.
alarms going off. Yeah, bad genetics or whatever the case may be. Yeah, it's the cruelty of I guess evolution, maybe.
Because I know Seattle has a lot of dark alleys that I can punch you in the jaw and piss on you.
You really want to piss on somebody.
There's going to be a pissing situation?
Yeah.
I know. I think is that gay?
I don't know.
I don't care. Make me feel better.
As long as they don't see your penis when you're doing it, I think it's all right.
Well, I know I wouldn't have my eyes open. You know, I know a guy who did that to somebody once. I know a guy, like he's a friend of my dad's, as you probably can imagine. But like we played poker with him, and I had heard this story about the guy, and he's like this rough, like grizzly-looking guy. And apparently he was working at a liquor store behind the counter, and the guy comes in and wants free liquor. He's like, man, just give me that bottle. You know, just give me that bottle. And the guy's like, no, dude, you know, you have to pay, whatever. So the guy like gets physical and tries to reach through the counter and over the counter and grab the bottle of liquor, and ends up knocking some liquor over, breaking it. So this dude jumps over the counter and throws this guy an ass whooping, and then pisses on him. And I was like, you pissed on him? Oh yeah, I pissed on him. Let him know. I wanted to say, let him know what,
Yeah.
but I didn't want to get beaten and pissed on, so I just let it slide.
Well, down here in the South, pissing on somebody is a level of degradation.
All right.
So,
I think that's
universal.
I think that stands anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember I saw this thing where they said, in the Middle East, hitting someone with the bottom of your shoe is an insult. And I'm like, I think I'd take that as an insult too. I think that goes around the world.
My favorite FPS Russia story, I was outside of Houston, Texas, at a machine gun range filming the I think the title of the video is Real Life Chopper Gunner, or Chopper Gunner in Real Life. If you search Chopper Gunner on Google, you'll get it. And basically, Houston Armory had some rifles that they wanted me to demo, and we had a helicopter. They paid for a helicopter, so I was shooting explosives out. I'd never been in a helicopter before, so they take me up. I've got a big belt-fed machine gun, and we've got explosives with diesel fuel and road flares set up, and we're doing passes like flybys, and I'm just and we've got It was filmed really well because we had a secondary camera and another chopper. We had like a Little Bird flying as well. So my cousin's in there filming, and I've got another cameraman in the chopper with me, and I've got a GoPro on my head, or a Contour, and I've got one on the gun, so I've got lots of camera angles. It looked pretty cool. And we kept making these passes, and it was hard to hit the target because my actual target that I have to blow up is like
size of
about this big. It's about like this, and I'm in a helicopter with a machine gun, and it's kind of hard. So
it's like the size of your head.
Yeah, pretty much.
For all the people who don't want.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it Tannerite you're shooting at?
It was it was some sort of binary. I don't know what brand.
A little bigger than a tub of butter in their fridge. I don't know, like two on top of each other.
Oh, well, it wasn't in one of those containers.
Oh, it wasn't? Oh, okay.
So the target's like the size of a human head, I suppose, and I have to hit that to set everything off. But I didn't hit that the first pass. I hit some of the diesel tanks, though. So now there's diesel and gasoline leaking out onto the ground with road flares everywhere and the explosives in the middle. And now that I remember, this was a low-velocity mix of explosives, so flame could set them off. So I look as we're doing our second pass when we're making this big circle, and the Little Bird helicopter with my cousin in it is hovering right over the explosives. If the fire hits them, the ensuing mushroom cloud is going to take that bird out of the air. They're hitting the fucking ground. And it just so happened that we were pretty well tactically set up, and I've got a radio and a headset and everything. I'm like, get off the explosives! Get off the explosives! You're hovering over the explosives! Go, go, go! And he just goes, like totally peeled off. Like he responded like you would want him to in that situation. Like he got it. And second pass, we hit it, and it was a goddamn mushroom cloud that you could see from a mile away. And it's filmed from a couple different angles. And so after that got done, I thought we'd do some fun stuff. So I shot some more targets, doing flybys, shooting out of the side of the helicopter. But I brought a climbing harness with me that I had bought along the way. And for the end of the video, I put the climbing harness on and tied myself to the bottom of the helicopter. And I said, this has always had a nice day. And, I gave them the thumbs up, and they took off and flew away with me, like dangling about 50 feet below a helicopter. And I told him to have some fun, with me. I was like, make it worth my while. And he's like, buddy, I flew 9 missions between like 69 and 72. I'll make it worth your while. And at one point, he literally said, like during like the shooting, when I blew that thing up, he went, woohoo! I ain't had this much fun since NAM. Like, he was having a great time. So he was making these big sweeping passes with me, and I'm, I don't know, 400 or 500 feet off the ground, and he flew me over an interstate. and I've got a rifle in my hands, dangling from this thing. And for fun, I figured I felt really confident after a few seconds in the harness. So I had practiced in the. I had to get this climbing harness from like a mountain climbing gear store, and the girl who worked there put me in the harness and showed me how to use it, and then she like hoisted me up and like let me get comfortable with it. So as soon as it got me up there, the first thing I did was like flip upside down with the rifle. So we're flying over a major interstate highway. I'm upside down, a couple hundred feet off the ground below a helicopter with a rifle over my head, and some guy saw me. And he pulled off and like came into where we were filming after I had landed, and it turned out by this weird freak coincidence that this guy was a friend of mine from back in Georgia. Like the guy who owns the gun store here in Georgia is good friends with this dude in Texas. Not only that, he's actually told me stories about him. So based on those stories, I was like, hey, do you know so and so back in Georgia? He's like, yeah, I know them. But the first thing he said, I should mention, when he pulled it out of his truck, he was asking us what we're doing, all this stuff, and we explained it to him. And he said, hell, any man that's brave enough to fly like that under a chopper's need to come drink a beer with me. What y'all boys say? So we were like, yeah, we'll come drink with you, whatever. And he literally had a situation where he had all this beer that was like some special edition, and it looked a bit like a Dr. Pepper can. And he was like, we got to get rid of all this. The kids like accidentally grabbed a beer. My wife says I can't have it no more, so we got to drink it all up. So it turned out that I had a friend of a friend in Texas who had a lot of beer that needed drinking up. So like I got to hang out with this guy, and the thing about him was he does R&D for the Defense Department. He blows shit up for a living for the government. So like he has a FLIR pod, a forward-looking infrared pod off of an Apache helicopter. I think they're worth 80, 90 grand on his Jeep. He has a minigun. He has RPGs. He started handing me like goodies. He's like those slap T rounds that I've got for my 50 cal, those Sabo rounds that penetrate through stuff.
Right.
He gave them to me. He's like, you ever seen one of these? I'm like, no. He's like, have a few. He was like trying to give me detonators and all kinds of crazy shit. He was just the coolest old man ever. So I think that's my coolest FPS Russia story, if you don't count the time my buddy literally traded a signed FPS Russia hat to sleep with a man's girlfriend. Swear on my life it happened.
Does that make you complicit in any illegal activity?
It does not. I signed a hat for a fan. I wonder where that hat is right now. That was a dark night.
It's out there.
It was one of the worst things I'd ever witnessed.
I feel like I don't know the Kyle story completely. So you graduated high school, right? And then
all right. So when I moved to Atlanta, I moved for the girl. I went after her. I wanted to be closer to her, and
was this a girl that you dated in high school?
Yes, it's all the same girl.
Okay, then I know the girl.
It's all the same girl.
All right, yeah. Kyle has
had a long.
Kyle has had a long off on our relationship with this one girl in particular that
when I want something, I do whatever it takes.
That she owns his
it took
heart.
Me 10
it would
years.
seem. Yeah. All right.
I whittled her down.
Now, why was she in Atlanta? Because she went to your high school.
Yeah. So we graduate high school. She moves to Atlanta because she first moves to Athens, stays there for a year, then to Atlanta. She didn't like our small town, our small county, our small section of the state. It's not much to do here.
She wanted to be in the big city, so she moved to Atlanta.
Yeah, she wanted all the things to come along with that. So she moves to Atlanta. I follow along as a very much sort of in a weird quasi friend zone type place. I get my job there selling cars, and I'm working with and I make some friends at the dealership.
Wow, so you moved to Atlanta on the hope that you'll escalate to girlfriend boyfriend.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
it's a real gamble.
I don't care. It's whatever.
Wait, were you shaking dice?
That's double. That's double. Those are dice and my cock, and just rolling it and coming. This is all of them in one.
Okay. So you moved to Atlanta to follow the girl on the hopes that you can escalate your relationship to boyfriend-girlfriend.
Get my job selling cars. I'm doing well there, loving it, kicking it, having a great time. I get an apartment in an apartment complex right across the street from where she lives, not the same complex.
Do you have roommates in this apartment?
No, by myself. By myself. So I get this apartment all by myself out there, and I'm living right across from the street from her complex. We're separated and everything.
Are you 18?
19.
Okay.
19. So the first thing that happens, it's my birthday. We're gonna go out to dinner, and my apartment floods. I had my shirt hung up on the sprinkler, ironing, twist it, sprinkler explodes, whole apartment's destroyed. I didn't mean to destroy that apartment. First of all, like I feel like somebody should have let me know at some point in life that those sprinkler systems are ticking time bombs and don't touch them. Like
Wait,
nobody
when
ever
did you
told me.
destroy an apartment.
So, just so you know, Taylor, those little sprinklers you see in the ceiling, that's a hand grenade sitting there in a
have
government, not in your house, but okay. Well, in an apartment, in government buildings, and places that are required to have them. The sprinkler with that little red plastic thing in there, that's a hand grenade. You pull that red thing, that's a goddamn pin. What happened
So
was,
you did pull it.
it was my birthday. And I'm ironing I got all my laundry back from the laundromat. It's all sitting there on the floor. I'm ironing up my birthday dinner clothes to go out on my birthday dinner date. And I get my shirt all ironed. It's looking nice. And I'm like, I need to hang this up somewhere. I had one of those ironing boards that attaches to a door and like folds down. And I'm like, sprinkler. So I hang it up there. Now the shirt's hanging from the ceiling. You know, I'm kind of a tall guy. I can reach right up there and grab it off an 8-foot ceiling. And so I'm ironing my pants now. I get the pants all ironed. I go ahead and put those on, got my new pants on. And now it's time to put on my nice ironed fancy shirt. So I'm trying to get it down. I'm trying to get it. And the hook part is like wedged in to the sprinkler. Yeah, it's stuck in there. So I kind of twist it and torque it back and forth. And it goes pop. And that little red thing snaps. And that red thing is like a pin stuck in there holding back the gates of hell. And when that broke, the thing slips down, a valve is opened, and all of the water that has been contained in that sprinkler system since that apartment building was constructed in like the 70s, you know, the water's just sitting in those steel pipes, those iron pipes or whatever, just sitting there the whole time under pressure. So it's just rust, and it comes at me like a fire hose. So much pressure, so much volume. I mean, it's like suddenly there's a waterfall coming out of the ceiling of my apartment. And keep in mind, all of my clothing that I own is right there at my feet getting soaked with this rust water, like all my clothes. So I'm just like, I panic. I honestly think I did I didn't do anything stupid, but I start moving stuff from that room back to the bedroom, you know, my laptop, my television, trying to save stuff. But it's coming more and more and more. And at one point, I grabbed a towel and just put it up on it. And I don't know what I was thinking, because that's not going to work. But, like, the towel being over it meant all the water just went into the towel and came down my arm. And it was just like, I could feel the volume at that point. I could see how much water. And it's just pouring gallon upon gallon. The floor is, you know, it's standing water now. So I run back to the bedroom. I'm just like, what the fuck am I going to do? And keep in mind, the fire alarm is going off. Throughout the entire apartment complex, it's going off. So I strip off my completely soaked clothes, put on new clothes that are dry, get a towel over my head, and then you got to keep in mind the sprinkler that's going off is right next to the door. And there's only one door. It's an apartment. So I got to run through the water to get out. And I like slam the door behind me, and I look, and all my neighbors are outside standing because the alarm's going off. And nobody knows it's me. And I'm just standing out there with them. I'm like, it's fucking me, by the way. I was like, it's my apartment. I was like, the sprinkler's going off now. There's not a fire, so everybody can calm down. And the guy's like, can I look? Can I see? And I'm like, go right ahead. It's 3B over there. And like, he opens the door and cracks it about this much. And it soaks him in a line like that. Because the water's just blasting right at the door. He goes, and he's just instantly soaked in a line head to foot. He's like, holy shit. And I'm like, yeah, like I said, they told me how many thousands of gallons they took out of there. I don't remember if it was 4 or 20,000 gallons. I don't remember the number, but it was an enormous amount. They were using these huge push broom squeegees to like push it out of my house, but it was standing water like much deeper than you would think could stand in an apartment. And I just left. I just got all my shit and moved and left.
Just
and
moved just to fuck this.
Yeah,
Follow this first.
All my belongings destroyed. They put it on my credit report. Didn't let me off the hook for like 8 years. They put a hawk report on me or something like that for damaging the apartment. It was a whole thing. So now I got nowhere to fucking live, right? Like, of course, she's not gonna let me go live with her. That's not even remotely in the cards. So I asked my roommate, I asked my coworker, who's 24 at the time. I was 19 at the time. I'm like, hey, can I crash with you on your couch for a while till I get things figured out? So I'm crashing on his couch for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And then, like, our quasi-friendship, boyfriend-girlfriend thing, whatever it was, meets its end. She breaks up with me, tells me this thing isn't going to work, whatever. Like, it's just not going to happen. Then I go into suicide mode. That's when I almost killed myself, outside her apartment that night. I've told that story a bunch of times.
I broke up with a girl that I'd known for a really long time about 4 or 5 years ago. I think I've told this story to Woody before, but I was in her apartment and we broke up, and I was crying my eyes out, and I like got all my shit and I went downstairs to my car, and as I was walking down to my car, I was planning on shooting myself when I got to the car because my gun was in my car. I was like, when I get down there, I'm gonna kill myself. And I got down to the car and I was like, maybe I shouldn't. And I look in the back seat and there's a big bag of her shit, and I'm like, yep, I'm killing myself. So I get the gun and I'm gonna kill myself, and then I think, well, she's gonna come down tomorrow and she's gonna find me in my fucking car when my brain's blowed out. I'm like, I can't do that to her. I was like, I love her too much to do that to her, you know? That's why I'm killing myself, because I love her so much. I can't do that, so I'm like, I'll go home and kill myself. I'm like, all right, let's go home. So I go home, and I'm like, all right, it's time to kill myself now. I'm like, well, now my roommates are going to come home and find me. What the fuck? Where am I going to go kill myself? So I'm like, all right, I'll kill myself tomorrow. We'll go to the park. It'll be a nice day. So the next day I was too lazy to kill myself. Not going to lie. So I sat there and I was like, dude, I'm not going to work today. I worked with my roommate at a car dealership, and I was like, so I'm just sitting there on the couch, and he had this huge library of DVDs, so I started watching them, and I watched every DVD that he owned, including the entire Band of Brothers collection. I watched 60 DVDs before I left that couch. I lost 13 pounds because all I ate in like a 3-day period was a glass of milk and a peanut butter sandwich. And after that experience, I felt better. I think maybe like you just need to get some perspective on the whole thing before you make any rash decisions. And think about how like hurting yourself would hurt the people around you. And always remember that there's always another day. And Band of Brothers is awesome. You might want to watch that. That cheered me right up.
Don't kill myself, and said, limp my
Spoiler.
I was hanging on every word.
I go to work and I'm just sitting there. My manager's like, "What's wrong?" He sits on the golf cart with me. He's like, "What's wrong, brother?" I just go, start crying or whatever. And he's just like, "Go home, man. Come back when you're good. Come back when you're good." So like I go back to my friend's apartment, and I literally sit there and eat peanut butter sandwiches and milk for like 10 days until I'm like able to like collect myself together again. Watched all of Band of Brothers, every DVD that man owned. Really beefed up my film knowledge during that sad time, and so I'm just like, well, what am I gonna do? Like 10 days ago, I was ready to kill myself because like, what's the point now? Everything's been about getting this girl. We've moved here. We've done whatever it took. We financial hardships, whatever. My parents hated this whole thing with me moving out there. Fuck you. I'm going the whole nine. Like, they've cut me off financially. I'm making my own money now. I'm doing well, and I had some savings, but I'm cut off. And it's just it's rough, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go in my life, what my next step was, and I was just like, well, I'm not gonna fail. I'm not gonna turn around and go home. I'm gonna be a winner when I go home. So I got to put my head back down to the grindstone, get back on this thing, and make some more fucking money. And so that's what I did. So I just went back to work, and I worked for another 9 months until I felt like I was going home a winner, and I did it that way.
Or did you stay at this apartment?
I stayed with them the whole time, crashing on the couch, fucking 9.5 months, and they didn't care. No, I didn't pay.
Oh, you piece of shit!
I pitched in a little with the rent sometimes. I may have left them in a tough spot when I left, but I did the best I could. And I always paid my part of the rent in any case. But when I left, I'm gone, and I'm not there to pay the rent anymore. So whatever. But I paid rent, and I paid for my share of the food and all that stuff. But I'd occasionally eat all their fucking food. But in any case, there were these two Lithuanian motherfuckers, and it was crazy living with them because they had their all. I had never met Europeans before.
How did you go from living there, working at the car dealership, then you moved back home, right?
Yeah.
So what was the catalyst for that?
I was just done. Like I didn't want to.
You weren't happy.
There was nowhere to go from there. Like I had already been promoted. I had already like gotten as far. I was making plenty of money. I was doing everything I wanted to do out there, but I just didn't enjoy being out there. The whole point of being out there was the girls. So like, the more I did, the better I did at my job. And the more that people like respected me at my job, the more every compliment I got was like bittersweet because it was like, why doesn't she see this about me? Why doesn't she care about this? Like everybody around me is kissing my ass and telling me that I'm like the best at this and the best at that. Like, oh my God, how did you do this? She doesn't care. And it was just really bittersweet. And I didn't like it. And I just wanted to get out of anything that reminded me of her.
I'll tell you, I've met her a couple of times, and she just seems like a normal person to me.
She's great.
She's just a regular person, I swear to you.
I mean, I've known her longer than you have.
That's true.
Yeah. So, and you know, I dated her for another 2 years. I came back, got her back like 4 years ago, dated her for 2 years. 3 years ago, dated her for 2 years, and she broke up with me last year. And then I can't. And Woody was like, "What's wrong?" I went, "She broke up with me."
Is that the one that hit you really hard?
Yeah, yeah. You know, I cried for you know for like 8 months or something like that. Yeah.
Whoa.
What are you gonna do?
That's cry for 8 months, you know?
Yeah, you cry for 8 months. I don't cry anymore. You know, not in public or anything like I used to. Like I get back home, get the cry blanket out, wrap it around my head, just sob.
As you do, yeah.
I mean, what else?
It's a
Weeping to the
combo
pizza
like
guy.
sand protection turban thing.
No, that really is a sad. That's not even a happy story. You know, there's no happy ending to that
No,
one.
that's
That's just
sad.
kind of a sad chapter in my life where like I feel like I wasn't good enough to be the me that I should have been, and I missed out on somebody who was really great.
Were you going places and they were like reminding you of her? Like you go into Fridays and be weeping. Oh, we used to get anytizers.
Oh my God, 1,000 things like that. 1,000 things like that. Like Woody asked one time. I was telling Woody, I was like, we watched Game of Thrones together. And he's like, has this bitch ruined Game of Thrones for you? Because that'll be the last straw. And I'm just like, nah, I mean, Jon Snow's pretty sweet, and all, you know?
It's funny because I'm Team Kyle on this thing, right? Whatever that
I would
is.
hope so.
Right. Well, it's a tricky thing to be sometimes because it's, you know, it'd be easy if Team Kyle was, you know what? Fuck her. Fuck her with a knife, a rusty one, jagged, you know? Screw that girl. I hate her. But that's not how he feels, right? Team Kyle is, you know, it's actually, I don't know. I'm not great at this. Like, yeah. And I will, in
so
all.
much worse than an angry breakup is a breakup where like you're longing for it and thinking of all the possible ways you could have saved it. It'd be so much easier just to be like,
I did my
bitch,
best to like hold
hate
it together at the end too, and just like to no avail.
How long did you know that it was tumbling down? Like, was there quite a bit of play up?
No. Well, I mean, I knew it wasn't going that well. There had been a couple of stumbling blocks, but I thought things were pretty cohesive. And then there was a week period where like I did a couple stupid things. And then instead of going to like fix it, I did some more stupid things.
I feel like you're telling it wrong, and I don't want to give it anything away, so I'll allow you to. But I don't think it's what you did. I think it's what you didn't do. Like someone might hear you did stupid things and think that you were like, you know, unfaithful or like that. Those kind of stupid things.
Well, you know, she had seen where I'd been communicating with this other girl through email. Shouldn't have been doing that, but it's you know, the chick had been contacting me, and her butt was just so big, just so big.
What are you gonna do?
You know,
You're not
and
gonna
it was
not
just-
talk to
it
her.
was honestly just correspondence. It was just kind of like, well, what do you like to do? And I'm just like, well, what can I do to that big butt of yours? And you know, it's just like that kind of talk, you know. And she saw that on my computer and my email, and that really took things down a rough course.
You didn't tell me about that. Can I say what you did tell me? I don't want to ruin anything away. I don't.
Probably.
What I'm going to, because I don't think it's awful.
Okay.
She wanted more attention, and Kyle didn't give her the attention she wanted.
Sure, that was part of it. Yeah. And by attention, it was just like we talk about the languages of love. And I feel like we were also hitting on different ones. Like, to me, a big one is like, you know, like gifts and things that I might provide for you and places I might take you and things I might pay for. Like, that's kind of how I show my love in a lot of ways. And I feel like she needed more, I don't know, more of one of the other ones. Not necessarily physical touch.
Like words of affirmation is one. Quality time is one.
I don't know. I don't want to dissect my pitiful relationship from last year. I've got a new girlfriend who's just absolutely gorgeous, best looking girl I've dated in quite a while, and I like her a lot, and you know that's where things are now. But yeah, you know, I still feel bad about that whole thing. That was a real rough time. Both times that, every time, like that girl has been responsible for like all of my biggest lows in my whole life. I think like at
Was
least
she responsible for a lot of your highest highs?
yeah, that too. Like some of my fondest memories are like trips I went on with her and like going to Six Flags with her when we were teenagers and you know, just like making out on her couch or something. And
I feel like your current girlfriend is a better fit. Now, no girl's perfect, but like, and I'm cautious about all the things I say, but for example, the love of your ex, that's what I should call her. She didn't like hunting. She didn't like, I don't think she was particularly into guns. She didn't like some of the things.
like guns.
She liked guns.
It was
okay.
she was a vegetarian and she didn't like aspects of. She didn't like when I used the pig as the target and stuff like that. That sort of thing. None of that stuff bothered me. Like I was fine.
Those to me seem like some pretty core value system mismatches.
No, I agreed with her in a lot of ways, like on that stuff. I really do. Like I feel bad for those animals, and I had no problem eating what she ate. She had to be on a diet for medical reasons for a while, and it was virtually a vegan diet. And I mean, there would be it sounds weird to describe. I can't remember what it's called, but there was grilled chicken involved. That we would like. That was what we had to cheat with at the end because there was like nothing else for her to eat. There was like 8 things. It was like quinoa and like pepper. Like, really, that's it. That's the only. But it was really only like a handful of things. But I didn't mind eating her very restrictive diet. Like she was a great cook, and we'd cook. I don't want to get into this whole thing, but that was the same girl that I had the almost suicide with before. Hey, this time around I didn't think about killing myself, so there's that. Hey,
That's great.
By the 3rd breakup, I won't even feel
It's
it.
funny.
Right?
He told me, he specifically said, like, I'm not suicidal. And in my head, I'm like, how'd that get on the table?
Yeah.
Why?
Because last time, I was. Last time I was like, well, let's just do this down here. And then I was like, but she'll find me. Or at least, the ambulance will be down here. And she'll ask her neighbor, what's this ambulance doing down here? And they'll say, oh, some guy shot himself in the parking deck last night. He's over there in that black Acura TL. And then I ruined her life. And I was like, well, I'll just suffer through my life so that hers will be a little easier. And that was literally what I did for a long time.
And it's like admitting defeat to do that right then.
I would have been happy to. I was defeated. I'd have been happy with defeat. I honestly kept living to make her life easier there for a long time.
And think of the life that you would have skipped. Like, There's been some cool shit.
No, if I'd killed
could've
myself,
filled
maybe
that
I'd have
power
been the
vacuum.
emperor of Neptune or something. We don't know what kind of reincarnations out there. I could have done some real cool shit.
I
Like blowing
feel
up houses.
you've got a 20-sided D&D die, and you roll it, and you got like a 19 or 20, and you're like, probably the next one would be even higher.
Yeah.
No way.
Just keep
Because
fucking
you've got all
rolling.
your charisma modifiers that couldn't get any higher.
Well, thank you, Taylor.
Yeah.
Wow, that means so
You know
much
what?
coming from you.
I'm glad. I don't want you to kill yourself.
You've got nice charisma modifiers too.
Oh, you.
But yeah, sad talk.
That was
I'm the
good.
gay one here, guys. Me.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was encroaching. I'll lower my percent back down to its normal levels. Yeah, that was. I like that little peek into your life, Kyle. I didn't know really hardly any. You've mentioned that stuff to me like briefly before, but never much. It's interesting.
Yeah.
So then you moved back home because just nothing was. I guess you felt like
and
you,
then
you
and
got
then,
your
like,
achievement.
As I was moving, I didn't want to be out there anymore. And then as I moved, I hurt my back, and I was literally on the couch for like 4 weeks. Got real fat, and then just got real depressed and didn't want to do anything. Didn't want to work at the dealership. Didn't want to sell cars. Didn't want any part of that. And ended up just working with my dad for a long time. Just really enjoyed. I felt like Rambo whenever he's done killing in Vietnam, and he's out there with those monks. I really felt like I was doing that for a while, just working with my dad out in the field and just trying to get my head straight after that whole thing with the girl. And eventually that kind of leads into playing way too many video games to deal with the pain, and getting real good at those video games.
COD
and then,
4.
Top 4 what?
I said COD 4.
Oh yeah, COD, yeah, and then getting deciding that professional poker might be an option for me, and I did pretty well at that, and I bought my first gaming console with my professional poker winnings, and kind of started playing more. So there was a time when I would play poker like all night and play video games all day, and like do like zero work. And so yeah, like that. It all comes full circle. You know, if I don't go through the depressing, awful time with her, almost killing myself and all, then I don't end up swinging from helicopters and blowing up houses and flying drones and being Call of Duty commercials and fucking like half of Twitter or whatever I did. So you know, you gotta hurt to feel good. There's gotta be some lows so you appreciate the highs. So I'm happy with the way things have gone so far. At least I know what it feels to really love something a lot, and how intense it is to lose it. I feel like those are intense feelings that I've felt. And I don't feel like everybody gets that the full spectrum of intensity of horrible lows and super duper highs. But I think I've had both. I'm just getting started. I'm not even 30 yet.
I know.
Yeah.
But 30 to 40 probably goes way faster than 20 to 30, right, Woody?
If I make it to 40, next year's gonna be fucking crazy. I got some cool ideas. I'm gonna get that ejector seat out. Did I tell you about that ejector
That's
seat
what
my
you
buddy
said.
has?
Yeah, you said that could actually paralyze you.
Well, they said compress my spine. I mean,
Yeah.
my
to
cousin
just-
was telling me that because he does these welding jobs, and a lot of the guys are like driving in to do them and stuff from out of state and stuff. And he says those guys are all getting prostitutes. They go on Craigslist or Backpage.com, and he said they're all getting prostitutes. And I was like, are those legit? I was like, I always just assumed that they were all, undercover cops or something like that. Because there was this one time, let me just tell the story. All right, so we're all out of state. We're staying in a motel. Motel's different from a hotel, in case you don't know. There's no hallways. It's not interior rooming. You know, they're just, you've got an exterior door that you enter and exit through for your room, and they're all attached to one another. So we're all hanging out in this little gazebo area just outside of the motel, and we noticed that these individuals had a room sort of near ours, and they were being really loud and playing lots of loud music and just making lots of noise. And we were all just kind of chilling out there, hanging out on the park benches. So their pizza showed up, and they weren't around to collect it. So I went, hey, over here. So their pizza comes. I pay the guy. So, you know, Domino's has now been paid. I take the pizza. We eat the fucking pizza. But on as far as these people know, you know, their pizza just never showed up. So they're angrily calling Domino's. Where's my fucking pizza? And Domino's is saying, you paid for it, bro. You got it. You know, like they're being snippy about it too, because they don't understand what the deal is. And they're like, fine, we'll send you another one. So they send another pizza out. We take that one too. They are losing their shit now. I've paid for two. I've got so much extra pizza and 2-liter Mountain Dews laying around. It's ridiculous at this point. And so I'm like, we got to step our game up. How can we really fuck with them? And somebody gets the idea of calling a prostitute off of Backpage and giving him their room number, delivering a prostitute to him. So we're like, all right, so we do this thing. Call the number. It's pretty sketchy. Like, this woman who like had a code name, like negotiates price and everything, and says, okay, she's coming and everything.
What was the price?
Like, maybe like $150 or something like that for an hour. So maybe 20-30 minutes goes by. There's 3 police cars outside, and there's a cop knocking on these people's fucking door, and we're all like it was an undercover like cop sting thing where like they're waiting on somebody to hire this prostitute and give them their address or room number, and the cops show up instead of a prostitute. So I asked him, I was like, so these prostitutes that these guys get on these welding jobs, or are they actual women who show up? People aren't getting busted? He's like, no. I was like, are they good looking? He's like, yeah, some of them are real good looking. Some of them not so much. He's like, but there's definitely, you get what you pay for. So there you go. You can get prostitution really anywhere, it seems. Although
Did they get in trouble?
I don't fucking know. We went to sleep. Like, we didn't want to be seen.
I always thought the gap
We're just eating
between
pizza.
the
I've ever told the story of the time that the guy stole my cousin's cell phone. My cousin calls the cell phone. The guy answers, and he goes, "Hey, dude, you must have picked my cell phone up by mistake." He's like, "No, I didn't. It's mine now."
Well, this is direct and honest. So
Yeah, we're at a party. Cell phone goes missing. You know, shit happens. People pick up the wrong phone. So I give Scott my cousin. I give my cousin Scott my phone. He calls his phone. Dude answers, and we know the dude. It's like,
Wow.
oh, hey man, what's up?
He's like, not much, dude. He's like, you got my phone, man. You got the wrong phone. He's like, no, it's my phone now, bro. And Scott like looks at the caller ID to make sure he's called the right person. He's like, nah, dude, that's my phone you're holding. He's like, nah, man, shit's mine now, dog. So he's like, dude, I'm gonna come get that phone back. He's like, suit yourself, man. Come on. So we're like, all right. So we go to dude's house. Dude lives in a double wide trailer, and he's got one of the really high porches. Like people like in the cities may not know what this is, but the porch is literally head height. Because like if you put a trailer on like uneven ground, then the one end of the porch is often really high off the ground. So we get to this guy's house, and and the guy's out there in the yard. Scott goes up to him. He's like, dude, I need my cell phone. He's like, you're not getting it back, dude. He's like, dude, I'm going to whoop your ass. You don't give him the cell phone. I'll take the phone back. He's like, fuck you, man. Come on. So Scott just lays into him, starts beating the shit out of him, beats the guy down pretty good, takes the cell phone off the guy, plus all the guy's money because he had to pay me for gas. And he starts walking back to me. Well, I turn around as well, and we didn't notice that shithead grabs a heavy-duty broom handle from somewhere. We don't even know where he got it. Maybe he had it up his ass, but he gets it fast. And it was it was like some Ninja Gaiden shit. He put that and he hits Scott in the lower back with this thing, like he's like or something. Gives him one hell of a whack in the back. Yeah. And once he did it, I hear Scott goes, "Arr!" And I turn around, and the guy's holding the stick. He's looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and he's like, "Oh fuck!" He just runs back into the house.
Yeah.
So I get Scott.
What? I mean, it almost seems like a complete contradiction. It's like the dude's walking up. He clearly sees two people there, but he's gonna wait for the facial expression.
Well, he wasn't. He knew he wasn't gonna beat me up with a stick. That wasn't gonna happen. This is a smaller guy. I'm 6'1", 200 pounds. This guy's about 5'9", 5'10", 150 pounds. He's gonna get an ass beating. I don't care if he's got a stick. So he runs back into the house. I get Scott up, and I'm like making sure he's all right. He's like, "Yeah, dude, I'm all right. I'm glad he hit me in the fucking head." I'm like, "Let's go get him." He's like, "All right." So me and Scott bust into the dude's house. He's home alone, and we're looking for him. And we get to the back bathroom. We kick in the door, and he's standing there looking at his face in the mirror because Scott beat him up pretty good the first time. Yeah. He's like, and he's got this look on his face like, "Oh no, wait." He puts his hands out in front of him like, "No." We both grab him up. I'm talking about we grabbed him up like a bag of flour, and I got one of his shoulders and his belt. Scott does the same. We take him out on the front porch and we give him the old heave ho off the steep end of the porch.
Oh my lord!
Man. I'm talking about we go 1, 2, 3, and we launch his ass off the side of that porch, and Scott jumps down and kicks the shit out of him like that scene out of The Unforgiven where Clint
Eastwood. You guys weren't thinking clearly.
Beat his ass down.
Yeah, if it was me, I'd be like, Scott, look here. There's a gun in that trailer somewhere. Let's just get out of here. We got the cell phone.
My cousin is in a situation where, like, he usually, like, dates 3 to 5 women a week, something like that, and he's kind of tired of having to be, like, sneaky about it. So we were driving to Tennessee, like, this 8-hour drive, and he decided that, well, we kind of decided, I was joking when I suggested it, but what he wants to do is convince 3 to 5 women to all be his girlfriend exclusively, but all know about each other. So sort of like one of those situations where you're married.
Polyamory?
To, like, yeah. Well, no, I think that's... Isn't that with gods?
No.
That's polydia. That's like...
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Polygamy. We're talking about polygamy.
Polygamy is the one I was going for. Polyandry I need to look up.
Anyway.
A form of marriage in which a woman has 2 husbands.
Fair enough. Anyway, he wants to have 3 to 5 girlfriends who all know about each other and all hang out with him at the same time. And he already got 3 of them to agree to this. And on top of it all, get this. That wasn't good enough for him. He's like, I want people to know that those are my bitches. He's like, I want them to get my name tattooed to their left breast. 2 of them have agreed.
This is like psychopath that you're talking
about.
No,
it sounds like
Charles
you got
Manson.
You sound like
Manson.
Sounds like your buddy needs to quit riding with you and start getting that pimp game on par.
Dude, and he started calling himself Gator, like from the other guy's movie with Will Ferrell. Like he thinks he is Gator now, so he'll just be like, Gator don't play no shit. And I told him he's gonna be like
he needs to start a YouTube channel called Gator Don't Play No Shit, where he's like the #1 redneck pimp, and he's wearing like a big pimp hat, but it's camouflage and has a turkey feather in it. But he's pretty
We
serious.
need
about
more
the whole
pictures
thing.
of this guy. I need more pictures of left boobs. I need to
We
see
need,
this
we
documented.
need full slate of proof here.
We haven't heard so my cousin was driving back home from his job. It was a rough job, so every day he's in a bad mood leaving it. It's a factory job, and this BMW is like riding his ass, and the BMW like tries to pass him, and they got into some kind of altercation where like the guy felt like my cousin was being too aggressive with the way that he was driving, and the guy starts like slamming on the brakes and really fucking with my cousin the whole way. He felt like my cousin had tried to wreck him, so my cousin pulls over at the next gas station. This guy pulls in behind him, and they both get out. This guy's like older, 60, 65. He's with his wife. And he gets in my cousin's face immediately, and he starts really chewing him out. He's like, and my cousin's taking it because this guy's an older gentleman. My cousin's like 25, but he keeps going on, and he gets to a point where he's being insulting. He says something like, "Do you know how much that car costs? You can't afford that car. You couldn't afford to fix that. You know how much money I make?" And my cousin's like, "You need to stop, mister. You need to stop and get back in your fucking car. You couldn't afford..." And my cousin just lays the guy out, knocks him unconscious. And then he looks down and realizes what he's done. He's like, "Fuck, I might have just killed this old fucker." And then the guy's wife is screaming, "You killed him! You killed Larry!" He's like, and I just snapped, and I went, "Get back in the car, bitch, or you get some too!" And I hopped in my truck and sped out of there. So we didn't hear about the guy like dying or anything, so chances are he got up with a nasty headache.
So let me tell you this story, because this is actually a pretty good one. My cousin and I we got to a four-way stop, a four-way red light, and to my right there was a car coming, and it hadn't quite slowed down enough. I was worried that maybe it was going to run the red light, so I didn't go right away, even though my light was green. And there's a car behind me that just lays on the horn, and I'm not talking about one of those beep, like, hey buddy, let's go. He's like, wah, and I'm like turn around, I'm like, what the fuck? And I look back, and I'm like, the guy's looking at me, and he could see me in the mirror, and I like mouth, "Fuck you," and turn around and give him the bird. And it's this black guy in this like shitty ass car, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that guy's problem was. And so we drive about a quarter of a block, and my cousin's like, he wants you to pull over. And I look back, and the guy's like motioning, he's like pointing toward his right, like pull over. I'm like, well, he just made a fucking mistake, because I'm like 18 years old. I'm going through that phase where it's like, nobody's gonna fuck with me, and I've actually got what I call my thumper in the truck with me, which is basically about 15 inches of the end of a baseball bat with duct tape wrapped around it. So I'm like, all right, this guy's gonna have a bad day, so I'll hop out with that, and I run up to his passenger side window, and I start screaming at him. I'm like, "Yeah, you want me to fuck you up? You want to fuck you up, you piece of shit?" And he's like terrified. He like backs up into the car. He's like, "I'm a judge," and I'm like, "Oh no." He might as well have pulled out a double-barreled shotgun. I was like, time to go. I like jump back in the truck. Scott at this point is like running around the truck like he's there to back me up. He's like, I was going to get him from the driver's side and drag him out. I'm like, no. We take off out of there. I'm worried the guy's going to get my plates. So I just drive right into the intersection. I don't even look for cars. We could have easily been T-boned. I'm on sidewalks. I'm driving through parking lots. Anything to get the fuck out of there. We drove around for an hour just in the wrong direction away from home to avoid the police. So that is knew that guy was going to be calling the cops. But if you're ever in a situation where you think somebody's going to beat the hell out of you, just yell, "I'm a judge," because that's better than a gun. That scared the shit out of me.
I ran into Scott's house one time, and I won't go through the whole story, but it was that time where someone had been chasing us with a gun because we were trespassing. So we'd already been running from somebody with a gun that night. We were like 19, and he was 18. And he made it back to his house before I could because I took a roundabout loop to escape the gentleman. And when I opened the door to Scott's house, he's waiting there with a pistol, and he goes, "Snap." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" He goes, "I don't know." Shit. And I'm like, "Why?" He's like, I thought you were him coming in. I'm like, "Well, it's me coming in."
you should have knocked. I'm like, yeah, I guess so. I'll knock forever now. And then it was a joke between us for like, it still is to this day. Like, even if like we've just been speaking to each other and I go to the bathroom, I knock from the inside of the bathroom. I'm coming out.
So it snapped. Was there not one in the chamber? Was it a dud?
Yeah, he had like a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson semi-auto, and he had not chambered it up. They were in the mag, but you know, it was aimed
That's
right
an
at my
easy
stomach
mistake to make under pressure.
area. Not for him. He has no excuse. I was like, you know, what if I'd actually been a burglar? I could have taken that thing right away from you. From now on, always one in the chamber. Hammer back, locked and cocked. That's how this family rolls. Pussy.
Yeah, what
And
a
now he
bitch.
does.
He
Always
should have
locked and
killed you
cocked.
where you stood.
Exactly. Crippled me right there. It probably would have fucking killed me. I'd have probably died right there. He shoots me
Hello, this is FBS Russia.
I'd have like a weaponized wheelchair.
That would have fucking
Operating
ruined
on
this
my tongue.
podcast. All your tone would have been gone. Just
No, it would have been better because like if I didn't want to show up, I could just write a program. That was very humorous, Woody.
Woody, I think he's asleep again. He's drooling all over his goddamn shirt. Yeah, that would have been sad. You're made retarded.
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't shoot me.
Me too.
I bet that would really fucking hurt.
Yeah, I bet. That probably would really,
Or,
really suck.
like many of the other deaths we've been talking about on the show tonight, not hurt at all.
Instant.
Yeah, if it was a shot to the chest, appropriate. You know,
He was
No, the
kind
gut,
of like
he was saying. Like,
he was
that's
kind.
gonna take
was
away.
it?
He was aimed like dead center mass, like probably right where your what do you
Sternum?
Your
Sternum.
liver?
right below your rib cage. What's that called? Where if you get hit there, it knocks the wind out of
sternum,
you.
right? Am I crazy?
Sure, I'll just
Nice.
say sternum. Yeah, I can't think of the word I was looking for, but yeah, it would have probably fucking clipped my spine and ruined me, or I'd have bled out right there with a hollow point 40 caliber at point blank. Like I'm probably not surviving that. This ain't the movies.
Plus, there's Kyle. That's a big scar. Hit the reset button. Rather be
Yeah,
dead.
yeah. I just take myself out because of my vanity. Yeah.
So my original question for Kyle is that what happened to Gator?
Gator's cooking.
He's cooking.
Gator's cooking. Don't
Cooking
worry.
what?
Gator's gonna be cooking some bear real soon. Don't worry.
Gator's cooking bear real
He
soon.
hasn't posted a video in forever.
Gator had to go to jail for a little while. He hurt somebody.
Can you tell me what happened? Maybe off the air.
Gator don't. I will tell you off the air if you'll tweet me and I'll send you a DM. Gator's a bad motherfucker. He hurt somebody. Gator don't.
All right.
I don't like that. I don't like nosy fucking neighbors. Like I dealt with enough of that in my time. Like I had that nosy fucking bitch. That's you. That's you, Paula. Paula, you bitch. Fucking called the Secret Service on me. You nut job.
The Secret Service? Did you threaten the president?
What number do you even call for that? Yes,
The
911.
Treasury Department.
You're
You
not
call
going to
the
be able
Treasury
to
Department.
handle
You
this.
ask the Secret Service Division. That's what she fucking did because of my explosions going off.
Why would
And
you
so I was-
think they were the appropriate?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because she's trailer trash.
Oh.
And she's a real piece of shit.
You know who wouldn't
So-
do that? Vibrator earrings chick. She'd think it
She'd
was
never
cool.
do that.
You
So
wouldn't.
what I did is I would load up the old bowling ball mortar about 5-6 times a day, set that bad boy off because it sounds like 10 pounds of dynamite going off.
Now I spent a lot of money on bowling balls. But
They're free. That's the best part. By the way, I still have my bowling ball mortar. That's not a firearm at all. You can have all the bowling ball mortars you want, and just an ounce of black powder will launch a 16-pound bowling ball a quarter of a fucking
That's why
mile.
the side of my stable looks like a pirate ship. You open those little half doors and roll the bowling ball mortars out.
Yeah, I would go to the bowling alley.
Colin, Hope, Jackie, ready?
Load!
10 degrees northeast. You got your fucking admiral hat on. Your pantaloons and 15 pistols, single shot strapped across your chest.
Yeah, I would
Telescope.
fucking I'd go to the bowling alley and I'd be like, hey, do you have any broken balls that I could have? And they're like, no, we got nothing like that. I was like, well, hang on a minute.
I load them into a cannon and I fire them 1/4 mile with it. Here, let me show you a video. And then they, holy fuck.
Well, why didn't you lead with that?
We got a. That's literally how it goes every time. We got a bunch of them. You want them? And they'll just give them to me for free. So I would just I'd drive back home with the back of my truck is just bowling balls rolling around like that back there, and we go out there and have one hell of a time. Those things are fun as fuck.
That sounds like fun. I want to try that someday.
Mine like rotates like 90 degrees or something. I guess 90 degrees. So you can fire straight ahead. So I've like shot cars with it and stuff like that, like a cannon. Or then you can tilt it all the way up and shoot straight up like a mortar. So you sort of do this big arcing fire thing. We loaded that thing up with a bowling ball one time, and I stood right next to a ballistics gel dummy, and I mean right next to it. Like I can put my hand on his shoulder. Mm-hmm. And they fired the bowling ball at the ballistics gel guy right over my shoulder and exploded him in high speed. But Kitty was like, "Oh, we can't show that to anyone. It's too dangerous." And I was like, "Then why did I fucking do it?"
You should have still uploaded it and been
There's
like,
a couple videos.
"Now, my
of that.
friends, this is what we call movie magic."
It's like you could tell it's not movie magic. You see the bowling ball come out at like 6,000 frames per second. Did it hurt?
Did the gel hit you? I should start with.
Oh no, it just sort of exploded and fell to
Went
pieces.
past you, maybe. Yeah.
You could tell that, like, if it had hit me, it would have turned me inside fucking out.
Yeah,
like
I think most people know this. The thing about water or gel is it doesn't compress, right? It can deform, but it doesn't compress. So unless it can deform fast enough, it might as well be a solid.
Pretty much. It's meant to mimic human flesh. It's supposed to be the same consistency as like our fatty tissues and innards, minus the
Is
bones.
it as heavy? Like if you picked up a torso of
It's heavy when
that
you pick up the
gel,
torso.
would it feel like a human torso where it's like
Pretty
80
heavy.
pounds or
Like the I would say probably 50 pounds. It doesn't have the bones in it, but so that you're lacking that. But still, it's like, all right, I got it. There we go. It's a load. Normally we would get it in these like rectangular cubes,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really fucking expensive shit. I was lucky enough that they would.
Did you
just
ever
give
make it?
I tried making it,
Uh-huh.
and you got to do such a good job. It's the clarity is important on camera, especially with high speed, because you want that side angle where the bullet enters and deforms and does its whole thing. And so if the gel isn't extra clear, like as clear as glass, then that you really have a terrible looking shot on camera. And so I would try to recycle it. That's what I would really try to do is after we've shot a piece, let's melt it down and filter it, put it back in the mold. But it just never came out
All these
pristine.
tiny air bubbles.
Yeah, air bubbles, and it would be yellowed and foggy and gray, and it would do all sorts of different things. It was just better to just get another block because you wanted.
How much is a block?
They would give them to me, but they're not cheap. Like over $100, I think maybe. I don't know. I didn't have to pay for them, but I remember the idea of paying for them was almost like fuck that.
Sometimes, well, your videos are really profitable though. Like
Yeah,
your
but-
videos had a budget, which I was always. Your videos grew, right? So like there was one video you made where you literally just like stood in near a water source. So people say they're not real bullets, and you shot it in the water. It was new to me to see all the splashes from the bullet. It was a neat effect, and it was that straightforward. It was I'm gonna make it up, a $6 video, right? No big deal.
Yeah.
Later on, there was bigger budgets. They could cost thousands to put that together. They're blowing up cars and things.
Yeah, every car it was about $700 to $1,000 depending on how much I had to spend, and often was buying the guns. So you'd have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in there. If there's any high speed work that's not done by Richard Ryan, who was always kind enough to donate his time and cameras, that's like $5,000 a day just to have the camera there.
Didn't the Iraq
And,
guys help you out too? Or am I crazy?
Yeah, but they had the same high speed camera that you have. Well, I paid them. I paid Eric would donate his time, but Chad, like that's his job. He had sort of quit his real life job, and so I would pay him for his time and effort and everything. He was traveling and
his investment.
So, yeah, I paid him, and it deservingly so. But some of those videos, I think the quad rotor video was $450,000 to make that video. Not and it wasn't the CGI, it wasn't the props house. It was the
fucking they rented a movie ranch out in the desert outside of Los Angeles. There were 2 or 3 fire trucks, 2 or 3 ambulances. I had a wardrobe and makeup girl for some reason. There were professional explosives experts up in a cherry picker with guns setting off stuff. There was explosives being wired up everywhere, and we're doing it in Los Angeles, not in fucking Georgia. So everything is 5 times more expensive than it normally was. And they did a full day of shooting, maybe 50 people getting paid for a full day on a union movie job. There was a director, there was a card girl with my lines on them. They wasted so. I was like, let's just do it in Georgia. Give me the 450 grand. I'll do it for $125. like, no. Gustav really wants to work with you.
Jeremy, you got a lot of jobs today.
Jeremy, have you ever been a card girl?
I'm going to pay you $300.
I used to do this prank to Rich Domville. If anybody knows the guy who's about 50 years old named Rich Domville, I'm so sorry, Rich, for the hell I was 19, dude. What the fuck? I couldn't help it. This guy, I ruined his days. Like he wasn't a good salesman. He started the same time as I did, and I was much better than he ever was. He never did very well, and he just had a hard time. And I would steal his chair, for his desk chair, while he was with customers, like just turned around for an instant, and I'd have it, and it was gone. And nobody would know what had happened. And he'd just be like, what the? And he'd have these meltdowns, and he'd lose customers. And we thought it was hilarious. But I was just kind of a prankster. On Saturdays, we always had helium balloons in the showroom, and I would tie the balloon to a paper clip, bend one end out so there was a hook. I'd walk up behind you and hook it on your belt loop. Now you're a walking clown. You just got a balloon with you all the time. Sometimes I'd write something on the balloon. You're greeting customers with the game eventually became how many balloons can you put on the guy before he knows it? like we get to 6 or 7 sometimes. There was this one guy who started, and he was really high strung. He just had a lot of nervous tics. He didn't get along with anyone. He was very overweight. He would sweat so much. He would just be soaking through the collars of his white shirts and stuff. But he was huge. He was like 6'6", I guess. I got to look up at this guy, and he had his neck was like really craned forward. This big 45-year-old intimidating guy. And for some reason, I thought it would be a good idea to cover his phone headset, like the both ends of it, with ink from one of those ink sets, like that you use on stamps, like the legit ink. I inked his phone. Then I go to my desk when my buddy saw, and I dial his extension, fucking call him up. He's 6, and it's big, goopy, like half circle here, and his whole ear on the inside is all black. He didn't notice for like an hour, but he knew who did it. He's fucking screaming at me in the middle of the showroom floor, like threatening me, like
Are you filled with regret at this point?
And I'm just laughing at him. It's great. So I was kind of a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's a genuinely mean-spirited thing to do to another human being.
That every day. I did that every day. Like
Balloon thing's funny.
The balloon thing was funny. I would also tape balloons to the bathroom door. You use double-side Scotch tape, and then I would glue a thumbtack to the wall. So when the door opens, thumbtack plus balloon, and you get a loud explosion from a helium balloon in a bathroom, and just scared the fuck out of everybody all day long. And to the point where like the salesman who hadn't been pranked or who had already been pranked are just waiting on the next one. Like I added some fun to the office. It was a real. There's a lot of drudgery to it. Everybody's hauling in there every morning early as fuck, drinking our shitty bitter coffee, and needed to add some laughs to the day so there wouldn't be some cries. And I put on my gay voice, which is it's a bit insulting. I won't do it now. Just stereotypical lispy gay voice. Hi there, how are you doing? I'd like to buy an F-150. Oh, absolutely. Well, I'll buy all the options, sweetie. So it just went on and on like that, basically like pumping this guy up. Like, yeah, I'm ready to come in now. When I buy a car, I buy a car. I'm like taking any of his fears away. I'm letting him know I'm a customer. I'm coming in today. This is more of an appointment I'm setting up. I don't want to. You don't have to wine and dine me. I'm easy to bed here. I'm getting that across to him 100%. And then I drop the dime on him. I'm like, all right. But here's the thing. Every time I buy a car, I like to take a little something from the salesman. One guy took his tie. One guy took one of his socks. It was silly. I took another guy's belt when I bought a nice Camaro one year. With you, Mitty, I got to ask you, could you do something like that?
Oh, yes, absolutely. You come in to buy the car today, we make a deal.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Mitty, I gotta ask, boxers or briefs? And it's just quiet, and you can see he's over there, oh. And we're all just like fucking schoolgirls laughing our asses off. I'm like, shh, let's hear. He's fucking,
briefs.
I'm like, wow, I'll tell you what. I'll be there in 35 minutes, Mitty. I've got my brother. He's bringing me down. That way he can take my car home. I'm keeping it, but I want that F-150. So if he can get it brought around, I'll pay whatever the sticker price is. That's how I do business. No muff, no fuss. And I'm going to need that underwear in hand when I get there. And he agrees to it. Everything's sold. He walks past us to the bathroom to take off his underwear. And that's when we let him have it. He turned redder than any Asian man has ever turned. Like, he was so humiliated in a way that you can only humiliate an Asian man. Like a white guy could have shook this off, but not him. It was like I fucking chipped away at generations of honor. And we're in this face-off where I'm 6'2" of me in my like business in my like suit shoes or whatever. They're kind of lifted on the bottom. And he's all of like 5'5", and he fucking does this underhanded karate punch like this and punches me in the stomach. And I'm certainly not Bruce Wayne or anything, but if I see somebody gonna hit me in the stomach, I had enough like locker room bouts in high school to like tighten up really quick, and it didn't hurt at all. And I was just like, "The fuck's your problem, Mitty?" And I just pushed him. And when I pushed him, we were kind of up on this like raised platform, so he stumbles backwards and falls on some desk. And there's the general manager right there. CJ Turner just walked in, and he just saw me push this old guy down some stairs. He's like, "Kyle, what you doing, Kyle? You're my soldier, Kyle. What you doing starting fights in the showroom floor?"
Kyle's the assassin.
I was. He's my assassin. Not like this. Not like this. Chris Tucker or something. And I'm like, whoa, let me explain. And I very quickly explained to him what had just happened, and he's just like, and then I didn't think it was possible. He turned even redder. Mitty turned even redder. And he never spoke to me again. Never looked at me again. Like. Ever. That was the last time we ever had any sort of back and forth or even like eye contact from that day forward. He worked there for like another 10 months or something.
That was really, really fucking funny.
That was the Mitty prank.
But that is also really, really mean. Because this isn't just like a prank where you're like doing something with their tea or something where it's like, oh, there's not as much sweetener as you anticipated.
Yeah, I put salt in your water.
Yeah, it's something where it's like he's sitting there like, oh my god, I can sell this car. My wife, she can get a new dress. We'll be able to go out this month. My kids, they can buy. I'll be able to get the N64. I'll be the hero that they want me to be. And then it's some little shit-eating punk sitting across the way, giving you a shit. Oh Lord. Man, the way you described this sounds like it was Animal House in the showroom. Like, what were customers doing as you were berating Asian men for,
See, that's the
taking
thing.
underwear off?
It's only busy at certain times. We're doing this because there's nothing else to do.
Why
there
are
are no
you working
customers.
so many hours then? You said you have to work tons of hours. Can't you just cherry pick the good ones?
No, you got to be there in case somebody strolls in. Because if somebody walks in at a weird time, it might be because they took off work.
I saw him getting. I'm not even exaggerating. Like I wouldn't say it just because that's my daddy. He's a badass. No, it's not like that. Like every time I talk to one of the guys that's like my dad's buddy, he's like, your dad is a badass. I saw him get this guy one time by a phone booth outside of Tasty Freeze. He knocked every one of his fucking teeth out. And I was asking my dad one time when I was like 14. I'm like, so how did you do that? I heard you never lost a fight. He's like, I've never been hit. I was like, so I'm like, you got in all these fights. I'm like I'm talking about dozens and dozens of fights. I'm like, how do you get in that many fights and never get hit? He's like, I would always just tackle them, sit on their stomach, and beat the shit out of them. And like and basically what he's talking about was just grounding and pounding before anybody put grounding and pounding.
Keto
I saw him get in a fight one time, and at the time I guess my dad was like 48, and I guess I was like 12 or 13 or something. But this guy had been running his mouth and saying some stuff he shouldn't be saying, and it kept weighing on my dad. And he's like, "All right, we got to go find him." So we go to where this guy's working, and it's actually at a farm. And the other guy is bigger than my dad. He's probably 6'5", 300 pounds. This big, goofy-looking dude. And my dad gets out of the car, and the guy's like, "Hey, Lamar, what's going on?" He's like, "You son of a bitch! I heard what you said." And we're in it's like a gravel driveway there, and it's the really big gravel, like it's like as big as your fist. Well, as big as a normal person's fist. And he picks up one of these rocks and holds it in his hand. And I asked him later, I'm like, "Why'd you pick up the rock?" He's like, "I wanted to make sure my hand was hard." And he punches the guy in the temple, and it's so loud, I had the windows roll up, and I heard it. Pop! And this guy just, like, falls out into the back of his own truck, and my dad starts choking him, and his hands are reaching all the way around this man's neck, and the fingers are touching on the back, because I can see from where I am that, like, he's got this man's neck like it's a chicken's neck, this giant man, and he's choking the shit out of him, and the man starts crying at this point. And, so my dad he's like, I guess I can't rough him up too much more because he's out there crying in front of all these people. There were a lot of people watching. So then he went into what he calls the humiliation mode, which is where he just kicks the man in the ass for about 3 minutes and cusses at him.
So my father was the opposite, but I have a fight story too. Let me tell it.
Hey, I can say that you pick the rock up so you don't break your knuckles.
Oh, he broke every bone in his hand, and he sawed the cast off 2 weeks later and just rolled with it.
I did not purchase these hookers. I would never do such a thing. But a hooker
Of course not. You don't need to.
A hooker was purchased for me. I guess I did that night because Plan A had definitely fallen through. So I did not purchase this hooker, but a hooker was purchased for me, and I did not turn down said hooker. And because she was a very good-looking blonde lady, and I was okay. I'll have sex with you. So first things first, you got a picture. It's me, my friend, my cousin, and Jeremy with the issue, and so the whole trip, my friend Scott and I, my cousin, had been discussing this plot to find a transsexual hooker and sick her, if you will, on Jeremy. So he'd be like really into it because she's attractive, and then it would have a dick. And it'd be like a big fun joke, like, she got a dick, right? And we thought that'd be hilarious, but we weren't really going to.
Dangerous sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. We weren't going to go through with it. We just thought it was a really funny joke, and we talked about it semi-seriously. You know what I mean? So.
Do you mean you didn't go through with it out of principle, or you couldn't find a tranny hooker in time?
That was attractive.
Because you also started with this conversation with like, well, I'm not into hookers, but well, this one time one was purchased for me. And it's like,
hey, Backpage
so you're not
is a hell
into
of a
it,
resource,
or
Taylor.
Only hooker
Backpage
story.
is a hell of a resource.
I promise. This is my only hooker story. So,
okay.
I'm trying to think.
Jeremy, tranny, fucking hookers.
Okay. So you have to. My cousin and I have been discussing throughout this long road trip to Texas the possibility of getting this tranny hooker and sicking her on Jeremy. So that's in your minds now. So we have our hookers in tow. We go back up to our floor, and we just sort of barge into Scott's room where he's sleeping. And Jeremy's in there as well. And so, like, one of the hookers just hops in bed with him, and she's like, "Hey, baby," and blah, blah, blah. And she's, like, kissing him on the cheek, and he was like, "Oh, hey, what's going on? All right." I was like, "Hey, Scott, you remember that special kind of lady we were going to get for Jeremy?" He goes, "What the fuck? What the?" He's just like chest puffed out. "What the fuck?" And he's looking from me to her and trying to decide who takes the beating first. He's just like, "Somebody's going to fucking pay. Somebody's going to pay." And I'm like, "He thinks you're a man. Prove it." Like, shows him her vagina, and it's like all cool, man. But he was ready to blow. And like you said, it would have been a dangerous scenario to actually pull something.
Like I guess that stunt wouldn't work on me because of the whole thing would be a non-starter. But a hypothetical single Woody would have had a good laugh with you guys. But some guys, they respond violently to that thing.
Oh, yeah, some guys.
I think most guys would respond violently.
Really? All right, is it my turn to tell a fucking story yet?
No, it's done yet. So that was just an addendum. That was just like a little side chapter to my main story. So me and my hooker go back to the room. we start doing it or whatever, and it was really weak. She like wanted to like go down on me with like a condom on, which was like I was like,
What
oh,
in
this
God's
is,
name is she doing? She's supposed to be a professional.
and I'm struggling, and she's like, is it gonna get harder than this? And I'm just like, all right, focus. So I like focus with all my willpower, and I
force the blood.
Yeah. Like focus with all my willpower, and I get the full master, whatever, and we go at it, and we get done, and she goes, "Oh no," and I'm like, "I've never heard that in bed before." I was like, "What? What?" And I'm scared because I've never heard. Imagine like you just have complete or whatever and the deed is done, and some lady that you've never met before goes, "Oh no." I'm terrified, and I look down, and there's blood everywhere. I mean, a pool of blood, like you slaughter a goat at sacrifice. Like Satan would have accepted this. He totally would have. There's blood everywhere, all over my crotch area, my unit, my legs. There's blood everywhere.
My units, Jesus.
Who fucking uses that
My
term
piece.
anymore?
My piece.
Big Jimmy and the twins.
Yeah. And she's covered with blood, to her credit as well, because she was on her period and she thought, I'll just put a diaphragm in to hold back the floodgates of hell.
A really shitty dam you've got.
So it
there.
looked like the shining elevator all over that room.
Hey, it could have been worse. It could have been no period. And
She's like, no one's ever been big enough to knock it loose before. And I'm just like, I don't want to hear that right now.
I appreciate your compliment, but we got to deal with these stains right
But
now.
I could see how embarrassed she was. I mean, she was a hooker, all right, but she wasn't like classless. She had enough dignity to be horrified by this situation. She was just completely embarrassed. She was like calling downstairs for more sheets and stuff and apologizing for all of that, because I was like, you're gonna have to do something about those sheets because they're gonna think I killed somebody. Like, questions will be asked about this, okay? Think
That's
ahead.
a lot of fucking
He's
blood.
like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You can't just check out and leave this kind of shit. And I'm just like, yes. So I made her call down. She got the new sheets and everything. She apologized. We had a little incident. They're very dirty, so be careful how you handle them. And there's, oh, I understand, blah, blah, blah. And left. Actually, it was Texas. Like, yes, I understand. So she left with the, Rosarita left with the sheets or whatever. And I kept picking on her. I was like, you know what? We're blood brothers now. We're blood brothers. So that was my hooker story. That was a really weird thing. And it got
Did
worse.
you get tested?
He had a condom on. He's
Well,
fine.
did you? The condom isn't some magical thing that keeps half gallon of blood from getting in places.
Well, he didn't start drinking it
It's
like
a
a
full
trough
body
and go,
condom.
oh, yeah.
He doesn't
blood."
have to.
I
He doesn't
been-
have to.
I have been tested since during my regular physical exams.
How
Make
many
sure-
open wounds do you have in your cock during intercourse, Kyle, where that would
Well,
be an issue?
Zero.
That's the number to seek. Yeah, 0.
Yeah. I had an open wound. Would you I think you
Oh,
really got more.
certainly. If
Like
there
if
was
you've got
blood
like
and open
button on
wound.
the side of that thing, you're just like, I don't know, weird lady I've never met before. It seems a little risky. No one does that, and that's insane. So yeah.
Interesting story.
So you have a story, Woody, and you are just
Woody-
ready. I mean, for one thing, like I didn't get along too well with much. I mean, I hit one of the fucking teachers. I don't think they liked me very much there at that high school.
What did
I think they
they do to you for you to hit them?
nothing. It was 100% unprovoked. I did it on a dare. I Donkey Konged him. I haven't told you about Donkey Konging Mr. Cawthon.
No,
don't
tell me
think so.
about it.
I got a shop teacher named Mr. Cawthon. He's 6'4", maybe like 160 pounds, really skinny guy. But he's like 40 years old. He's balding on top. He got a real southern accent. And he's the leader of our shop class. It's woodworking, masonry. We build gazebos for
This guy sounds
auctions
cool.
and stuff. He's cool enough, actually. He
Yeah,
really
right?
is. He was very nice to us despite shit like this. And so there was this rap song that one of my friends listened to. He listened to like underground, like Atlanta rap. And this rapper would always talk about Donkey. In one of the songs, he's talking about Donkey Kong and hoes. And like there's that part of the rap song where they stop rapping and you like hear them smoke like yo, and then they start like talking, yo man, and like going back and forth, and they get into this thing about Donkey Kong and them hoes. And the first guy was like, yeah, man, I just got out of jail because I hit my girl and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, nah, man, you don't hit those girls in the face. You Donkey Kong that hoe. You hit her in the top of her head so the police don't see no bruise. And it's just a ridiculous rap song about you basically make a fist, and you know how Donkey Kong's got a hammer and he hits you with a hammer. Top of the head. Just top of the head with the bottom of your hand, you know, with the meaty part, not with a knuckle or anything. It's a jolt. Like, you're like, whoa, what the fuck happened? And so we were doing it to each other as a joke at first. And then I would just start doing it to random people in the hallways. And it became kind of a joke. I was like, I'll do it to anybody. I don't fucking care. I think it's funny. And they were like, I bet you won't do it to Mr. Coffin. And I was like, I will fucking do it to Mr. Coffin. I don't give a shit. And they were like, you won't do it. You won't do it. Double dog dare you, mother. And keep in mind, I'm like 16 years old. And so, like, I walk up to Mr. Coffin's podium as the class is starting, and he's like, you know, you guys get on the masonry, and you know, you need to get on the shingles on the gazebo. And Myers, what are you doing today? And I just went, Donkey Kong, and hit him in the top of the head real fucking hard. I hit him real fucking hard in the top of the head, so much so that he went, ugh, like that, and he just froze and looked at me like with just hate in his eyes. And I thought he was going to hit me, and I was getting ready to fight maybe. I didn't know what was going to happen. And he just grabbed me by the arm. He's like, come to my office. And he told on me. He went and fucking told on me.
Of course he did. He can't let that precedent be set that you can just rap people on top of the head.
He should have hit me. If to be honest, if he'd have smacked me in the head, like no matter what he did, he could have hit me in any way he wanted, been straight. No problem at all.
Cost him his whole career.
Nah, I wouldn't have said shit. So,
your dad be on his side.
So they suspend me for like 2 days or whatever. And my dad made fun of him afterward. Pussy, pussy. He went so long. There were a couple incidents like that with my dad and teachers. But anyway,
God,
like
what a rabble-rousing little bastard you were.
I don't know why I did it. They were just telling me I wouldn't, and I just knew I would, and they just kept saying I wouldn't, and I was, fuck it, I'll do it. I just don't fucking care. The other one was I had another teacher, and it was so like the other I had missed 6 days of his class, and if you miss more than 5, you just fail. And he had written in the book, and so like I didn't know it, but I had missed 6 days out of just his class. And he didn't know it either, so the paperwork goes through. I get my report card, you know, in the summertime for the past year, and I failed a class. And this is going to, like, fuck up my, like, graduation time. Like it's going to be cutting it close. I can only fail so many. And so, like, I told my dad about it, and he's all upset. And it just so happened that the teacher shot skeet with us, sporting clays. And so we're all at the sporting clay place. We're about to meet up, and it's myself, and it's the teacher who's failed me accidentally, and it's two more men who know both me, the teacher, and my father. And they start fucking with the teacher. Like this one guy, his name's Bart, and Bart has a stutter. He's about 40 years old, and he's very, very much from the South. You ought not have done that. You ought not have failed that, boy. I tell you right now. Lamar Myers whoop a man's ass over something like that. I've seen him do it. I've seen him put a terrible ass whooping on a man for not nothing. Not nothing. Damn it, I wouldn't have done that. And they just keep doing this to him. Like 2 or 3 guys are just telling the teacher, like, you shouldn't have done that. Lamar's mad. He's pissed. He's on the way over here.
Did he fail
Dad
you
doesn't know
accidentally?
anything about this shit. He's not upset. He wouldn't beat up a teacher over a grade. He don't fucking care. So, like, Dad pulls up, and the teacher has this in his head. He meets my dad at his truck and is like looking in the window. Hey there. Hey, I just wanted to let you know I'm going to straighten all this stuff out with Kyle and his grades and everything. I'm going to make sure he's doing okay. And his dad's like, all right, then. That sounds good. But they got in his head so bad and got him so scared. I shot a guy at the lunch table point blank with this super rubber band thing and a plastic launching thing I had made for it, and shot him right in the eyeball, like across the table. And I meant to, not his eyeball, but his face. I was like, I'm gonna shoot him in the face with this. And it was like the projectile was, you know, when you open a 20-ounce soda, there's that little plastic ring that like detaches. Mm-hmm. I had chewed on that until it was flat, and then that I bent around the rubber band. And I had a legit rubber band. Like, this isn't something you'd find in an office. Like, I was like, and it hit him right in the eye, and he stands up and he wants to fight, and I'm like, well, I know I'm in the wrong here, but all right, let's fight. And we get like, we square off, and then he goes blind. I can see his eyes go blank. He's like real intense, and then he goes. And I was just like, for a minute, I was just like, maybe I give him a little jab here. And, maybe I just finish him up real quick. I could take him out in 3 seconds. I could put a combo on.
Go
this
Ronda
guy's
Rousey
blind.
on his ass.
But instead, I was just like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And he's like, "I can't see." And I was just like, "Well, fucking sit down and don't tell on me."
Why did you shoot him in the eye?
I didn't mean to hit the eye. I just wanted to shoot him in the face.
Okay, I'll ask again.
Why'd you want to
Why
attack
did
the
you
kid?
shoot him? Like, did he do something to
I
deserve
didn't-
this?
He's just a douche,
You know,
right?
you're
You just didn't
taking
like
my
him.
gold medal, I think. Like, these stories are pretty legit.
I just did it because I wanted to.
But his things are when he's a kid, and I'm gonna give a little bit of a pass
That's
to
high
that kind of
school. That's
stuff.
high school.
Yeah, that's high school. You know,
I would also
you're mean to
organize
wait
big-
staff to this day at the age of 42.
That's true. I would go buy
Those
back
women cut
there.
themselves after having to encounter Matthew Woodward.
Anyone else got a first fight?
Kyle, did you kick somebody?
I think I remember like in early elementary school, this older black kid trying to start a fight with me, and he punched me in the face, and for some reason my reaction to that was laughter, and that really freaked him out, and he hit me again, and I continued to laugh, and he got really scared and ran away.
Dude, that can be a natural reaction if you just get overwhelmed by the emotion of that happening. You'll just start cracking up. Like people will start laughing like that at funerals sometimes because their body doesn't know how to react.
Yeah, started
that can
laughing
freak
at him,
people out.
and I remember that though. That was like 3rd grade, maybe.
So this guy was like,
So that was probably really creepy, like a little fucking creepy horror movie Kyle kid laughing maniacally.
Went to school with a guy called Andrew Stevens, and Andrew didn't fuck around. Andrew was, I think Jim Rome refers to people like Andrew as likes to fight guy. He likes to fight. Like, he didn't care who it was. He wasn't one of those big guys who beat up on little guys. He was one of those big guys who just liked to beat up on guys. Didn't matter if it was a big dude, small dude, he didn't care. And he would be the one that started the fight. And sometimes there'd be no fucking reason. He'd just do it. And,
Really? See, that's
yeah.
not cool. Like, it's one thing to find other people who like to fight. Like, I'm totally fine with that. You know, if you're a fighter, even in like a bar situation, you run into someone else who's like, "Oh, sweet, fight tonight," then that's all right. But to pick on a guy for no reason, I hope one day he runs into Joe Lozon.
I've seen, like the problem was he was a big dude. And
Dude, I'm talking about Joe Lozon.
I remember my dad made him cry one time. That's the only time I ever saw him
Hey.
like get scared from anything. My dad screamed at him, made him cry one time. But
Some motherfuckers you got to shoot.
oh my god! But seriously though, this guy got in a fight in the lunchroom with a black guy, and the black guy picks up a no, I got it wrong. I'm sorry. He gets in a fight in the lunchroom with a white guy who's a smaller guy, and the smaller guy picks up a lunch tray and whacks Andrew in the head with it. Now, lunch trays, apparently, I don't know too much about physics, but if you hit somebody in the head with a lunch tray, it doesn't hurt them at all. If you're in,
I was
what
thinking that
actually
too.
happens is that lunch tray explodes into shrapnel, which went over and hit a really big black dude in the head. And I'm talking about the corner of the lunch tray, not the sharp end, but just the blunt corner of the lunch tray hits this black guy in the forehead like you hit him in the head with a ball-peened hammer. And, of course, the black guy's mad now, and Andrew's mad, and they're both mad at the same person.
At this little guy? Oh, no. That's not how I was hoping this would go.
So began one of the worst ass whoopings of all time. The white guy tries to make a break for it, but they both grab him and start just like going like, you know how gorillas like beat things down with like both their hands
going downward.
Donkey Kong style.
I would like for the
It's
record
Donkey
to say
Kong.
that FPS Kyle
like
just compared the
double
black
hammer
guy to a
fist.
gorilla.
No, I just
Oh man.
the double hammer fist. Both of them are doing it. And they pound this kid down till he's on the ground and starts crawling under the lunch table, and he hugs the bottom of the lunch table to hang on while they beat the shit out of him.
Like a squirrel monkey.
Yeah, like a squirrel.
Oh. All right,
He starts
Katie
kicking
Lynch
with
just
his
compared
feet,
him to a
probably.
squirrel
Get
monkey.
away!
It was rough. It was bad. But yeah, don't use lunch trays as weapons. They don't work.
FPS Russia is doing his American accent here for us.
Yes, yes, I have perfected it through my my many years here. I've got the American accent down. It's mastered. So I'm going to move forward with it now. I think I'm going to be able to get a green card the whole nine.
To be honest, Kyle, I would have expected you to tell me sooner. I've known you for a number of years, and
I had to keep you in the dark, Taylor. You couldn't be trusted with this need-to-know kind of information. It was just Woody, who was the worst secret keeper of all time, and my mother. They're the only people who knew.
Do you remember I told someone like 4 years
He's
ago?
terrible at it. He did it multiple times. You'd let the cat right out of the bag. Like you were.
I remember.
And I knew you didn't do it on purpose, so I always feel like, well, you didn't mean to.
One time in particular, there was this guy, he wrote me, he was really sincere. He had laid out like 7 pieces of evidence, right? So it was clear he knew, right? Like there was no bullshitting this guy. And it was, he sent me a YouTube message and I wrote back, I'm like, yeah, it's him. It's all cool though. It's a really great channel. I think it's great. Whatever I wrote. And then he took my message and like screenshotted it, and, like uploaded it. Like I don't know if it was Twitter or like where it
Real
got all this traction.
cocksucker. I hate that guy. I hate all those guys. The ones that are like, aha! Let me show everyone that this guy's trying to entertain them for free. That cocksucker.
Yes.
That's what it always is.
And after Kyle made a video. Do you remember? It was you played on Vacant.
Yeah, I remember. It was a good score.
And you played the Chameleonaire song, which I still have on my iPod because of that video.
It's a really good song.
And you were like, "How you doing?" "I'm not doing that well. Had kind of a bad day." And me watching that video, being completely responsible for your bad day, felt terrible. And I know you said I gave in my head. After that, I was really diligent about the Kyle's associate. I fuck up sometimes. Like I remember I showed a picture of like the best day ever when like you, Joe, and I went to the tallest.
I'm great at keeping secrets, except for that one time I showed her that picture of you. That was that time, and then
there was the time I told the guy he was right and sent him a message from my main account.
But now that it's out, I'm excited. Like, there's a dozen things I'd love to talk about. And I don't even know if you want to talk about them, so you'll have to guide me on this sort of thing. But, like,
yeah.
Well, okay, fuck.
Some of the cool stuff I've done, like, we could talk about that stuff for sure. And, like, the inner workings of the stuff I do, we could talk about that some.
Do you remember when the door blew off and almost hit somebody?
The car door?
Yeah.
Let's get a nice big explosion, maybe a little shrapnel going. Maybe a lot of shrapnel.
Yeah, it almost hit me.
So there was a cameraman behind you. Did it almost hit him or her?
It seemed to. It's kind of hard to explain, but it seemed to like come at me and then start curving that way, and it sort of curved around us. It didn't hit him. I mean, it was probably moving close to the speed of sound. Like I just saw it coming at me like a blur, and you could tell in the video my reaction time was way too slow to actually dodge it. By the time I turned around and I turned around, I'm like, woo, it's already past me and it's already like landed way back behind me. But
there was a big thing on Reddit that said it was fake, that it was CGI, and they could prove it because you didn't even react to it.
It's because I couldn't react fast enough to something moving that fucking fast. No, it's not fake. I mean, it's just not. I've got the original footage that's from a side camera angle, and you can hear the guy who's running the slow-mo. He's like, "Holy fucking shit!" He's terrified by the whole thing. You can see in super slow-mo. You can see from 2 angles and one of them in like ultra high speed, like I don't know, 3,000 frames per second. You can see it come off. Trust me, I wish it was CGI. It didn't hurt anybody. Didn't hit anybody.
If you open the doors that the camera didn't see, like on the far side, even just cracked them, it would probably prevent that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, the reason it did that is because the tannerite wasn't placed properly, and there was like 4 extra pounds of tannerite than there normally was. It just that's all it was. The reason that whole thing happened is because the car didn't have a rear view mirror. Which is where we would usually hang them. So we had to hang them from like the oh shit handle, like over here if you're in the passenger side. So if you can imagine dangling from that, it's sitting right on the other side of the door. So that door received a ton of energy and came back at us.
You put 4 pounds of extra?
Yeah, there was 4 pounds of extra in there. It fit. What can I say?
You'd be surprised how much tannerite fits in a car.
I just put 4 pounds of explosive extra.
Well, there was already like I say 4, the total mix wasn't 5 or 6. It was already like 15 in there. We went from like 15 to 19 or something like that when normally we wouldn't. And it just blew the door off. Normally, that hadn't happened before, where like a big piece of something had come right back at us.
One thing didn't a refrigerator hit your cameraman? A piece of the refrigerator. I'm not.
Yeah, a little piece of the refrigerator hit him in the leg and cut him a little bit. We had to take him. I think it was like 3 stitches, 3 or 4.
Let's blow some shit up.
That was a funny day.
Was that Scott who was hit, your cousin?
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Day.
It was funny. Everybody's a pussy about that, especially him. Like I was just like, come on.
Was it bleeding a lot? Like when it first happened? Like did it look like it was bad?
Well, I looked at it and you could tell it's deep. It was like this long, and it was like on his leg, like down here, like on his shin. And I didn't think it was that big of a deal. And I told him, I was like, we gotta finish this video, like I can't just leave and take you to the ER. Like we gotta wrap things here. He's like, come on, dude, we gotta go. And I'm just like, no, we need a minute here. So I gave the camera to Jeremy, who was standing by, and we like wrapped the video up. Like, okay, so my cameraman's dying, so we're gonna head over to the ER, and so yeah, we just took him to the ER. We wrapped him up with a T-shirt and some duct tape, and he was good. Wasn't a big deal.
I remember telling you, back in the day, if you go back 3 years or so, I was like, you should get another cameraman. I think I was pitching High Speed and stuff like that, and you're like, no, I'm really loyal to Scott. Apparently, Scott's superpower is not flinching to explosives. Like that was his thing. You're like, you could blow up anything, Scott won't flinch. Like, all right.
Well, that's a good trait for a cameraman.
He was pretty good at that. He always was. He didn't flinch, and a lot of people do flinch when stuff goes off or when stuff comes at you. I know there's been people that like stuff have come after them before, and they like got really scared and flinched. There was a cameraman that was hired out of Atlanta for a thing we did for G4 TV one time, and like a propane bottle came whizzing at him, and he freaked out and ran away. And I was like, "Come on, man!" Like you in the video, I'm like, "Come on, man, stop being a bitch. Let's keep going." And they're usually afraid of that stuff. The thing about it is it's meant to look dangerous, but not necessarily be dangerous. Most of the stuff that comes back at us...
propane tanks dangerous? I think they might
That was
be.
what you were doing, not wildly irresponsible and dangerous.
I don't see any of it as that irresponsible or dangerous.
No, it's not irresponsible.
We're mostly out of like the danger zone. It would be dangerous to stand next to a lot of the stuff we're shooting, but I mean that's true whether it explodes or
That
not.
tends to be true with shooting anything.
One of his guys. It was weird. I hadn't seen him since I was 17 or 18, but I immediately recognized him because he's missing a few of the fingers on his right hand. They're some of them are missing and some of them are just badly deformed. But he's a carpenter, and I just remember working. We were building the skeet range that my dad got me, and we had relocated this thing. We're putting the roofing on, and I just remember him up there working with us. And he every now and then he would bash one of his deformed fingers with the hammer, and I just remember it being fucked up, and him just duct taping it, and him always telling us these dirty stories. So he's like in and out of prison his whole life, and he's always talking about his girlfriend. Oh yeah, man, she's sexy. She's fucking sexy. She sends me her dirty panties. She sends me pictures, all this stuff. And we're like 17, like I said. And he's living in a camper, not on my dad's property, but on another piece of property that's adjacent to it, kind of in the woods. And I remember I had to go pay him one day. So I drive on down there. I walk down. And he referred to himself, by the way, as he said, in prison they call me the pit bulldog. I fuck a nigger up. He was super racist too. That's important.
The pit bulldog.
Yeah.
That's two kind of dogs.
He's a very muscular.
Well, we started
guy.
with one nickname, couldn't settle on it, kept going. You know,
real muscular guy, by the way, just real ripped. Not a giant man by any means. Maybe 5'10", 180 pounds, but just it's all just muscle. Like there's no fat on this guy. So I go down to his camper and hit the side of it with my hand. There's not really a door to knock on. And he comes out, and I dole out the money. And before I can leave, he gets out this cigar box. He's like, "Come here, I want to show you something." He gets out these panties and starts unfolding them. He says, "What do you think of these?" My arms
They just keep going.
I'm like, I think I could jump rope with them. And they look like they got shit stains. But I was just like, oh yeah, man, that's sexy right there. And he starts whipping out the Polaroids of like this big woman wearing them, kind of bent over and like looking back over her shoulder at him, you know. And they're Polaroids. And all right, I was 17, but shit, I was 17 in what, 2004 or something like that. Like, there's no excuse for a Polaroid camera to be present. I feel like I'm like fucking 17 years old all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm real horny all the fucking time.
You never make your dick bleed in front of the mirror?
It hasn't bled in a long time. I came a drop of blood one time though.
No!
Oh my god!
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Like when I was like, I don't know, 12 or whatever, and I just had figured out masturbation. I jerked off like 15 times in one day. and like every load was like the first load wasn't that big because I'm like 12 or whatever, but like each load was like smaller and smaller
until it was just blood.
Until like cranked out that final one, and like I've never told this story because even like I'm cringing right now. Like,
It
not
is
from
embarrassing.
No, I think it's a cool
I'm not
story,
embarrassed at all. I'm not embarrassed a bit. It just grosses me out. Like thinking about like I clearly had torn my urethra. And, like, I've. You know, I fucked some people over the you know, like a lady came in and we sat down before she even got to go on the lot, and you know, what are you looking for? Do you want? And she knew what kind of car, and I don't remember what it was, but let's just say she wanted a 2004 Corolla. So like, you know, we've got three of them, and this one's a 2002, this one's a 2003, and this is a 2004, and I pull all three of them up to the door, but before I do it, I change the prices on all of them. I make them all $3 more thousand expensive. So we go out there and I'm like, you know what? This is this one. This is that one. This is this one. These are the differences. This is why they're about $1,000 more for each one. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm in a hurry today. If you want to buy a car today, cha-cha, $3,000 discount across the board. What do you say? And she's just like, holy shit, you're just gonna rip $3,000 off? I was like, if we can do it right now, I gotta get out of here. I got a plane to catch, and I'm not going any fucking where.
I gotta go to the LA Swindlers Convention.
but to his point, like she was so happy with the deal she was getting and the quality of. She thought she just gotten a great deal, so she was very happy about everything. She loved me this whole way through. She's just like, this young man right here has it. He is a treasure. You know, she's just tickled pink, and she's paid the sticker price. And we had a code built into our sticker prices where the last number in the price, let's say it's 19,991, it's going to be 991, 992, 993, or 994. And that last number is letting me know how much this car has been discounted. It probably came in and we put like $5,000 profit on it, or $4,000. And every time they discount the second number in the price, which is $1,000 off the price, they change the last number too to give the salesman an idea of how many times it's been discounted. I know we've got at least $3,000 on the front end of each one of these cars, 3 or 4. So I'm doing pretty fucking well already. So you know, she's paying $3,000 to $4,000 profit on the front end, but she thinks she just got $3,000 taken off. You know, it kind of put that lady together a little bit. And then there was another lady.
You knocked her head off.
I knocked her head off.
Does knock your head off mean take advantage of someone?
No, I'm not taking advantage.
Make a ton of profit.
It means it means I did my job well that day.
Seems to mean both.
Potato, potato.
Sales, you know, I'm not going to judge.
I sold a lady a new Focus one time, and I got the sales sheet, and I sat down, and I started. Sometimes I get ahead of myself, and I would just see what I could do, because I feel like you can always ask forgiveness later. You can always say there was a mistake, or, oh, well, that's not supposed to say that, or, you know, they expect the price to be a little iffy. So I just blacked out what my manager wrote, and I told her that it was an extra $2,000 as we sat down, and she agreed to it, and it was a new Focus. And I go back up there with a signature. My manager's like, did you just sell a Ford Focus at a premium? Did you just sell a Ford Focus for $2,000 over sticker price? I was like, I sold permaplate too. Which is this bullshit fabric. And
what is permaplate?
Permaplate was a lie. I was told we didn't even put it on the cars, but we would sell it for, I think, $695. And essentially it's a warranty against stains and like acid rain spots and bullshit like that. And I never saw anyone ever come in and be like, hey, I bought the permaplate, staying right here in my seat, fix it. Never happened once. But for $695, we would sell that stuff to you. And I had this whole kit on my desk where I'd stain a little swatch of fabric and I'd spray some shit on, just wipe it right off, coffee or whatever. Usually coffee, because we got the coffee maker right there. I'd just pour the coffee on it, be like, this has permaplate on it. This doesn't. And that would sell people for $700 of just extra gross. So like I sold her so high over sticker that she couldn't even, they wouldn't even finance it at that. Like she got into finance and they were like, the financial institution says, this is too much for this car. Like she's going to owe so much more than this car is worth on day one. Like they won't even do it. And I'm like, we'll find out exactly what they will do. Yeah. And then I'm going to come in and be like, you know what? You're the 100th customer. Holy shit. This happens once a month, but $1,100 discount. And she's just like, oh, Mr. Kyle, I am so, my lucky day, new car, 100th customer. Oh, she was so happy. She was so happy. That was the same lady who told me, she was like, it was nearing Christmas, and she had a kid with her.
In this story, she's gone from Little House on the Prairie to Kimmy's Vietnamese mom.
Oh no, this is a little Spanish lady.
Okay.
Yeah, and she had her little kid with her, and she said something along the lines of, "But if I pay this much for the car, there can be no Christmas for the children." And I said, "What's a better Christmas gift than a brand new car?" Looking at the kid. I was like, don't you want a new car?
I know when I was a kid, if my mom had a Focus, it would make Christmas.
Yeah. I was like, we talked about that Ford safety sensing system, didn't we? It's going to weigh little Javier and make sure those airbags come out just the right speed. Don't forget. You want to keep his little noggins. And yes,
but Mama, I wanted the Super Soaker this year.
Shut up, Javier. I gave you candy. Javier was sold, though. Well, that was one of my favorite moments. Just couldn't. My manager's face when I sold that, and I did that also on like the most undesirable car of all time. It was the Ford
CrossFit.
500.
It was like a freestyle, I think. It was the 500 wagon, essentially. It was on like this Volvo chassis that was like lumbering, and it was hideous. It was in this green color too, like this pea green puke.
Rare color.
It was awful. It was awful. And this British guy came in, and I must have
racing color of the UK.
Hello, sir. This seems to compliment my teeth.
And like I would always get real hyped up when I sold cars. I would drink a lot. I was drinking a lot of Red Bull. I would go to the gas station. I'd buy 4 Red Bulls. And I would take like those giant, like 40-ounce cups they have, and I'd dump them all in there, and I'd chug it down, and I'd start my day. I wanted to be wired because the guy who trained me was like that. He was this very high energy black guy, and he was loud and boisterous. And he's like, "We're gonna do a car deal today." It was a show and a dance, and I tried to emulate that as like a 19-year-old white boy, and so I did. And so I'm just, when this guy expressed interest in this disgusting car that we all hated and knew was going to be discontinued any moment, I was like, well, you better snatch this thing up, sir. You better snatch it up quick, because this thing car right here, especially in this color, the lime vomit green color, oh, it is desirable. I've had 3 calls today. People, I got appointments all weekend. We really need to get this thing wrapped up this week. And he's like, well, I guess I should head on over to the credit union and get a check forthwith. And he does. And I was like, well, we need to work out a price before you can go get your credit union check, And I did the same thing. I bumped the price $2,000, just scribbled it out and wrote it and sold a Ford's most disgusting car of all time, perhaps, at a premium. And I just remember my manager being like, you fucked up for this one. I would never do no shit like this to somebody. You fucked up for this one. I sign off on it. But finance ain't gonna do it. I'm like, he's got a credit union. He's like, oh fuck. All right. I'm signing off on it. My hands are washed. I sold a lady a convertible Mustang one time, a used one, and she was very happy. But then she's always calling me like the sunroof, the roof leaks, and I'm just like, well, bring it in and talk to the manager. I was like, I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry that it leaks. And she's like, and it makes this awful noise on the highway. And I'm like, again, you have to come in and talk to Dimitri about that, because that's not my area of expertise. He's the used
It
car
sounds
guy.
like someone's kicking and screaming in the trunk.
She comes in and I'm like, Dimitri, the lady with the Mustang's here, the leaky sunroof and the one that makes the noise. And he comes over and she's like, yeah, whenever I get above 80 on the highway, it just makes this awful noise. And he goes, ma'am, speed limit is 70 miles per hour. Stay below 70, you'll have no trouble. I'm just sitting there like, he's got a good point.
I like to think that doesn't fly at the McLaren dealership.
Well,
my manager was a bit of a criminal himself. He had a different business before he went into car sales, and it was very much an illegal one. But
still sales? Am I getting the vibe right?
Still sales.
Yeah,
though.
right. I think I'm up to speed.
It was so fucked up because as his friends who had all taken the rap for him, this is like an episode of The Wire. As each of his friends would get out of prison they had all taken the rap, he would hire them as salesmen. So like, there's Garrett over there. He doesn't sell a lot of cars, but he gets a lot of cheese deals. It seems like anytime a rapper comes in and needs 5 Dodges, even though we don't sell Dodge here, 5 new Dodges show up and Garrett gets to write those deals up. And there's Greg over there. They make Greg a manager already. Huh.
Now, Greg doesn't speak English.
Right.
And
He's got
Greg
a lot
is
of ambition.
Greg is like, I was running the cook. He told me that was private.
Really?
Yeah. He was like, I was running the cook. And Garrett over there, he was muscle. And I'm just like, what the fuck kind of place is this? Why am I feel like I'm the only one around here who's just selling cars, and that's all.
That's why you were such a favorite. It's like, now, Kyle, that's the kind of guy you don't owe prison favors to.
It was ridiculous because there were
Latrice is only here because he stopped me from getting raped in the shower.
Yeah, that's literally the case. Garrett had been in jail so long he'd become a black Muslim. He's over there with his Quran over there. I'm just like.
Did he get to wear that cool ass like white sheet with the little helmet
Nah, he didn't take it.
That looks so comfortable. I'm so jealous of Saudi Arabians that they get to just go around like that.
It was still only like 4 years after 9/11, so everybody was a little sensitive about that sort of thing. We had those 2 Somalian guys. One of them's name was Moses, which is fine. You could be Moses in Atlanta, and everybody will buy from you, especially with that snappy African accent. The other's name was Muhammad, and Muhammad went by Mo. And, Mo was a real friendly guy, and he loved to joke about that shit. He was like, "Have you ever seen Black Hawk Down?" And I'm like, yeah, that was me with the RPG. And I'm like,
today we are blowing up prices. It is going to be so good you want to kill yourself.
We have declared jihad on Chevrolet.
We have declared a jihad on high prices.
We are slashing them.
Jesus Christ.
We are cutting the clit off of our profit margin.
We have genital.
How do you top cutting the clit off the profit margin? I think that might be where.
Yeah, those guys were fucking ridiculous. But yeah, that was definitely the case. And so we all hated them. We all hated them because. And 1 month they had it in that they were going to make Garrett Salesman of the Month, which was a big deal. I don't.
Is there
remember
money
the
with
bonus.
that or prestige?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mostly prestige, though. That's what I liked
You're
about it.
less likely to be fired the next month.
Oh, it was hard to get fired. I can go into that for a while, but it was hard. They would just quit, because they're paying you commission against your hours. You would go in the bucket, and you would owe them. They don't give a fuck if you sit at one of those desks. There's plenty of desks. Have a seat, young man. Go for it. But make Garrett Salesman of the Month. It was the fix was in. They were just feeding him. Just in one day, 6 cars, and like it was that instance I mentioned a minute ago.
Is Salesman of the Month just tied into sales, or is it like a judgment call?
It's how many cars you got out.
The volume.
So he's earned Salesman of the Month, except they're all cheese deals, which means they just
Like he doesn't have to.
They've been given to him. He's
Right.
filling out
They're
paperwork.
negotiated by management. He gets to do the paperwork, and he gets the little bit of profit that gets assigned to them. But more importantly, he gets the units, which is how you're evaluated.
Yeah, and his commission is rising on each one. So you know, you might get 20%. You might get like 20% commission if you sell one car, but by the time you get to 20, you might be getting 38% or 40% commission on these things. It works out really nicely if you can get out 20 fucking cars. It's hard to do that though unless you're being fed. And so like Young Jeezy, the rapper, comes in and he wanted 5.
A lot of rappers in these stories.
And he's
I don't know any of them. What did you say, Ed? I talked over you.
Lil Hoodlum.
You're better off for not having to deal with him.
With Young Jeezy. Well, he came in.
Sounds like Ed knows Young Jeezy as well.
He's a little fella.
Yep, they're all
That's
little.
so funny.
All of them. All
You
of
guys
them.
both know
Five
Young
people.
You call him
Jeezy and
Little
Busta
Jeezy. I
Rhymes.
could have beat the shit out of Young Jeezy with one arm tied behind my back at 19 years old, and he was a grown ass man. Just little punk dude.
Yeah.
Anyway, he wanted 5 Chargers, I think. The Challenger wasn't a thing yet, so the Charger was like the cool Dodge, and I think you could get him with like a big engine in him, maybe a 6-liter or something like that. In any case, he wanted 5 of these things, one for each of his guys, and he wanted them all the same. So we lost Ed.
Oh, we lost him.
Yeah, I
So
want him to
Young
hit the story.
Jeezy looks kind of tough and badass in it. I assume
He may have
Jeezy.
bulked up in the last 15 years.
Well, since 2004,
And he's
things
worth
could have
15
happened.
million. Dude, you should. I'm going to link this guy. I hope this works for you.
You're good. You're good. He's saying that Young Jeezy has bulked up in the interim period of time.
Dude, look
between-
at him. This guy looks
He's
like
gotten bigger.
he
All right,
would
he's
kick
gotten
my
bigger.
ass. This guy.
He didn't look like that. He didn't look like that. I promise you.
Uh-huh.
I'll take Young Jeezy, and I haven't even seen the photo.
I linked it.
He could total a Lamborghini with the best of them. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Yeah, he killed
He's
one.
5'9". Yeah, that's what I thought.
5'9" celebrity height is like 5'7" real person height.
He's a little guy. I'm telling you, he's a
Okay.
little dude. Like we were all taking note of it. His boys were large gentlemen, though.
Do they just look big next to him?
No, they looked big next to a Durango.
Okay. Okay.
They looked big because they were fucking big. And you know, I want 5 of these, and we're a corporate store, so we've got every make and model. He just calls the Dodge dealership and gets 5 of these things brought over and sells. And Garrett just doing the paperwork, and we hated this. And the I can't think of his name, but it was the African guy who got the car stolen that time. He had the most cars. He maybe had 18. I maybe had 13, and Garrett had like, I don't know, 19 or something. It was like neck and neck. And so I was like, we're not going to have this, dude. We're not going to have this. Saturday's coming up. They're really going to have to feed him because I'm splitting every car I do for the rest of the month with you. And so because I can get my half unit. My other buddy's like, me too. Let's fucking do this. They want to play dirty. We're playing dirty. And nobody's taking note of what we're doing. You know, we just fill out the paperwork, put 2 names on it, and it goes in the system.
So why is that good, right? Like you're getting half a unit instead of a whole unit. Like
yeah, I'm losing money.
Not just money, but even units, right? When you split a deal, do you both get a unit?
We get half a unit. each.
So I don't
think
know
this
why.
is mostly spite driven.
This is spiked.
I don't see how it even makes the numbers bigger. Because when you sell a car,
Because
you only get half.
He gets 0.5 every time I sell a car.
And
I'm going to
you
sell a lot
his own
of cars.
cars.
Oh wait,
So, yeah, if
you're
Kyle
not
sells 2
doing it for
cars,
you.
and that
You're
other guy
just
sells
doing
2
it to
cars.
hook up your friend.
Yeah,
He's not
I'm hooking
splitting
him
with
up.
you too.
Yeah, no, he's not.
It's a
he's-
reverse big score.
Yeah,
I
I'm hooking him
understand.
up with half of everything I do.
I thought
so
you
is
were
my
both
buddy
splitting.
Saul. So Saul and I are like, let's fucking do this. Let's fucking go hard in the paint here. And we each get out like 6 more cars or something in the last couple days, and 6 more cars go on to our buddy's record. And so CJ, it comes time to count up the cars and figure out who's the salesman of the month. You know, it's rolled over, and we've got these big meetings in the morning, and there's 25 salesmen and 4 or 5 managers, and this is the meeting where money gets literally thrown in the air and wads of cash get tossed around. Not like thousands of dollars, but hundreds of dollars.
You get a 20. You get a 20.
It'd be wads of ones a lot of the times, you know, just to get the crowd fired
To
up.
get you excited because it looks like a lot. Yeah.
He's announcing bonuses for like X amount of units and you know all this time based stuff and all these ways that
Is he doing like the Wolf of Wall Street, like moonwalking across the stage, like getting everybody hyped up, like pulling women's tits out?
I mean, not none of that, but he's getting us fired up, and he's being mean to the people who are underperforming. Like he's shitting on some people, he's pumping other people up, and he's throwing cash money, and he's like, and who was salesman of the month last month? Let's see it. And you could tell like he thinks it's Garrett, and they're like, Garrett with 19 cars. All right, very nice. And I can't think of the other guy's name, but let's just call him Pete, even though he's from Africa. That was not his name.
Bunte, yeah.
Pete had 24 out of Pete in August. Let's hear it for Pete. And he's like, wait, what the fuck? Garrett, you didn't get the most out? What the fuck happened, Garrett? What the fuck happened? Look, man, you know, I don't. I gave you 15. Well, you only sold 4 cars, like on your own in 30 days.
I love that he's shitting on number 2 in this situation.
Yeah, well, it was like
because he wouldn't have been a natural number 2.
I get it. That's why I love it. Yeah,
That's the guy that gave away half his own deals, right? that flies. Like we're not worried about that.
I still ended up with like 16 or something, giving away 3 cars or something like that. I had had a great month too, and Saul had we were doing well, you know, and you know, my buddy gave me some cash to make up for those deals afterwards, and you know, took me out for a drink. That wasn't agreed upon going in. That wasn't like, all right, you give me money and I give you cars. There was no deal like that.
This isn't fraudulent.
No, it really it wouldn't be fraudulent even if it were agreed upon, because it's some sort of salesman's race, and it's all like just a gentleman's bet in most regard, really. But afterwards he was like, that was cool, guys. That was really cool. And he took us out for drinks. He gave me a couple $100.
Because I remember we were somewhere one time, and this guy, it was just a bunch of rednecks there, and this one guy was from Connecticut or something, and he had just come down for this shooting event we had, and this one guy's over there fucking with me. He's like, hey man, what's up? Not much. How's it going? He's like, you from up Connecticut, right? Yeah. I drove down for the shoot. You know, it's a big shoot here. It's nice. Yeah, it's a nice country out here. Now, I got a question for you. You ever trudled before? He's like, what? Trudled. You know what I'm talking about. Like, winks at him. He's like, no, I got no fucking clue. You know, that's when I stick my dick on your dick. We jerk them back and forth and get it going. And he starts making all these hand motions and, like, jerking around. And the guy's, like, wide-eyed and backing away. He's like, whoa, wait just a goddamn minute now. It was the fucking funniest thing I've ever seen. That guy got so uncomfortable and weirded out, he left.
I went to Texas this week, and I was hanging out.
Yeah, Texas.
It was nice. I drove right past you. I was hanging on this really big wild game ranch that's on like the Mexico border, pretty near it. And they were telling me it's 18,000 acres, so it's an enormous place. And they were telling me like on the end of the property there's an old shack where like the illegals would sometimes make a pit stop there. And there was some old mattresses in there, and you know, maybe they'd store water in the trees, and he talked about they would sometimes post a lookout in a tree, so if they would see the dune buggies heading out that way, and they would, you know, run away or whatever, but they'd see that, you know, the Mexicans would write their names on the walls on the inside, that they'd pass through there and such. So he said that we were going to ride out there, we were going to check on it, we're going to see if we could catch any, and if we did, we're going to turn them over to border control. And I was like, okay, you know, I've been along for the ride thus far, so we all arm up. I've got a fully automatic, like M4, like I don't know, whole modular laser system, green laser, fully automatic, red dot sight, suppressor. Got the thing in a harness. I've got it like, you know, attached right here, really tight. We're riding along in the buggy. We finally get all the way out there, and it's a rundown shack. It really is. And he points to the trees, like that's where we think they'll put like a lookout. And you could see they were like. There were some steps that kind of led up the tree that somebody like tacked against the tree. And I was like, He said, well, who wants to clear the house? And I was like, fuck, I'll go. All right, let's do this. So I get my fucking M4. I kind of crouch. You got to like go really low to get into this thing. You got to like bend over and go under some fallen beams. So I'm going in there. I'm checking corners, going left and right, creeping along through there. My seriousness level is probably at like a 6.5 out of 10. I'm paying attention to what I'm doing, trying not to make any mistakes, and I am conscious that there could be somebody in here, but probably not, right?
So I go into the back room. I can see there's a bathroom, and I kind of peek in the bathroom. The light's reflecting off the mirror, so I can see where the light's bouncing into. Like, all right, nothing's in there. Go to this last back room. I check left first, and I should have known better than that because I switch back to the right, look over here in this corner, and there's a guy, 6 feet tall, ski mask. He's got an assault rifle, and he's got it pointed right at me, like right here. And my gun's kind of pointed low still. And I'm just like, and it's a fucking dummy. It's a fucking dummy. It's like, I'm ready to blow this thing away. Like, I'm about to light you up with some SS-109 from belly button to head. And it's a fucking, like, dummy holding an airsoft rifle that's an M16 style, and they've painted it all black, and it was just...
They set him up. They
scared,
set him up.
It didn't scare me that bad. I didn't scream. I just went... I sent my buddy in there with like a whole story though. I was like, yeah, man, go check that back room. There was a trap door in the bottom, and you could see, dude, there was somebody out here like a minute ago. Like maybe they went down that trap door and like went out the back or something. And he's like, oh shit, he's got his hand on his pistol on his side. He creeps around, looks in that corner. He's like, ah!
So nobody shot the dummy?
Nobody shot the dummy. It was a really good gag.
Now, would shooting the dummy be considered like a bad thing, a rookie mistake? That'd be really bad if you made that error.
Yeah. Yeah, you're supposed to be looking for... bad.
You should
bad
have fully identified your target, because it sounds like that dummy had the jump on you, and that your recognition would have got you killed.
I would have been dead anyway. Dummy got me looking the wrong way.
Yeah.
I cleared that room well.
Wow.
Well, how do you know what to check right or left first? I mean,
I should have peeked it. I should have looked in the left corner in a way that didn't expose me from the right, and then did the inverse.
Okay.
I went too far into the room to check the left corner. He'd have just
so you had practically walked in the room before you checked the other side.
Yeah, I was, because I was like half-assing it, and I places where they told you the right way to do it, and I've cleared kill houses before. So like it was a real rookie mistake. I was minorly embarrassed, but it was like, it's a dummy back there. The same thing happened to everybody that walked back there. Like one of the guys there had been I don't know where he had served, but he had some military experience, and he's talking about going back there. There used to be a Troy Aikman back there, like with football and all, and, like getting ready to throw. And he's like, yeah, I walked in there. He's like, I got ready. I flipped my safety off, was ready to fire, but he had his hands like this, and we're trained if we see hands not to shoot. And he's like, he was smiling at me with that big smile. And everything. He was like, oh. And they had done it to another guy who was like there as a hunter or something, and it had almost given him a heart attack. He came out like walking backwards, like out of the building, like, "Hey, somebody in there! Hey, somebody in there! Stan, there's somebody in there!" And they're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Like having to calm them down. We were talking about the fatties on Tumblr and how they take their pictures at certain angles, to hide the fact that they're fat.
Mm-hmm.
I once had this happen to me. I was driving down to Florida to buy my boat, actually. I think I was in Jacksonville. And I posted online. I was like, hey, I'm going down to Jacksonville. What's fun to do in town? And some girl replied, me! And I was just like, oh, okay. So I start talking to this girl, and we start texting back and forth. And she appears to be very attractive. So... her pictures are very nice. It's like that picture when you're laying at the beach and you take a picture and it's like your tits and your legs and your kind of your crotch from an angle and the beach in front of it. It's like her face and big, huge tits. And I think I even sent you guys the pictures of these tits, and everybody was like, "Bravo, the titties!" They were massive. And she had a very, very pretty face, and she was blonde, and she looked like she was like maybe 19 years old or so, and I think I was like 24 at the time or so, something like that, 25. And so I was like, yeah, I'm at this hotel, blah, blah, blah. So we'd already really established what was going to happen. This wasn't like a first date. We were going to go hook up at the hotel or whatever. And I'm like texting back and forth. I'm like, yeah, okay. She's like, I'm in the parking lot. I'm like, okay, all right, good. I'm looking at my window trying to find her. And I'm like the third floor. And I'm just like, okay, what are you driving? She's like, red car. And I'm just like, all right, I see that. That's kind of a burgundy. I don't know. That's a red car. I don't think somebody's in it. Yeah, they're just sitting there. Okay. Oh, are you sitting in your car right now? I was like, yeah, I'm sitting in my car. I'm like, well, come on up, third floor, like room 317. She's like, okay, I'm coming. And I see the door open to the car, and she gets out, and I'm just like, no. I was like, are you walking now? Did you get out of your car? And then I see the girl out there pick her phone up and go, and it goes,
yeah, I'm walking in now. And I'm just mother.
Do you hear the ground shaking? I'm walking in now.
Oh, you shouldn't have given the room number until you saw her.
Right?
Should have met in the lobby.
That's what I was thinking. And like now me would literally be like, nah, fuck no. Or at least play the coward and get the fuck out of that room and split. You know, one or the other. I would do that
But
now.
what did then you did? Let's hear this.
I was just like, shit. And she just kept walking, and she's like walking right under my window, and I'm looking down from 35 feet up, and I'm just like,
About to throw yourself out.
she's real big. She's large.
But
She
she
is
like Newt Gingrich-esque in size.
kind of shape, I would say. You know, she's in the
Like
same.
Jurassic Park, water shaking every time she takes a step.
Not quite that big. I'm gonna say she's 200 to 220, somewhere in there, and she's short. She's like 5'4", 220 pounds or something like that. But she's got massive boobs, and her face is still kind of cute. So then she's just in the room, and
So
I'm
you
just
hit it
like,
anyway.
No. And so we're in the room, and it's just super awkward. And I don't know. I don't have the skills at this point in my life to be like, to turn this woman down, to be like, you gotta go. It's not that I don't want her to go. It's I don't know how to get rid of her. I don't have the skills to do it. So she was just like, I want to do this, and we should do that, and she's like, get into bed. And I was just like, you could suck my dick like that would just. Let's just do that. All right, let's just do that.
Let's do that with the lights off.
Wait's not an option in this sexual activity.
Yeah, if we just did that, and then I'm getting kind of tired. I'm thinking I'm gonna lay down, just catch a
You have
few.
to make it seem like a natural thing.
Tonight, we'll go out. We'll go out. You ever been to Morton's? You ever been to Morton's? Because I feel like losing $300. Let's do it. Let's go. I got plenty of do
You
this.
should have been like, you ever heard of Morton's? So I'll meet you at the Golden Corral after.
I'll meet you at Ruby Tuesdays.
Yeah.
I love Morton's. I go there all the time whenever there's one in the city. I like to take
Take a
dates.
nice woman there, nice date.
I
Yeah.
like to take a nice date to Morton's. It's not like
So what eventually
Not
ended
someone
up
who's going to
happening
put
with
Morton's out of business.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I was-
want to know
I'm sorry. What's that, Taylor?
with the semi-fat girl. Did she just leave eventually, or what'd you do?
My dick, and I told her I had to get some sleep, and that I would pick her up in a few hours, and we would go to Morton's, or go out to dinner. I think the Morton's thing was a different fat girl who showed up on me, who I bailed on in a different way. But basically, I just stopped replying to her text messages, and they became more and more hostile until I was like, "You know what you did? Your pictures are of you years ago, somewhat thin." I'm not attracted to people who weigh more than I do.
I don't fuck liars.
Well, I
But
do,
I let him
just
suck my
only
dick.
once.
I think I literally said like you misrepresented yourself, and I don't like that. If you had been, I think I even said something along the lines of, if you'd been upfront with me, then this would have all been fine, and maybe we could have gotten to know each other. But now I just don't know where to go from here. So we ended on that kind
Taken
of.
away by your
Another
fucking
time I was
lies.
in Texas in a very similar scenario, and she drove one of those cubes. I don't know who makes them. Is it a Nissan Cube?
I
Or
know the one though. The toasters, etc.
Yeah, Toyota, maybe. It's one of those really cube-shaped cars. So she this thing. I was actually staying in a really nice hotel, and like the guy comes and opens the door for me, and I hop in the car and I give him a couple dollars, and that distracts me for a moment because I get down in the car and there's a man there to shut it on me and look, and she's large and in charge again. I've been fooled again. And this is like a year afterwards, and with her, I literally just like texted my friend to call me, and when he called me, I was like, I just like did my side of a conversation, and I could
Horrible, an emergency.
yeah, I could hear him on the other side, like laughing his ass off because he knew what was up, and I was like, what? The film's ruined. All of it. All day's work, man. Do you know how much this is gonna cost me? This is thousands. Oh, they've got lights. Well, they've got enough lights, like stadium style. Oh. Well, shit, we got to go back tonight then, right? Like right now. And it's a 2-hour drive, but let's fucking get this done. Come on, I'll be right back. And I'm like, I'm sorry, baby. Like, I wish we
Work's
could have.
work. Yeah.
Is it time
Work's
for my story yet?
And all my film, all the cards are ruined. And I got to drive 2 hours back out there into the Texas wilderness, but they got lights set up for me, so we're gonna get it done. What are you doing tomorrow? It was just like, I'm in Atlanta tomorrow.
I've got your number. We'll be in touch.
And that was, and when I got back, there were actually hookers waiting on me. So it was the night.
Oh, it was a good night. It all worked out in the end. Yeah.
That's a win.
And but I think my favorite Porty story that involved my dad a bit involved a rock quarry cable swing. So this is a deep hole in the ground where they mine granite, and all too often, because they're digging right into solid rock, it basically creates the world's biggest swimming pool you can imagine. These things are really, really big, and there's a ledge at the top with, it varies, but in this particular case, it was about 20 or 30 feet down to the water, and the water was an additional 30 or 40 feet deep. And there was a big I-beam that hung over this rock quarry, and my dad had crawled out on the I-beam over the water, tied a big cable to it, and then secured a piece of string to that cable that could be used to retrieve the cable every time someone had swung out across the rock quarry into the water. And so all the young people would go do this. I mean, there were 17. There were people who were like 17, 18. There were people who were like 30, and they're all hanging out, having a good time at the rock quarry, drinking and swinging, going out in the water. Well, the string they used that I just described to bring the cable back was brick mason cord. Now, if you don't know anything about brick mason cord, it's a really strong, low gauge, which means small, string. And it's really strong, and it gets really taut, and it's used to lay bricks in a straight line for a foundation or a wall. And it was perfect for this. Well, just like a Looney Tunes character, I think Porty could have been a good Looney Tunes character. He is standing right in the coil of brick mason cord, just as a guy swings out over the rock quarry. Now, if you can imagine, 200-pound man swinging on a cable. Suddenly, the brick mason cord wrapped round and around Porty's foot, and it drags him foot first over the rock quarry, where he is left to dangle by this small, thin cord, which is, not... think of fishing line. Think of something like that. This stuff sucks. It's the ultimate rope burn. It cut his foot so deeply and so badly, they thought he was gonna lose the fucking foot. And because this was, the 70s, there was no hospital trip. There's no money for that. It was all home remedies. They were using potatoes and tomatoes and like poultices, or what is it? Poultices. Just weird home remedies to try to heal the infection in this guy's foot. He nearly lost it. So that's Porty for you. That's my Porty story.
I just got back from Texas. I'll talk about the trip more later in the show, but I was there doing explosives training and demolition work. And on the first day, like a moron, I left my sunscreen in the car. And so, like, no sunscreen, 100-degree Texas heat, out in the middle of the sun, like digging holes and blowing up ordnance all day. And I just got baked. And I didn't drink enough water, and I got really dehydrated. So the next morning, when I got up at like 8 a.m. to go back at it again, I felt like absolute dog shit. So I stumble into the local gas station, and I'm getting my Gatorades for the day. I got like a gallon of Gatorade for the day. And I'm wearing my Game of Thrones shirt. It's a white shirt, and it's got a big red dire wolf, and it says, "The North Remembers." And the lady behind the counter goes, "North remembers, huh?" And I immediately do the math in my head. Like, I'm already on the same page with her. Like, I don't need to catch up. I know what's going on, and I have a decision to make. Do I start telling her about the Starks and the Lannisters and Westeros, or do I have a little fun here? And I was just like, yeah, that's right. What exactly are you remembering? The war. Well, down here in Texas, we remember it plenty good, too. And things was almost turned out a different way. I said, ma'am, every man from Bear Island is worth 60 of you Southerners. Just remember that. And I walked away with my Gatorades, just laughing, and it made my whole day. She was steaming red. Her face was so red, trying to figure out what the fuck Bear Island was.
I have a story.
You have a story?
My topic can wait. I have a good story. So, for those of you who don't know, I grew up on a farm, and one of my many duties on the farm was that I was like the animal executioner. Like if a dog got hit by a car and somebody had to put it out of its misery, I'd do it. Or if a cow needed the same treatment, I would do that. And it's because my dad really disliked doing it. He couldn't stand it. It hurt him to shoot these animals in that kind of way when you're like executing them. It's dirty business. So recently, he had a cow that had prolapsed, and that's when like their whole back end is like spilling out of their butt, and it's really gross. It's a terrible thing, and you know he needed to put the cow down, and he'd waited like 2 days, and he was feeling terrible about it, and he looked out the window and he sees the cow out in the field, and it's like 250 yards away, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to shoot her from here. So he gets his rifle out, his deer rifle, and this rifle is usually just perfectly set, the scope is. So if you put the scope on something, it just nails it like a fucking laser beam. It's been that way since I was a kid. At some point, that had changed. So he puts the crosshair on the cow's head, squeezes the round off, and he blows her fucking front leg off.
Oh no!
Oh no!
So she's hopping around now, and he's like, "Oh shit! I made a bad shot. How could I have possibly done that?" Because he's a really good shot. He reloads and shoots again, and he fucking shoots her like in the shoulder, like on her. I know he shot her in the ass. That's what it was. He shot her in the ass. He's like, and then she turned around again, and I realized what my gun was doing, so I started trying to compensate, and all I could see was her ass. So I shot her in the ass. And then he had to shoot the cow 7 fucking times. So this act of mercy he tried to lay down would just turn into an awful, awful massacre.
That cow probably thought, what the fuck did I do wrong?
Yeah, what have I done wrong? Like, that cow was Hitler in a past life. I ran over my sister's dog in the street, and its guts were hanging out, and I had to shoot it in the head, like there in the street, and a car was driving by and saw me fucking do it. That was pretty bad.
So you had to kill the guy in the car, right? I mean,
No. So then, I had to shoot the poor dog because like it was crushed and its whole back end was crushed, and it wasn't really my fault because that motherfucker ran up under my tire, but I still felt responsible. That was terrible.
Okay, so let me tell you about one of these blind dates. Well, I won't call it blind. One of these internet dates that one of these girls went on. Okay. So she goes out with this guy, and he takes her to dinner or whatever, and everything goes okay. She says that he's a little bit boring and he's a little bit of a nerd, but that's okay, and he's kind of obsessed with his work, and on and on and on. And he's like, well, would you like to come back to my place for a drink? And she's like, yeah, sure, I'll come back for one drink. So she goes back to his place for one drink, and as soon as they step in the door, she says she smells something that is so bad that it seemed impolite not to mention it. It's such a strong smell that if you didn't mention it, the other person might think something.
Is it poo?
Demon shit.
Demon shit.
Does she have pets?
Yes. Demon shit. No, this is his apartment.
Does he have pets in this apartment?
Yes, demons.
I'm not done yet, Woody.
All right, I'm sorry. Carry on.
So she's like, I'm sorry, but there is an odor, and it is quite overwhelming. He goes, oh, I didn't tell you? I've got monkeys. She goes, no, I think I would recall if you had mentioned that you had monkeys. He says, well, come with me. I'll show you. Upstairs in an extra bedroom, he has 5 cages full of goddamn monkeys, and there's monkeys everywhere, and they're freaking the fuck out. And she goes, and this is how sweet this girl is. She's gonna stick with it. She goes, "What are their names?" He goes, "They don't have names," and closes the door.
I was out back of the hotel, having myself a beverage, chilling out, enjoying myself, and an apparent. He looked like a hobo. Okay, he didn't look like he was doing too well in life. He walks up to me. He's like, "Hey, man." I was like, "Yo, what's up?" He's like, "You get some money?"
I was like, yeah, I got money. That's why I'm on vacation, you know, chilling out. Can I have some? I was like, no. And honestly, like if I'd had a couple bucks, I'd probably give him to it. But I have my card. I got my credit cards on me. I'm like, no, I don't have any cash, dude. And he like pulls out this little knife that's about 3 inches long, and he goes, no, give me your money. He goes, give me your money. And I'm like, I take about 2 steps backwards, and I open my coat, and there the pistol is. His eyes go the size of my fucking palms.
God.
He goes, whoa, and he runs. And if we could have gotten a referee there with a pistol and a stopwatch, we could have set a new world record because that fucker was moving. All right?
Did you respond?
I can still hear his feet. They sounded like this. It sounded like fucking tap dancing shoes running from that. I didn't even have to draw it. I was just like, bro.
Be doing the
No.
shooters kind of shit, huh?
I was like, let's not have this now. This is a bad idea.
Did you respond to him in a FPS Russia mode?
No, I didn't. Than he already was at that point, but I was like, you know what? I'm getting out of here. I don't. For one thing, I was right outside my hotel room, or I was around the building, but I figured he had watched me come out of it maybe or something, and I didn't want to be staying somewhere where he knew where I was staying.
I'm sitting there and I've got my noise canceling headphones on, and they really do a good job. But I could hear a voice 2 rows back. This guy talking to a girl. And I recognized his voice because he was super annoying, like in the little ramp onto the plane. Like he was just chatting about random shit about where he was from. And he was like, I heard this word that made me cue into him. And I had to take the headphones off. I heard the word skinwalker. Now, does anyone here know what a skinwalker is?
Is
I
it a
think it's-
nudist?
I'm gonna Google
No.
it.
No, it's one of those things that people believe that like a spirit of the forest or whatever is going to inhabit someone's body and then walk around as them
harmful
and
witch.
fool you into something, right?
Not quite. It is basically a shapeshifter. It is a person who can take on the form of another person and or animal and or some sort of a beast. Okay? And I know this because of Supernatural. In Supernatural, there's like maybe 15 different kinds of monsters that exist, right? There's angels and demons and werewolves and vampires, and there are skinwalkers. They're one of the group, ghouls and such. I hear the word skinwalker, and I'm like, whoop. What's going on here? I take off my headphones and I start listening to this guy tell his story to this stranger behind me. He's like, yeah, I came home. I was locked out of my parents' house, so I went around the back, to let myself in. And I heard this screech, this scream, pretty good.
Exactly.
I am the skinwalker.
It sounded like a baby in distress, but also angry. And I turned around and I saw the red glowing eyes by the fence in the backyard, and it was a naked man, and he was rapidly transforming into a wolf. And when he became a wolf, in the matter of 20 seconds, he leapt over the fence and fled. And I never saw him again. But yeah, it was a skinwalker. They're real. And the girl was trolling him so fucking hard that I had to get the attention of like my seatmate and be like, tune in. There's a show behind us. Forget about the Sky Mall. Forget about the flight recommendations. No, this is the show right here. She's like, oh, wow, that's really interesting. Have you ever seen anything else unusual like that? And this is when I turn around and make eye contact with her, and she looks at me like.
And you know what was predictable about it is those kind of people you never go, did you ever experience anything else like that? They never go, nah, just the one thing.
Just the one time?
Well, this one time my fridge just opened. There was a rat in there and it shapeshifted and it
He was like, well, another time I was at my parents' house, and I'm like, whoa. Your parents' house is ground zero for some serious paranormal activity.
Area 51 right there.
Right?
I put the bread in
goes,
the toaster, pushed it down, and then on its own.
It's just
I was
came
just out back. I was out back looking at the sky at night, and these lights came down. It was a UFO. But it wasn't a plane. It was aliens. Because they came down, at like the speed of light. They were in space, and then they were in my backyard virtually, just hovering over the house, spinning real slow with 3 red lights on the bottom. And it was the most afraid I've ever been. She's like, wow, that's crazy. Do you believe in any conspiracy theories?
I like this girl.
And that's when the girl next to me starts laughing. We're all listening to this jackass now tell this ridiculous story. And he starts going on about Kennedy and reptiles and the whole flight. He was back there talking horse shit. The whole flight, like over 2 hours. Like every time I checked back in, there was a new like monster to deal with, or a new government conspiracy, or galactic overlords or something. Like this guy was a maniac back there telling these ridiculous stories.
Should have been like, hey, I overheard what you were saying. Wanted to introduce myself. I'm the skinwalker you ran into at your parents' house.
Remember that wolf? Yep, that's me.
What a retarded man.
Yeah, I think he was just bullshitting. People like to like.
You could have really freaked him out because he wouldn't have thought you heard him. And then at one point, like he's walking out, and you just walk over to him and just whisper in his ear and go, "You're not allowed to tell anybody about the Skinwalkers ever again. Don't question this." And they just walk off, right?
That's great.
Like my overlords told me to tell you this. You know too much. You know, and just walk off. And his life at that point is going to do a 180, and he's going to change everything based off that.
My kind has stood in the shadows for a millennia. And here you are on Delta Airline Flight 562, telling Stephanie all of our dark secrets. Would you like to be fed to the great abomination that lives below? You will devour your soul.
It's like,
speaking of sex, so I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and we were talking, and we were I don't know how the conversation got started, but anal sex got brought up, and I was like, I think I'd mentioned, I was like, yeah, no, we couldn't do it. I was like, I didn't have any lube, and he's like, so what? I was like, well, you gotta have lube, man. I was
wait,
like,
it's you and your friend?
Yeah, we're discussing.
And this is a guy.
Would you sit down? He and I are talking about fucking girls.
Sure.
All right,
I'm following.
You following now? Okay.
Did he have his hand in his pants?
No, you have his. You chill the fuck out, motherfucker.
How disappointed was he that you didn't have lube?
You simmer down. Anyway, I was like, nah, man, you can't do it if you don't have a lube. And he's like, why not? I'm like, bro. I was like, it just doesn't work without that. That's like, it doesn't work. It's the same reason your car doesn't work without oil. It's just there's gonna be some massive internal damage by the time you're done.
If you're not properly varnished, it's not good for either party.
Yes, exactly. And I'm like, nah, I just don't worry. He's like, oh no, I just throw it in there. I'm like, dry? He's like, sometimes. I'm like, what does she say about this? Well, she screams a lot and tries to get away, but I'm a pretty strong guy.
Oh my god!
Is this Keith?
No, it's the other one. And
I won't even ask because there's two on my mind. But
yeah, it's the other one.
All right, here comes Skype.
I'm like, that's fucking ridiculous. And he's like, I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. I'm like, not everybody's into that anyway. I was talking about, girls aren't always into anal sex. He's like, oh, they're all into it by the time it's over. I'm like, I mean, you can talk maybe 75% of girls into it, but there's that holdout percentage that just aren't going to be down. He's like, oh, you just long stroke it then, and I'm like, what?
Wait, what is long stroking?
Yes, that's what I said. I was like, what's long stroking? He's like, that's when you get behind them like bullfrog style, and you're going at it, and one of those times you just pull out a little bit too far and whammo right in, and I'm like, that sounds horrible.
I saw that on a video once.
He's like, oh, I don't mind. I'm like, I guess not. It's not you getting railed in the ass.
Jesus.
I don't want to have sex with this guy.
No, I don't want to have sex with him either.
He's doing it mean. That's not right.
Boyfriend of the Year award.
Do you think you can't get away from him, Woody?
He's scared.
I'm hoping I can.
Similar story. Not too similar, but it involves bodily fluids being put on somebody.
I'm scared.
No, it's not nearly as bad as your filthy mind is trying to make it. I was in high school. I guess I was like a junior or probably a junior, and this guy walks up to me. It just so happens that I had an issue with this guy, and my cousin also had an issue with him. My cousin didn't even go to the same high school I did. He was in like a neighboring county. But anyway, I had egged the guy's house. My cousin had a problem with the guy because the guy was hitting on my cousin's girlfriend at her workplace. So we both have an issue with this guy, and he walks up to me in the lunchroom, and he's like, I'm gonna beat the hell out of you and your cousin. And he's a big guy, but he's one of those big goofy guys that you can't possibly take seriously. You know that you can take him. He's like Dumbo. So I'm like, dude, you really don't want to start a problem with us. He's like, no, both of you. I want to see both of you tonight at Dill's at 9:00 sharp. And I was like, 9:00 sharp? I was like, what are you, like, got a schedule to keep or something? He's like, you heard me. And he walks away. Everybody kind of laughs at him, and I'm like, all right, dude. So I call my cousin on my cell phone immediately, and I'm like, Scott, this Dusty guy wants us to meet him up at Dill's tonight. Dill's is the grocery store the guy works at. He wants us to meet him up at Dill's tonight. He wants to fight. He's like, what? I'm like, yeah. He's like, he wants to fight us both? I'm like, I guess. He's like, does he have friends or something? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe that's why he wants us to come at 9. He's like, well, we're not going at 9. We're going at 4. I'm like, all right. So 4:00 rolls around. I'm driving. Scott's in the passenger side. And here comes Dusty with a shopping cart full of some old lady's groceries. We wait for him to load her groceries into her car. And he's on the way back in. We pull up right next to him. And Scott immediately starts just cussing him out. And he goes into, like, defensive mode. And he's like, oh, whoa. I'm sorry, this and that. You were supposed to be here at 9. I remember him saying you're supposed to be here at 9. And I'm like, what the fuck difference does it make, dude? And he's like, you're supposed to be here at 9. And I'm like, well, we're here at 4. And my cousin dips, like, Copenhagen. And it's got this disgusting black spit. And my cousin pulls a straight-up Clint Eastwood on the guy. You ever see the Outlaw Josie Wells when he's constantly spitting on people with that black tobacco? Well, my cousin has, because he spits this nasty-ass shit all over this dude's khaki pants. The guy just kind of looks down at it, looks back up at us, and, like, takes his other leg and, like, rubs it in. And I was like, all right, well, that fixes that problem. No, I didn't fix that problem. We get a call at 8:30, and he's like, Dusty says be here at 9. And we're like, are you fucking kidding me? We get there at 9, and of course, as we suspected, Dusty has his whole posse there. And we're watching them from, like, across the road. They can't see us. And there's some guys out there practicing some Bruce Lee moves, you know, like karate chops and, like, high kicks.
Nice.
And high kicks and stuff. And these dudes are, like, 18, 19 years old. And I'm like, are they fucking kidding right now? And my dad's with us. So it's me and my cousin and my dad and another one of my friends. My dad's like, how you want to handle this? He's like, I want to go over there and kick his ass. And he's like, well, there's a lot of them over there. He's like, well, just don't let them jump on me. Dad's like, all right, I can handle that. So we go over there, and there's literally about 15 of these guys, and they all look like they're ready to fight. And my dad and Scott get out, and they walk into this crowd of people. My dad says, the first one that touches him, I'm going to flatten you. And everybody backs the fuck away from Dusty at this point and makes it's like a wide berth of my dad. Like,
if you guys didn't hear, there was a previous podcast where Kyle talked about his dad, and apparently he's like a big hulk of a don't mess around with Jim kind of guy.
So they just all, like, clear out and leave Dusty standing there shaking. And he's like, oh no. And Scott's like, yeah. So Scott runs at him to, like, you know, like, get like a running, like, Happy Gilmore punch on him, and the guy takes off running. And we're in a grocery store parking lot, like a big, like, Walmart-sized parking lot, and it's empty because it's late at night. This guy starts doing laps around the parking lot with my cousin chasing behind him, hitting him in the back of the head every time he gets close enough, and, like, you know, kicking him in the ass every time he gets close enough. And so finally he stops, and he, like, throws his hands up. He's like, no, I'm sorry, no. And my dad's like, apologize. And he's like, I'm sorry. He says, no, get on your knees and apologize. The guy gets on his knees and apologizes, but he's behind a truck, so none of his buddies can see him. Dad's like, hell no, that ain't good enough. Get out here where all your little friends can see you and do it. So the guy gets out in the middle of the parking lot on his knees, puts his hands out, like, you know, to his side. He's like, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. It was the most humiliating thing I've ever seen. It was.
That's a panty waist bitch.
It's close to getting peed on. Okay, it's close.
Yeah, that that's full victory right there.
Let me tell you what happened in Wings World. You spit on my khaki pants. All right, I'm not gonna fuck you up right now because I'm at work, but I'm gonna let you tell you we need to watch it back. Then I'm gonna hit you in the fucking knee and the baseball bat when you're talking to your girlfriend or something. Then I'm gonna fucking do some reconstructive, steel toe boots on your ribs.
Yeah, but the problem is Scott carries a 45, so that's kind of hard. He sees you come with the bat going like...
No, that's why you catch him when he's not fucking looking.
We're not going to have this conversation of what ifs, but needless to say, Dusty did not have a baseball bat and has never brought a baseball bat, even though we destroy his mailbox about once a year.
I don't remember the last time that I actually drank a lot to the point where I was drunk, really.
Yeah, that's where. So I think I got to the point where I was making looser decisions on a drinking episode of PKA, but I can't remember that. I don't think I've been sick in a long time.
We were in Austin, Texas, on 6th Street. That's the bar district, the bar street or whatever. And I had tweeted out something like, "Hey, I'm on 6th Street. We're partying. Come out and hang out with us or whatever." And I didn't think anybody would show up. Really, it was just I do it a lot. And but these people drove like an hour and a half. Like they were wearing uniforms too. They were the Zombie Defense Squad or something. They had bracelets. They had T-shirts. It was like I think it was 3 guys, maybe 2 or 3 guys, and a girl. And the girl was like dating one of the guys. And they all came in a van. And they came to fucking Austin, Texas to drink with me. So it's me, my dad, my cousin Scott, and my other friend, and the Zombie Defense Squad tags along with us, and we're driving around. And so I'm doing the Russian accent the whole time to keep the gig going with them. And they're going with it. And they're buying me all this vodka. They're getting me wasted. And I'm just like shot after shot. And I'm not a big drinker anyway, so I'd had 8 or 9 shots and 3 or 4 beers, and I'm really just incapacitated drunk, doing stupid things.
That is a lot. Even the 2 low numbers add to 11. That's a lot of drinks.
And it was in a short period of time, 3 hours. It was something like that. I'm pretty fucked up. I remember at one point, those things you put money in that you punch and it tells you, how hard you hit?
Yes.
Someone else had paid for it, and I punched it, and I was just like I had already turned into that douchebag. After I punched his thing, and I was like, "Yeah, 97," and I'm just like, "You're a douchebag." I was like, I gave him $1 or whatever, and I felt bad about it. But anyway, so we're wasted walking up and down this this street with the Zombie Defense Squad, and so my dad. Oh, the funny thing that I thought was what my dad was doing. So obviously, I was speaking in the Russian accent, so my dad was pretending like he wasn't my dad. He was pretending like he was my cousin Scott's dad to keep up this ruse with these fans. And but meanwhile, my dad is talking shit behind FPS Russia's back. Like he keeps going to the fans and being like, I can hear him like way out of the corner of my hearing. And he's like, "I hate that son of a bitch. He treats us like shit. You know what? I'd like to go over there and just smash him in the back of the head with this beer bottle." And the girl goes, "Don't do it. Don't do it. He'll kill you." He's like a fucking commando. He'll kill you like that. And Dad's like, "I could take him if I sneak up on him from behind." And they're like, "Don't do it, man. Don't do it." They're warning my dad about even touching me from behind. So we got completely shit-faced, way drunker than I wanted to be. And the coolest part about this trip was that we rolled up into this hotel there. It's right at the end of 6th Street. It's like the Waldorf or something like that. And they have what's called the Cattle Baron Suite. It's on the 2nd floor of this place. And the deal was that this rich cattle baron guy who owned the hotel and had it built, the first thing he had built was a giant room for himself to live in while they built the rest of the hotel above him. So the most immaculate, amazing, beautiful suite in this whole hotel is right there because it was his. And apparently nobody had been buying this thing because it was so fucking expensive. It was like $3,000 or $4,000 a night. And we started haggling with them about it because they already had some deal where it was like half off. And we were like haggling back and forth. Well, maybe if you knock this much off and blah, blah, blah. So long story short, we got the fucking Cattle Baron Suite.
I'm talking like 15-foot ceilings and a library. There was a dining room that looked like from Beauty and the Beast, like super long and full of like silverware already on it. Like places are set for 30 people or something. Beautiful suite. I spent the night vomiting in that bathroom. Didn't even get to sleep in this like in the biggest like extra large king bed I've ever seen with like drapes coming down around it. I slept in the bathroom, pillow against my head against the shower, 1 foot on each side of the toilet so that I could just do a sit-up, vomit, and then go back to sleep. I wake up at about 6 a.m. in the morning, and I look, and keep in mind there's 3 or 4 of us in this suite. It's a multi-room like thing that we've gotten here. And my cousin is in the bathtub over there, like up to here in the water, and it's 6 in the morning, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing in the bathtub in my bathroom? And I throw up a little, and he goes, I was so fucking cold, dude. I was so fucking cold, so I had to pour a bath. And I'm like, how'd you end up in my bath? He's like, I don't fucking know whose bath I'm in, man. Like, we were all so shit-faced from these fans buying us drinks. So we left this like $2,000 a night hotel that we had gotten in the worst condition it's ever been in. There was literally a scenario where someone vomited on the floor, and then they just put newspapers over it, like that movie Big Daddy with Adam Sandler. Like
at least they tried.
A 9-hour drive. I usually go to the bathroom in the mornings. It didn't happen this morning for some reason. Just wasn't gonna happen. So I'm loaded up. I'm a loaded gun. And an hour after starting the drive, I'm like, man, I wish I could have went. I gotta go now. I hate using public restrooms. I could count the times that I have pooped in a public restroom on both hands easily, no problem. I've done it maybe 6 times ever. This was the 6th time. So I drive along. I get like 3/4 of the way home. I'm like, this isn't gonna work. This is so bad. I'm getting cramps. This is horrible. I'm feeling like pinching pains in my intestines. I have to go. So I go into the bath. I pull over, go into the gas station. And it seems like my brain is telling my body that, like, it's almost time, so it's getting worse. I really gotta go now. It's worse. And every step I take, I'm like, I gotta, like, press my ass cheeks together at this point. I'm like, I gotta get in here. But I'm trying to play it off. You know, I don't want to, like, run into a gas station bathroom. Everybody knows I'm taking a shit. I don't want that. It's embarrassing to me. So I kind of casually walk in, kind of look at the sunglasses, and the whole time I'm sweating.
Oh my god, dude, just go.
Yeah, no, because the bathroom is like within eyes. The cashier can see the bathroom, and there's a customer dealing with the cashier. So I kind of like casually walk in there, and immediately, like I'm operating that lock like I'm fucking James Bond or something, like locking that thing up. I'm over there trying to get my belt off. I'm working on it. I look in the toilet. The toilet is filthy. The toilet is covered in piss, and I'm like, I do not have time to clean the piss off of this toilet.
You would have had you not gone sunglass shopping.
No. And even if I do, I really don't want to clean someone else's piss. That's bullshit.
I doubt the person working there wants to clean your shit off the floor either.
No one does. And I didn't intend for that to happen. So what I said was, I'm going to hover. In my mind, I immediately went to all the stories I've heard of women talking about hovering, you know, when they pee. I'm like, I'm totally going to hover. I'm totally going to hover. Oh, I did spread them. Yeah, totally. I'm going to hover. Going to spread the butt cheeks a little bit. Going to take this nice and slow, and it's going to be easy.
I would stare right down in that piss without giving a fuck.
My lower intestines content was under high pressure. I'm talking about at least...
It came out and it hurt regularly.
At least 100 PSI. And it was a lot. It was like, if you took a quart-sized Ziploc bag and you filled it up with brownie mix, and then you cut the corner, and then you sat it on the counter, and then you just smashed it as hard as you could. That's what happened. And I couldn't stop. It was just go time. It was go time. And I'm just like, I recover. I wipe myself, and I look, and I'm like, I have destroyed this bathroom. This toilet needs to be replaced, not cleaned. It needs to be burnt. They need to throw a firebomb in here. This needs a
So what did you do after the fact, Kyle? Did you go buy some sunglasses and a drink and then leave?
I did not buy anything. I got my pants on, made sure that there wasn't like reflected poop on me anywhere, anything like that. got my shit together, took a deep breath, which kind of sucked. I got a little sick at that point because that bathroom smelled horrible. And I made a beeline for that door, and I was gone. And as I was leaving, I saw someone walking toward it, and I was in my car, like it was like, and I'm gone. I'm gone down the road. I'm
Smoking
like,
tires entering the freeway.
yeah, I'm out of here. I don't even want to know what kind of car the shit bandit was driving. So as insane as it looks when you encounter that scenario, you're like, what motherfucker would do this? This disgusting son of a bitch. I have to say, it does occasionally happen, and there's no way around it.
It doesn't occasionally happen.
I went on one pig hunting trip once, and there was this wild man. I don't remember his YouTube channel, but that was a thing he did. And long story short, he didn't sleep for like 3 days. Like while we slept, like he would go crawling out in the bush on his hands and knees under these thick briars to where the pigs slept with his Glock until he smelled them, and he'd follow the smell to where they were wallowing in the daytime, and he'd come upon them and just fucking gun down one of these little piglets with a fucking 9mm, and he drug it back out, butchered it in the backyard, and cooked it on a hubcap. He used pickle. He made a brine out of pickle juice and barbecued it right there, and then cut a hunk of it off and offered it to me.
Did you eat it?
Oh yeah, it was surreal.
Was
You
it
gotta
good?
t-
I imagine it's good.
Hubcap
It
smokiness.
No, it had pickle juice. It tasted like pickle juice, but it was pork. It was like barbecue, but pickle juice tasting. It was kind of sour.
Oh,
but
that
it
doesn't
was,
sound good.
It was tender. It was okay. You know, it wasn't. I didn't want a plate full, but I was like, yeah, I just ate this pig you killed in the bushes over there.
With a guy like that, you don't know if pickle juice pork is a recipe or if that's the only thing he had to accompany the pork that he just shot.
That was
with
the case.
his
He told me
hubcap.
no, it's supposed to be vinegar, but he informed me he didn't have any vinegar, so it was pickle juice. You have to keep in mind that like it was in this old farmhouse out in the middle of Texas, 50 miles from anything, and like they didn't even have running water. They had like it was gravity fed. There was like a windmill that had to be spinning to like send the water downhill to the shower, and then it was just a trickle. And I was like so dirty and grimy and sweaty, and I opened this cabinet up to look for shampoos to take this cold water shower with, and there were mini bottle shampoos, like a dozen of them, that looked like some of them were from the early 90s. And I was just like, nope, fuck it, nope. I'm like, I'm out. Scott, let's go. And Scott and I get in the fucking truck, leave my dad and my friend in the farmhouse. We went 50 miles down the road and got a motel room that we stayed in. I wasn't staying in that shithole with the fucking pickle juice barbecue and the creepy noises at night. Guys running around with night vision and semi-automatic 308s. It was just, I didn't need that. It was an intense weekend. And we killed a lot of pigs, but it was more of like a stalk and wait kind of thing, or ambush type situation. We just sat in lawn chairs basically at the top of a hill, and there was a feeder at the bottom of the hill, and we had these red flashlights on our guns, and pigs can't see red, so when you hit it with it, their eyes glow, but they don't see the light apparently, so they're unaware of it. So we just hit them with the fucking red lights and light them up. And I've got a PWS 308 semi-automatic rifle with a fucking nice ACOG scope on it. My cousin's got a bolt action that he's really good with. And we just fucking open up. We killed 3 or 4, like just headshots left and right. But we couldn't really get the slaughter going that you can from a helicopter. It's just a real bloodfest when you're flying around above them. It's like Nam. Like they really can't get away. Like.
Did you kill the babies too and rape the girl pigs to complete the Vietnam experience?
Scott shot a piglet right in the head with a 270 from
There you
200
go.
fucking yards away, just based on the glow of its eyes. It was pretty hardcore. It went through its ear. It was pretty crazy. It was it's fun to be in the helicopter for one thing. If you've never been in a small helicopter, it's exhilarating. Like it's like a sports. It's the sports car, I suppose, of helicopters. It makes really sharp turns, and then it can go it can hover very easily, and you can be traveling at like human walking distance 3 feet above the soybean patch, so that you can just see you could see like hog tracks if you needed to, and then all of a sudden he can gain 50 feet of altitude, have you going 45 miles an hour like nose down.
and you're on the chase, and at the drop of a hat, he can fly sideways, because it's a fucking helicopter, it's not a plane. He can fly sideways so that you're shooting out the door, but you're moving in this direction ahead of the pig. So the pig's running toward you, and then of course the pig's like, it tries to stop and change direction, and there's that moment where he's not moving anymore, and he's trying to like get going again, and you're just like, and you know, you can arm yourself however you want. So like, I had an ACR with a 100 round beta magazine on it. It just, you can have, it's a lot of fun. So I flew from Atlanta to Boston, spent a night in Boston, and then the idea was to fly from like Boston all the way to Killington, I think.
Yeah.
But and we went in this very small plane. I was the co-pilot, literally. Like I was sitting in the co-pilot seat. I was holding the flight log, and he was like, "Hold it right there," so I could see it. And I was like, "Holy shit!" Like this guy's for real. The luggage in the wings. He asked me how much I weighed before I took that seat. I was the heaviest on the flight, and like he arranged the rest of the passengers by weight. You know, he wanted the weight up front, and you know the little people were in the back. We hit an ice storm flying into Killington, and it was so bad that it was like something out of the movies, the amount of shit that was coming at the windshield of this plane. We were using instruments only, and we were gaining and losing like 30 to 50 feet of altitude in as little as a second. It was like, woo, 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 woo. It was so much so that I had to take my left hand and reach under my seat and hold it and like pull up like I was riding a horse. Like I was literally like riding my seat like a fucking cowboy, and like I honestly was loving it. I was laughing. I was like hooting and hollering. Like me and the pilot were having a good time. I was like, "This is crazy." I was like, "Does this ever happen?" I was like, "Is this rare?" He's like, "This is some real shit, man. This is some real shit, man." He's like, and I hear them yelling in the back about something. I turn around, and Kitty's cousin JJ, he looks green. I look, and apparently he has to piss so bad that he needs a bag. He's got to piss in a bag, and he needs another bag to vomit in because he's definitely going to vomit. So he's back there vomiting in one bag and pissing in another in this close quarters with these strangers. And it's just, I'm up front just laughing my ass off, having the best time ever. And he tries to come in, and the turbulence gets so bad that the wings are twerking. They're doing stuff, like they're bending and shaking, and I can see them because, like, I mean, I'm literally the co-pilot. When I look out, the wing is right there, and every time it flexes or bends or torques, I see it, and it's doing it a lot more than you would think. And the guy finally is like, "Nah, we can't take it down. We gotta pull up. We gotta go back to like somewhere else." Like we circled the airport for like 10 minutes. We couldn't take it much longer, so he landed us like 3 fucking hours drive away in like Burlington, Vermont or some shit. We had to call a limo service to drive us to the place from there. And,
that must have been horrible.
It was the worst. It was a $350 limo ride. It was like a blizzard on top of this mountain. And Woody is late. Everyone's late, actually. Epic Mealtime hasn't made it yet. Woody hasn't made it yet. And I'm the one who had to take the 3.5-hour cab ride in. So it's just like, what the fuck's happening here? And then here comes Woody in this piece of shit car up this like hill. And the tires are spinning at about 50 miles an hour, and the car is moving at about 20 miles an hour.
Dude, there were parts where you could have walked faster. I
did.
Yeah, it was so bad. It couldn't do anything. Like it couldn't even get around the parking lot at the ski lodge and stuff. It was.
Yeah.
It was a
I
mess.
decided that we raced. We raced in a circle around the lodge to try to find you some parking, and I was just as fast on foot as this car was in the ice and snow. It was unacceptable. I don't know how many miles I've got, but I know I've got like the silver Delta Silver Medallion or something like that from my travels. So I've flown a lot.
Ooh.
I've
Will all the Delta, Bronze, Silver, and Gold Medallion passengers please come to the front for free boarding?
Yeah, I'm a Silver Medallion passenger. I've seen some real shit on airplanes, and like most Americans who fly a lot, I feel like I'm very paranoid of giving off a false, like, scary vibe. Like, I would never raise my voice on a plane for any reason, for example. Like there's so much, everybody's so nervous already around airplanes and airports, and it's just such a hot button thing with terrorism. And, I'm afraid of...
No reason to risk it.
No reason to risk it, but I've seen some crazy shit
we were flying one time from Seattle to Atlanta on a Virgin flight. If you have, actually it was from Seattle to Boston. If you have the means, I highly recommend Virgin first class. It's the best first class. You live in a purple and pink illuminate. It's like Tron. All the glass, everything is like clear and glass, and it's lit pink and purple. And there's like soft jazz music playing, and the TVs are like 3 inches bigger than anywhere else, and the food's better, and everybody's nicer there, and these seats are enormous, and they recline back like a bed. And Kitty's asleep next to me. I'm relaxing, watching some like Thor movie or something, and then this tiny little Korean woman appears from no man's land. You know where I'm talking about, back there where they keep them. And she just comes through the curtain, and a little bit of their dirty, unfiltered yellow fluorescent light peers into our, it's dark where we are in first class. All the shutters are closed. It's just pink and purple lights from these clear dividers between the rows. And this little Korean lady comes in there, and she like takes a few steps up, and she kind of she's looking around, she's exploring. And she comes, and Kitty's got so much room between, like foot room, that she walks into Kitty's area, into her personal space, like between the seat in front of her and Kitty's seat. But Kitty's like reclined back, sleeping, and I'm just watching this shit wide-eyed, like frozen. Like I'm just like, all right, if she pulls out a dagger or something, I guess I deck her. But like, otherwise I'm just frozen. I can't do anything. And the lady's like shaking Kitty. She's like shaking her awake, and I know Kitty's sleepy. I'm just like, can't. She's unarmed. What am I gonna do? And I'm just like watching. She's like, where? Hey. And Kitty wakes up and she said, what's going on? Who are you? And the lady's like, you'll see, very nice. How much? And Kitty's like, what are you talking about? And I'm just giggling now. She's like, how much for your seat? It's very nice. I like your seat. How much? And I couldn't figure out if she wanted to buy the seat on the spot from Kitty, or if she wanted to know for future reference how much these first-class seats cost, because she was into it.
I'm dumbfounded.
And Kitty,
No, she was haggling for a seat. She was trying to buy it right there.
the stewardess
I
comes
give you
and
2 fresh tuna
the
fish.
stewardess has to come and put hands on this lady, and I have to explain. I'm like, I don't know. She came up here, she shook her awake, and she wanted to know how much the seat costs. I'm not sure if she wants to buy the seat or if she wants to know for future reference. And the lady's just like, what the fuck? And like turns this old lady around and walks her out. 30 minutes later, she's back trying to sneak into our bathroom. And of course, I ratted her out, of course, like first thing. Because she's like waiting in line for like some other guy who's supposed to be shitting in there. Like he's got some, he's allowed. And I got the steward. I was like, hey, the lady's back. She's like, oh. And you could tell, like, she didn't want her shitting in there either. She got her and, like, fucking...
You should have
escorted her back
demanded
out.
that that surf be thrown overboard.
She came back a third fucking time, but this time she just kind of, like, opened the curtain and looked around in there as if to say, like, I don't need this shit anyway, and just kind of fucking left when someone spotted her. Like, it was bizarre. That's the only time I've seen that in first class. The only other cool first class story I have, when I looked like a real gentleman, I was flying with a girl from like New Orleans to like Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I had a first class seat, but she had a coach seat, and there was no one next to me in first class. It was an open seat, and I kind of kissed her, and like she had to go back to coach, and I was kind of sitting there like, this is kind of shitty as I read my book. And I asked the stewardess, I was like, hey, is there any way, since no one is sitting in the seat, that the girl that I'm with could come up and sit in this seat with me? And like 3 or 4 or 5 people hear this and they get involved because it's kind of an interesting thing. And the lady's like, no, can't do that. And I thought about it for a few seconds, and I was like, well, I think I'm just going to go back there and sit with her. And like get up and go to walk, and like everybody in first class like gives me like a clap, like I'm a real nice guy. Meanwhile, I go to the back, and it's like 3 seats wide, nobody's there. She's like, give me a handy under the blanket. I was like, I made the right decision.
Yes, good call.
The right
good call.
decision. Yeah.
And so did she. I think that's appropriate compensation for flying coach.
I thought so. I thought I was being very generous, giving up my like beautiful, nice seat. We were doing our film, and we're hanging out with this crazy, eccentric millionaire guy who builds miniguns, and he's kind of a nut. And I don't want to go on any of their adventures with them. Like I don't do that when we would travel. I would just bring my own girl with me so I could stay at the hotel and not go out and get into trouble. But my friends and family, they go out and get into trouble. So I'm at the hotel with my girl, with my codeine, which I loved, by the way. I needed it. Like I wasn't abusing this codeine. Like I had such an awful sore throat, and I was so out of it. Like I was just sipping this stuff the whole time, and I didn't even realize it was like a thing that people take to get high or whatever. Like I just thought it was medicine. So I'm wasted off this stuff in bed with her. It's 4 a.m. and the door's kicked open. Boom! Like I didn't latch the door. I was so messed up from the codeine. And it's all of my friends and all of their girls, and they run into the room, and the girls jump into the bed, and they're jumping up and down on the bed. And one of them is a really big girl, like she's like 200 pounds, and the other one's like a hot chick, like this hot Hispanic chick. And they're dancing on the bed, and then they start telling me the story. They had went to the bar, and this is when my cousin had the flower behind his ear that this Mexican chick had given him at a bar. He goes to the bathroom to pee, and this guy next to him goes, they're standing there pissing. He looks next to him at the urinal and says, "You look like a faggot with that flower behind your ear." And Scott's like, "Don't call me a faggot." he's all right, well, whatever. But seriously though, you look like a faggot. And Scott just like lays him out right there, knocks him unconscious at the urinal. Guy hits the floor, dick hanging out, still pissing, like he's pissing himself. That doesn't peeing. Stop. Yeah, that's impressive. Stop. He hits the ground, and his dick's still pissing. He's like pissing on himself.
Like a fire hose that's just sort of flopping around.
Or maybe I don't know how big it was. I'm giving him a lot of credit here, right? Like it's just going everywhere.
Like a baby's
You're making it seem like one of those blow-up car lot things that's
like
around like that.
No, it wasn't like a Medusa head or anything, but he pissed all over himself. Okay. And there's witnesses. There's 2 more guys who were standing there waiting for these 2 urinals that are in the restroom. So Scott's got to book it. So he goes out. He goes, collects my other friend, collects the girls. He's like, "We got to get the fuck out of here." So they go out in the parking lot, and they get stopped by the victim number 1's big friend. His big friend is like a Jordanian. Now, I don't know how they knew he was Jordanian. He must have said it at some point. Like, "I am Jordanian. I kill you." He said something like that, and at some point, Scott said something like, he's like, "I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth out," just some whatever threat. And the guy says back to Scott, "I'm a faggot. I'll push your shit in, boy."
Oh, that's perfect.
It's Mike Tyson.
There's no coming back from that.
So it's at that point where the story gets foggy. I don't know what exactly happened, but the end result is this, to release myself or any others of any liability. The large Jordanian man was hit in the head with something. His car keys were stolen from him. His car may have been backed into by another car, and my truck had a big dent in the bumper. And that's the story they come back to me with. And that's day 1 of our trip to fucking New Mexico. So we get out in the desert, and I'm not getting any better. I'm not getting better at all. Like the shot in the ass, the Z-Pack, it's not doing shit. I'm out in the desert, and it's literally 104 degrees. I'm vomiting behind a truck. Like I'm bent over vomiting, and I finish vomiting, and I like wipe my mouth, and then I start coughing, and I can't stop coughing, and I cough up blood. And I'm like, shit. So I'm like spitting the blood up and like getting the blood off my teeth. And they're like, "Hey, Kyle, you ready? We got the 500 Magnums loaded up." They want me to shoot a 500 Magnum in each hand at these steel targets out in the desert. And so I go out there, and I'm kind of coughing and wheezing. It's hard to breathe. It really was. My throat was really ragged. If you go back and watch those videos, you can hear my voice is weird.
Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I don't know if you could hear, but I feel like shit. I've been sick for about 2 weeks now. I didn't want to travel all the way out here to make this video.
What's the name of the video? But it's the one with this 500 Smith & Wesson?
Yeah, I'm in the desert. I'm using a big chrome-barreled, integrally suppressed 50 cal. It's kind of a mishmash video where I do like 2 or 3 weird things.
Okay.
So were you just guzzling codeine regularly this whole
Yeah.
time, just every few minutes? Just
Yeah, 'cause my
dude, then you were just in like the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas status, just barely with it. not
Lots
really
of
knowing what's
Gatorade.
going on.
I would guzzle like a whole thing of Gatorade, and then I'd vomit up 3/4 of it, it seemed like, just trying to stay hydrated. So I get out there. I got these big fucking guns in each hand. They're the most powerful production handguns in the world, and they're short barrels, so they're going to kick like a motherfucker. And I've got to hit the targets, or we just have to do it over again, I guess. And then I hear the grenade go off. They, my friend shot a tear gas grenade, a CS grenade at me, and it exploded next to me and started like shooting CS at me. So I kicked it, and that's when I spoke too soon. It didn't explode. It landed next to me and started hissing. I kicked it, and then it exploded, and it goes poof, and I'm like covered with the CS while I'm sick. So
What is CS?
I don't remember what it stands for. It's like it's tear gas basically. It really fucks you up. Mucus, membranes, all that stuff.
Good
so
if
I
you're
coughed
sick
all that
in the middle
Yeah.
of a desert.
Oh, it was
on
awful,
Cody.
the worst thing possible, and that's what I said. I was like, "Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like, why? Anybody but me." But yeah, they tear gassed me, and then we had to keep going and finished. So that's my New Mexico story. I don't think there's anything else. We got caught in a flash flood in the desert.
Russia, you do not pay for pussy. You take the pussy. It is already yours.
Hey, how much of the food do you eat after you finish? Like
All of it. I got a question for Russia. Russia, when you're out there, do people come up to you and they're like, "Yo, man, speak Russian"?
A guy, I'll tell you this story. A guy called the gun store that sponsors me the other day and said that he wanted to talk to the Russian guy, and they're like, "Well, he's not here." He's like, "Well, he works there, right?" Well, they're like, "No, he works with us," and they're like, "Well, I need to get a hold of him. I just got my wife over from Russia, and I need him to translate for me." This guy had went and got a mail order bride from Russia and wanted me to translate between him and his new wife.
Do you have money?
Dude, I'm not gonna be somebody's fucking translator. I speak enough Russian to like piss somebody off.
Just think about the video, though. You go up to the man's house, like, I translate for him.
No.
And the woman speaking the Russian, she's like, she is leaving you for your neighbor.
Oh god. Yeah, I could translate enough to like make her really, really angry, and that'd be about it.
When I was 14, 15, 16, all I cared about was one thing, and that was the button on your jeans.
Mm-hmm.
And my goal, I mean, it's truthful. My goal was to say whatever I had to say to get that button open.
Yeah, right? Let me I'll tell you this quick story. Like, all right, so I was on a trip recently, and there was a girl crying on a park bench, and I go up and not a park bench, out in front of a hotel, and I start talking to her. I'm like, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Because it was kind of late at night and everything, and she's like, "Nothing." And I'm like, "No, what's wrong? Go ahead and tell me." And so she starts telling me this story about this guy, and like she thought he was her friend and this and that, and I'm like, all right, let me give you some advice about girls. And I basically explained to her, I'm like, guys only want one thing. We only want one thing, and we'll say whatever it takes to get that one thing. I'm like, it's
As a
not
matter
a
of
cliche.
fact, right now,
And then
this
I fucked
advice
her.
I'm
That's the
giving
best
you.
part.
I'm sorry, carry on.
Oh, it's over now. It's
over.
funny that I went through that whole story with her, like explained to her that guys only wanted one thing, and they'll say whatever they have to do to get there. And then I fucked her. So let me figure out how to set this up appropriately. I actually told this story to myself the other day, so I'd be set up to tell it.
That dedication, baby.
Yeah. I ran through this so I could do it smoothly and cover all the points I want to cover. All right, so basically, I'm in this situation where I was seeing a young lady, and after seeing her for maybe a month, her husband calls me one night, and he's like, "Hey." I'm like, "Hey, why are you fucking my wife, bro?" And I'm like, "I didn't know she was married." And I'm like freaking out, and I'm like as upset about it as he is. I'm like, "I didn't know." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That's the end of that. I won't do that anymore." And he's like, "All right." So we end on good terms. And then I talked to her the next day, and she's like, "He's insane. He drinks and he's violent with me, and we've been separated for some time now." She's like, "There's no marriage there." She's like, "That's like my estranged husband who I simply haven't gone through. All that holds us together is like a piece of paperwork. That's not a husband." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's completely different." So we carry on with a relationship, obviously.
Obviously.
And, yeah, I see no reason why not. It's not a real marriage.
I met her. I liked her.
Yeah.
I didn't meet her like you. To be
Woody's not down for the seconds.
No.
No, but she drove us around at Killington, and she seemed sweet.
Yeah, she's a very nice young lady. So, we text back and forth. She doesn't live right by me. So, obviously, sometimes there are some adult texts that get sent back and forth.
Obviously.
She might send me a photo, and in return, I might send her a photo.
I don't believe you.
So, she may or may not have it.
Oh, what, you don't believe him?
I want proof. You have my
I've
phone number.
seen. Wait, I shouldn't have said that. I've never seen these photos. He's probably lying. Yeah.
Totally made you want to see that.
Woody's like wanting to go through my phone, and I'm like, you better be careful. You might see a little bit of me in there. And it might make you feel like less of a man.
That's unlikely. You're talking to Woody. Come on.
Woody, I thought you had that case of elephantitis at one time.
So anyway, so I've texted her pictures of me, my area down there, and she has returned the favor. So anyway, the crazy husband one night gets a hold of the phone, right? And he's going through the text messages with me, obviously, and he finds that picture, and he is so afraid of it. It makes him feel like so much less of a man that he goes online that night and orders male enhancement products. And after he uses them, he has a horrible side effect where his entire manly area breaks out in red blotches and blisters.
Oh,
that's so awesome.
Did he send you pictures of that, or how do you know?
No, she tells me about this. So, because he's he's just like, this is bullshit. This guy has such huge cock, and it makes me feel like less man. And now I've got blisters everywhere because I was trying to get it bigger. And it's just like, and I'm over here hearing this, and I'm just like, oh, right.
Yeah, baby.
You gave yourself a dick high five? You're like, yeah.
Yes. I pull my waistband out, and I'm like, high five, little man. And he reaches up with his little cock can, and he goes, ka-ka! I don't even have to reach down for him. He reaches up to me.
And then he does the worm. Like, yeah. You like the boogaloo? That's right.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm like the James Bond of bowel movements.
As I think back to my school career, from elementary school through high school, I think one of the most embarrassing things that ever happened to anyone, and when it does, everybody always knows, is this guy. I won't say his name because there are people who listen to this who would know him, but
poor Scott.
No, I promise it was not that guy. He was just a friend, but he shit his pants in the second grade. Second grade for sure. And he's in the bathroom, and in our classroom, instead of having a bathroom that you had to walk to, it was attached to the classroom. You walked to the back of the classroom, and there was a bathroom there.
Okay.
And he's in there, and the teacher's like, Billy, you need to come out, made up name. But he's like, can't. She's like, why not? Can't. She's like, you have an accident? Yep. Is it bad? Uh-huh. Do we need to call your mother? Oh, yeah. But apparently he had just, shat all over himself. His mom walked into the bathroom with, a new set of clothes and a trash bag.
Oh, no.
But think about this. That was, 20 years ago, and I still remember that shit.
This story is 3 or 4 years ago. My cousin calls me, and apparently he had some issue with some other people, and they were going to have to go fight. And apparently there was 6 of them, and there was only 2 of us. So I was like, well, is there anybody else we could get to go with us? And he's like, well, we could go get Uncle Terry. And I'm like, I don't have an Uncle Terry. He's like, yeah, but I do. He's my mom's brother. And I'm like, I don't know him. And he's like, well, he just got out of jail. And I'm like, what'd he do? He murdered someone. I'm like, how long has he been in there? 35 years. How old is this guy? I don't know. He's 50s, something like that. I'm like, dude, we're not taking a 55-year-old dude to this fight where, we're 17, 18. I'm like, we don't need some old dude slowing us down. He's like, no, trust me. This is the guy we want with us. So I hop in Scott's car, and he takes us to a trailer park, and we hop out, and this isn't a nice trailer park. This is a pretty rough establishment. This is
a Robert Bowling trailer park.
This is Robert Bowling's trailer park. And South Clown. And so we go into this, and all right, this is funny right from the start. We get out of the car, and this figure opens the trailer door and looks down at us and goes, "Who's that out there in that moon wagon?" We're in a Blazer, by the way, so I don't know what the fuck made it a moon wagon. But Scott goes, "It's me, Uncle Terry." He's like, "Oh, who you got with me?" I got Kyle with me. He's like, "Come on in here." So we go into this guy's house, and he's sitting there with his 2 daughters who are like, I don't know, teenagers. One of them has a broken arm, which she got beating up a black girl at school, but that's not how she referred to the individual. And so everybody starts smoking cigarettes, including the young teenage girls, and they pass around ashtrays, which consisted of styrofoam plates. And of course, that doesn't work too well. It burns right through. So I'm like, no, I don't smoke. I didn't smoke at the time. So like, we start talking to Terry, and we tell him what the situation is. And he's like, do you have any weapons? Like, straight face, like, you got any weapons? And he's like, well, I got this right here. And Scott's got like this rod. It's like a piece of steel. It's like a steel rod. It's a steel rod, yeah, sort of like that, but not as big. It's about 1.5 feet long. And Uncle Terry like picks it up and he goes, yeah. He goes, this is like a black cobra in the desert. And he goes, like a snake. And like, he's like, this is like my black cobra in the desert. You could run a chain gang with one of these. And I'm like, how would you sneak it into prison? He's like, I don't care. Stick it up my ass if I got to. he's like in prison. He's like prison's rough. He's like, lost all my teeth. He pulls out false teeth at this point to reveal that he indeed has no front teeth. And I'm like, how the fuck did that happen? He's like, a nigger. He had a lock and a sock. Hit me in the mouth with it. And I'm like, what did you do? I killed him. He's like, I killed him. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess that fixed that problem. Hell yeah, it fixed it. He's like, in prison, you gotta be mean. You gotta be hardcore. He's like, I'll eat an asshole if that's what it takes. I'll bite your lips off. I don't care. I'm like, all right.
I'm never going to prison.
So at the end of it, I was like, you know what? I don't think we need your services, Terry. We're going to be moseying on out, but good luck to you eating the assholes and, running the chain. And that was the last time I saw him.
This is just craziness.
That guy ran bare-fisted fighting, like a bare-fisted fight club at the trailer park, in which your entry fee was a case of natural light. And it was I'm not joking. It was winner take all, dude.
I wish I had some epic stories to tell.
It makes me realize if I ever have a shootout with the cops, I'm going to get clapped at the end of it. I ain't going into cuffs.
All right, so I was talking to someone. I was talking to someone the other night who had been a Marine, and he was talking about being in Japan, and him and like 4 of his buddies finding this hooker on the streets and going back to her place. And I guess they were like, at some point, yeah, let's have sex. And she's like, okay, but you can't fuck me. And they're like, why not? And lo and behold, it's really a man. It really has a penis. I was like, oh, that's crazy. So what'd you guys do? He's like, oh, we beat the shit out of him. And I'm just like, what the fuck? He's like, yeah, just beat the shit out of him. Then we went back to the boat. And then Mikey said, I'm going to go back and see what's going on over there. I'm going to go back. We were like, all right, dude, whatever. So we asked him the next day, what happened? What'd you do? He's like, well, he wanted somebody to fuck him, so I fucked him.
Dude, you told me the story before, right? And it didn't sink in until just now. Mikey is definitely gay, right? Like, he finds a prostitute that I guess is a transvestite or something because they didn't realize it was a guy at first.
Yeah.
And then they beat him up, right? So he's like repressing and sort of, oh yeah, gay bashing, grr, I'm not gay. And then he goes, you know what?
But that butthole might be extra tight.
This might be for me. And he goes back and he's like, I showed him. I
My
fucked
penis.
him. Yeah. And it's like, dude, no, you found a tranny, and then you were like, damn, I'm going back. And he did, and then he had sex with the tranny. That, there's the whole that is a gay person.
Yeah, I know. That is the definition of a gay person.
Yes.
It could be bisexual.
Well, okay. Well,
I'll
that
grant
is, okay,
that.
I'll take this away. That is the definition of a homosexual act.
I mean, you actually label like he doesn't like pussy now since he fucked a guy dressed like a girl.
But we're saying it's messed up because he just had beaten this person up for their alternative lifestyle that he's obviously like cool with when it comes to him.
I feel weird talking about trannies and fucking trannies in front of Woody's wife. I'm sorry.
Oh, she's heard worse. She has heard worse.
Yeah, just wait till she goes back and hears the track about all the clean talk.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Colin does not want to be on camera.
Have I told the story, Woody?
No, you haven't.
My dad gets in a confrontation with a guy who mistook my dad for another man from his past and was about to stab him.
I think you have told this story.
Okay, so...
But it's okay. I tell stories multiple times.
So my dad's in Walmart, and he notices this guy's kind of eyeballing. This is many years ago. This is 10, 12 years ago. This guy's eyeballing him at Walmart. And Dad doesn't really think anything of it. He continues, doing his shopping or whatever. And the guy's eyeballing him more. And he kind of follows him to the next aisle. And the guy starts approaching him. And my dad says, he's thinking to himself, like, I think this guy's about to, like, attack me. And he starts looking around, in his vicinity for anything that might make a good melee weapon. And he looks and he's like, I'm in the department with all the, like, towels and washcloths and, like, loofahs and shit. Like, there's literally sponges over here to my right. And there's no way I can defend myself with any of this stuff. So I just face him down and I said, hey, what's up? And he says, hey, are you Bill Anderson? He's like, no, my name is so-and-so. He tells him his name. He says, well, okay, I'm sorry. He says, I was about to gut you alive. And my dad
must have done some fucked up
and
shit.
my dad says, what? What are you talking about? And he shows my dad, like, this curved, like, hunting knife. And he's like, I've been looking for Bill Anderson for the last 15 years. And when I find him, I'm going to gut him alive for what he did to me and my family. You look a lot like him, but I'm glad to see you're not him. You have a nice night, sir.
Wow. I'd be hitting that motherfucker with a shower curtain or something. There's a rod right there in that aisle.
Just so you guys know, if your name's Bill Anderson, you watch your fucking ass. There.
Oh, you remember the guy buying the TV when we bought Black Ghost?
Remind me.
Remember we were standing in line, and they had a kid, obviously, who couldn't get his damn card, to read. And there was this guy, he was, like, jittering like he was a crackhead. To buy a 50-inch TV, and, like, he was trying to get ahead of everybody in line to do it.
Yeah, we there was a very long line. Wings got recognized at the Walmart. That was cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's not as bad as Kyle makes it out to be. Most people are...
No, I mean, the guy was like, hey, are you Wings Redemption? He was like, yeah, I am. That was it.
Was he a big fan? What else did he say?
I don't know. He had a channel of his own.
He pulled out a knife. He's like, I've been looking for Wings Redemption.
There was an explosion in my backyard yesterday. I have no idea what it was. I'm sitting there watching.
That's not good.
I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating. Like,
I agree. It's not good.
I know explosions.
I also vote for not good.
I know a thing or two about explosions. I'm sitting on the couch watching TV, and a big fucking explosion happens, like the house behind me. And I mean, it was just boom, and like the house shook a little, and I was just like, "The fuck was that?" And I go to the window and I look, and I see no smoke. I don't see rubble or anything.
That's so funny.
I still don't know.
I imagine you in my head, like lying on your couch and like watching TV, and then this huge explosion happening. You'd be like, "What the fuck was that?" And then just going back and watching TV, not even inspecting it.
Hello, my friends. This is FPS Russia's neighbor who is currently able to shoot guns and in no legal trouble.
I have one, by the way. Something kind of interesting happened to me a couple days ago. All right, so this guy in South Carolina, his name's Rucker. He strangled his girlfriend to death. You might have heard about this in the news. He strangled his girlfriend to death. She was pregnant, and then he fled from the police. Well, what you don't probably know is he fled to my hometown, and then he parked his car a mile away from my house and got out and ran into the woods. What you also don't know is my greatest dream is to hunt a human being.
Actually, I knew that.
I'm right there with you.
So I went and I stayed with my sister until she was ready to go for school because this guy's a convicted sex offender. He's a mile away and he's roaming the woods. So once she goes to school, it's go time. So we're over at one of my friend's house. He's like a farmer in the neighborhood, and we're all talking. And some guy goes, "There he goes! That's him!" Dude's running through the fucking woods, like pretty far away from us, but it's him. He matches the description. I mean, all right, let me just say this: there's not too many black guys wearing a white shirt, white pants, and white shoes, and a white hat, running through the woods in the middle of a cattle farm. it's him. So we take off after him, and we're like stalking through the woods after this guy. I got a fucking AR-15. My dad's got a 12 gauge with buckshot, and I'm like, we're gonna get him. I was like, this is gonna be
Motherfucker got deliverance on his ass, huh?
I have my video camera. I'm like, best video ever. But he got through the other side of the woods, got to a relative's house, and they I guess when he saw a fierce Russia coming after him, he was like, I got to turn myself in, because he got at the neighbor's house and like had them take him to the police station. But he's lucky we didn't catch him.
Oh, I've got a great one. I've got a story. So I've been for my little gaming YouTube channel, I have been recording some prank phone calls.
His gaming YouTube channel, I should mention, is youtube.com/FPS.
Yes, I've been recording some prank phone calls, and I was running this scam messing with a tranny. And to do it, I couldn't use a blocked number, so I'm texting this tranny with my phone. Anyway, it gets out of hand. She realizes it's a crank call, and she posts my number. So I've been, and I swear to God, I warned this girl. I told her, I was like, that's not me. I'm not who you think I am. I do a podcast that 200,000 people listen to. If you do indeed post my number on the internet and have people mess with me, I'm going to read it on my podcast. So when she posted my number, she said, be sure to check out my podcast. So that was a little stab at Painkiller already, I felt. So
it's on now. It's go time.
Let me see if I can find this gentleman's number.
Gentleman.
Yes, this tranny was looking for a cock that she's, quote, 9 inches at least and beer can thick.
Gosh, these trannies.
That's a lot of blood to make that happen.
Yeah.
They don't make those in real life.
The woman's got an extra forearm.
Those happen in Gears of War.
You see Gears of War penises?
Wait, there's Gears of War porn?
I only imagine if Marcus had a penis, it would look something like that.
Okay,
You make a
so
strong
the
point.
number.
Oh my.
The number is all right, so area code 706 362 2668. Do your fucking worst.
Oh my God.
Send her a text message that says, we're from the podcast. Nothing that can identify us. Let's just do this kind of quote unquote anonymously. Just say, we're from the podcast in a text message, or call and scream, we're from the podcast.
And this is because
That's
she
it.
published your phone number.
Yes, she published my phone number and made it look like I was a homosexual man. And so I've been getting text messages from gay men who want to have sex with me, and one of them sent and one of them sent his penis. And so now, like, you know how you can copy paste obviously on your cell phone? My paste, I already have it copy and paste ready. It says the ad was a joke, it's not me. That's not my picture, just my number. It's a prank. Please flag it. And that's what I had to send for like 2 days to get it flagged and taken down. To like 8 or 9 different. Like, I woke up the next day and I had like 3 text messages and 4 missed calls from all these dudes wanting to bang the picture of the dude she put up like it was me. And I'm just, and it's an annoyance. So fucking pay her back. This is righteous justice. This isn't some.
This
some
is
attack.
what happens, and this is not something new to Ping. People are like, "Oh my God, how could you tweet at that? How could you troll someone who trolled you? You must be new to Painkiller already, you little bitch." Because that's what we do. We don't lose, we win. What's the phone number again?
Chuck was my mother's age, 42 or so at the time of our meeting, and yet he looked like he was in his late hobo 50s.
Wow.
There's a difference than,
Yeah.
He was in his hobo 50s. Long, black, shaggy hair, greasy, filthy, pockmarked face. Very, I don't know, just looked like it was gross, like dried up and nasty from years of smoking hand-rolled cigarettes. His fingers were yellow, like just stained yellow from those cigarettes he'd always smoked. He drank Red Dog beer and the cheapest vodka he could buy. His greatest skill was he could calculate the cost of alcohol to a T. If he had $1.02, he knew exactly what it took to get to that bottle of liquor. If he had 13 cents, he knew exactly what it took to get to that tiny bottle of liquor. He always knew. He'd come around.
You got 37 cents.
Wow.
I'm like, why don't you just take $5 man? What the hell? 37 cents? Like that's not even worth my time handing you to you. Like in the store. Yeah. Like it was just absurd, and he always knew. And so I mentioned that my dad never hit JD, never got physical with him ever, even though JD was very bad at his job. He would drinking on the job, passing out drunk, that sort of thing. So Chuck also had a bit of a drinking problem, you might say, and he lived at the end of my dad's farm's driveway in a trailer with another man named Jeff who was crippled from polio, and he was way too young to be crippled from polio, if you know what I mean. It was like, how white trash are you? And they had Jeff's girlfriend, I guess you could still fuck, who was very pregnant, and she was, I remember one day they had seen her trying to like induce labor by sticking a vase up there in the front yard. Classy bunch. Classy bunch, okay? Just so you know. So what Chuck's job, pretty lower tier kind of job, if you can imagine. It's picking up the dead chickens from my dad's poultry houses. Every day, because there's 120,000 total, every day, you know, a percentage just die. And you can't leave them in there. They'll rot, and that causes disease, etc. You're not supposed to. Someone walks the entire perimeter of this thing. It's a 5-mile walk a day, and you pick them up, you take them out. That's Chuck's job. Chuck wasn't doing a good job of this, and so as you can imagine, just like my disgusting garbage, there are rotten chickens in this poultry house, and that's a no-no. It's not good for business. You're not allowed to do that. Despite what you see with all the like animal cruelty stuff and those horrible horror scenes you often see from PETA, like for the most part, like those farmers are kept really under control, and like you can't do that. There's rotten chickens in there though. My dad sees this, and he's like, Kyle, go get Chuck. Tell him he's gonna have to finish his work. And I'm like, okay. No, excuse me. He said, you can either go get Chuck, or I can go get him, and you can tell him what he's got to go do. And I'm like, think about it for a minute. I'm like, well, that second one is definitely the more awkward situation type thing. I'm like, well, I'll go get him. So I drive down there. I say, he's drunk as fuck. And I'm like, hey, Chuck, Dad wants you to come back over to the farm. He's got something he wants to talk to you about. Okay, so I get Chuck, take him back up there. I'm off to the side sitting on a bucket.
How do you get him? You have like
in a truck. I drive a truck down there. It's literally a quarter mile away. Just zip right back.
Okay.
So we're sitting. We're standing there. My dad's standing there. I'm sitting on a bucket, and he tells Chuck, he's like, Chuck, there's rotten chickens there. You're doing a shitty job. You can't do that. You know you can't do that. If you can't do the job right, then you shouldn't be doing it at all. He says, you need to get in there, and you need to finish your job, or you're not getting paid this week or any more ever. And Chuck said, well, if you don't like the way I did it.
Oh, no. He stopped right there. Stop. So you froze it. If you don't like the way I did it, carry on.
If you don't like the way I do it, then you could just do it your damn self.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Nothing happened between him saying that and Chucky's on the ground. I'm not sure how it got on the ground. I don't know if it was a push, a punch. He was just on the ground, and Dad was kicking. These weren't like the bar scene in Goodfellas kicks where you're like stomping the guy's face in and really trying to ruin him for life. Like, he was kicking him in the ass with a big size 13 boot on the other end of like 50
That's
pounds
almost
of
more
him.
insulting at that point.
Right in the ass crack. Every time Chuck would make it to his knees, bam, and you could hear it. It was audible, and I'm just watching him kick him, and every time he kicks, he adds a little retort. Pow! I don't think you'll like the way I'm going to do it, Chuck. I'm sorry, Lamar. I'm sorry. Pow! You going to be sorry by the time I'm done, Chuck. You going to get in there and clean that shit up? Yeah, Lamar, I'm going to get in. And he's crawling toward the place where the dead chickens are. He's going after him now. Get in there. Get in there. He kicks him 5-6 times. He kicks his ass until he's like in the building, and like he gets up and goes back to work.
Wow.
It's as close to someone beating a horse into like giddying up as you'll ever get with a human being in this day and age.
It was beat to a monologue.
Chuck was a real character. I have one more Chuck story if you'd like it.
Please.
Oh, you know I do.
Yes.
Please.
All right. So,
as I mentioned, Chuck lived near the end of the driveway of the farm in this trailer with his polio-stricken friend Jeff and Jeff's baby mama. The county took the baby, so I guess it's still a baby mama though, even though yeah. So he lives down there. Well, eventually, believe it or not, someone like Chuck can even rub themselves raw on someone like Jeff. And Jeff decided he didn't want Chuck around anymore. He kicked him out. So, Chuck's getting paid at the end of it's the end of the day. We're done with work. And Chuck's telling Dad this. And Dad's like, well, you know how it is. And just leaves it at. He's like, it's basically like, every man for himself out here, brother. You're not coming to my place. That sort of thing. And so Dad tells me, he says, take Chuck to the bank, pay him, then take him to, and then if he wants to go to the liquor store, take him there too, and that's what he told him. And I'd done that before. I'd go to the bank, give the business card, get him his cash, pay him, take him home, whatever. So I take Chuck, we get his cash, it's like $80, it was a couple days' work. Take him to the liquor store, and he comes out and he's got. I'm sorry, don't let me fuck this up. So. I drive Chuck down to the end of the driveway, and Chuck says, hang on a minute, I need to get a few things before we go. Could you drop me off at whoever's house that's just down the road? And I was like, yeah, I'll do that after the liquor store. Sure, I'll do that for you, because he's been kicked out, right? So he throws all of his shit in the back of my truck. Trash bags of clothes, trash bags of shoes, and 4 television sets. He had 4 of them. Don't ask me. I didn't ask him. 4 television sets loaded up in the back of my truck. Bank, liquor store. He comes out, brown paper bag, and a ginger ale. And I'm just about to tell him, hey, man, no drinking in the car, right? No drinking in the car. I'll get you to where you're going. But I see that he's just cracking open the ginger ale. So I back up, I'm driving, and he tells me where we're going. It's like 10 minutes away, and I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't sign up for this shit. Like, this is bullshit. All right, fuck, I'll drive you there. So I'm driving there, and I look over. He's got a pint in one hand and the ginger ale in the other, and he's going, glow, glow.
Oh, wow.
He's two-fisting that shit, chasing it down. And there was no point in stopping him at this point. I would rather him have an empty bottle of liquor than a half-full bottle of liquor, so I just shook my fucking head, and I was just like, what the fuck are you doing, man? You're cracking that shit open here? I'm like 17? Like, this is not going to do I'm the one that'll get the fucking open container charge. I get him down to where he's going. It's these, like, pretty crummy apartments, pretty seedy, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't stay there. I wouldn't want to. And, he says, right there where we're going, man, but I ain't allowed down there. So, how about you drop me off right here, and you go down there, it's apartment 4B, and ask her if Chuck comes stay. And I'm like,
oh my gosh.
Okay, well, I've come this far, Chuck. Chuck hops out of the fucking car. I drive down there. Knock on the door. It wasn't really a door. It was kind of this metal gatey thing. Kind of a cage, more of a bar door. Blang, blang, blang. This disgusting woman comes out, like 240 pounds. She's wearing like a house dress, I suppose you'd call it. Like,
a nightgown?
Yeah, basically like with the buttons, and I can see a little titty like between this button and this button. Like they're like her tits are so big that they're like between this button and this button. There's some titty showing.
Oh, wow.
And it's not good titty. And I'm
it's not good.
Oh, no, titty, good
like,
titty.
Like what?
Same voice too.
Good afternoon, madam. There's a Chuck Gabriel who sent me calling, and he would like to know if he could come stay here with you forthwith. You tell that son of a bitch he ain't never allowed back down here no more. I'll shoot his ass. You tell him, man. You tell him he comes here, me or Donnie, one, will shoot his ass. Very well. Chuck hops in the fucking truck. Chuck hops in the truck. He goes, how'd it go, man? I was like, I don't think it's going to work out, Chuck. Like, well, I guess I could go stay at Mama's old place. And I was like, where's that? And it's actually about where we started this whole journey. So I'm driving there. I assume that he means he's going to go live with his mother. No, his mother's in a nursing home. There is an abandoned house with no electricity, no running water, no utilities of any kind. And to this day, that is where Chuck is. I could take you there.
Gosh.
I could take you there right fucking now. He's in there laying in a sleeping bag, asleep, stoned out of his fucking gourd. I got 2 or 3 more of these. One night
Is
he
someone
knocked
playing
over.
the show through a speaker? Like, I swear I hear an echo.
Yeah, someone is a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's coming through on Wolf's End a little bit when I speak up too loud.
Really? Okay, I'll turn
Maybe.
it up.
It's not too bad. So one night, like I said, no electricity. He knocked over some sort of oil lantern they had as light and set the whole fucking place on fire. But it didn't burn the place down. It just sort of scorched the room, like everything, all the fat, the curtains, the whatever, the blankets on the floor, all that shit burn up. But there wasn't enough to catch the wood on fire and really burn the place down. So the whole room was just scorched. So
black.
for months afterward, Chuck was also scorched from the soot. He was sleeping in the sooty floor. He looked black. He was filthier than he ever was, and that's saying something.
My father's room was like that growing up.
Oh.
It was, yeah. Dude, your stories are so much better than like my dad's story. Like my father had an alcoholic working for him, but he felt bad for him, so he sent him to rehab and paid for it until he was rehabilitated.
Boo! Good person. Boo! He should have beat his ass. He should have beat the alcoholism
He
out of
didn't
him.
kick him in the ass until he did more 1040s.
Besides the Cannon housing projects, Chuck is also banned from going in the local grocery store. His side of the story was that they were giving him old food back in the deli, and when they got caught giving it to him, they lied and said he was stealing it. My side is he was probably just stealing that fucking food. But in any case, Chuck is not allowed back at the grocery store nearest his home. So I see him riding his bike around town all the time. He wears this little war cap.
How did he lose his awesome job though? Because you didn't
awesome job
working for your dad.
Oh, let's see. How did it all end? What was the last straw? Oh, Chuck took my dad's Kawasaki Mule, which is, I don't know, $8,000 ATV type thing, and ran into his buddy Jeff's trailer drunk, wrecked it.
Oh, he
it's
wrecked
a
the mule?
golf cart. It's like a golf cart. He ran into
like
a trailer.
a sturdy golf cart.
The green.
Sturdy. Yeah.
Yeah. He crashed that fucking thing into a trailer, and it's like all plastic on the front, like a big bumper, and there's a hood that pops up with storage inside, and all that got cracked and fucked up, and that was the last straw. Yeah.
Wow. That's messed up.
Yeah.
That sucks.
The guy with polio in this century was more productive than that guy.
One more. Chuck was hospitalized for a gunshot wound.
Self-inflicted.
Chuck's side of the story is...
I'm going to guess the caliber was 22.
Close.
38.
I think it was a 22. It was either 22 or a 25. And here's his side of the story. He was sitting on the porch at that abandoned house, which is a good deal off the road, I'd say, 50 yards maybe. And he says someone was driving down the road, he heard a gunshot, and he was hit. Here's the problem with all that, though. The bullet is in the roof of his mouth.
Wow. That's
Really?
a hell of a drive-by shooting.
I don't know if he was. I don't know if he
Now,
was
did it go
trying to-
through his chin or was it just the roof?
Yeah, he shot through the palate of his mouth. I think he missed the tongue, and it was stuck in the roof of his mouth.
Suicide or carelessness?
Oh, it's hard to say. It's Chuck. One more. This is the last one, I promise.
You got
dude,
I got time.
You could just be trying to clean some teeth with it.
He was driving his bicycle. Keep in mind, it's like an old like Schwinn bicycle or something. Like it's not a cool one. It's got fenders on it, right? He's driving his bicycle down the road, and he claims that someone came out of nowhere and ran him off the road. He was probably just high and stoned and drunk and crashed, but broke his fucking leg in the ditch on a bicycle wreck. And this is not the kind of guy who can afford to be immobile.
No.
The hospital knew him as a prescription pill abuser, and they wouldn't give him anything for a broken leg.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
No,
What
good
would they
on
have done
them.
in
Good on
Canada?
them.
I will say this though: anytime my dad gets some like nasty liquor or wine or like that big like someone gives him some booze that he doesn't want,
puts it in Chuck's mailbox. It just gets gone. Chuck doesn't. Chuck must think it's the liquor fairy.
Liquor fairy. Don't kill yourself. Here's some more booze.
One more, and I swear to God, this is the last one. This is from my dad's point of view. I wasn't there for this one. Dad goes to this abandoned house one time to pick him up for work. He hadn't seen him in a while. He's standing on the porch, kind of knocking on the door, and he hears a voice from inside. And it's not Chuck's voice. He says, "I see you out there, you big old son of a bitch. I got something right here for you. I'm gonna kill you this time." And Dad's like, I'm creeping away at this point. he's like, hey, you hear this guy in there? Just come on in here. I got something for you right here, big boy. He didn't know it was Dad. Apparently somebody had been coming down there and just beating him up. like they were some like neighborhood punks, because they are right next to like a bad area, who just been coming down there and beating them up. And Chuck's buddy's in there with like probably the same pistol that Chuck accidentally shot himself with, like ready to blow somebody away. Dad was like, so I don't think I'll go down there no more. But I remember there was this guy, Chuck. I've probably told some Chuck stories before, but basically here's the deal. Chuck lived in a trailer on a property that was attached to the back end of my dad's property. He was basically a hobo. He's still alive. He still is a hobo. He's got this crazy long beard. He's like 50. No. That's the thing. He was my mother's age, like in her early 40s, but he looked ancient. He looked 60. And his fingers were yellow from all the cigarettes he smoked, and he always drank Red Dog beer. But he was my liquor hookup. I'd take Chuck to the liquor store, give him $20 and he'd come back with a 12-pack of beer and he'd get himself a little bottle, and that was a fair exchange. And it was always funny because like that was one of the ways that like girls would need alcohol, and I can help you out with that. And I'm not talking about younger girls. I'm talking about like I'm also underage. Like I'm helping girls my age.
Your 18-year-old peers.
Yeah, I'm helping my peers get alcohol, and so we go pick Chuck up. So it's like, and I'd have the girls in the car with me. So every time Chuck saw me, I had like 3 or 4 hot chicks with me. He just thought I was literally a pimp. He asked me one time, he's like, "Man, are you slinging that pussy?" And I went, "What?" He said, "Are you slinging that pussy? Because I'd like to get a slice." And I was like, "No, dude, no. Well, I mean, kind of, but no."
My dad sent me a text message yesterday, and it's this piece of paper, and there's a post note on it that says, colon cancer, it has spread to lymph nodes and liver. And I was like, oh no. I called him. I was freaking out. It's Chuck.
Oh, Chuck, the alcoholic dude.
The old alcoholic guy that worked for him years back. Poor old Chuck.
He could have mentioned that with the text.
Yeah, that would have been a good lead-in.
I was like, what the fuck's your problem? What are you doing? You're a terrible texter.
Your father's tech incompetency is great.
Yeah.
I like it.
Awful. Yeah, I was freaking out. Yeah,
is liver cancer very common? I feel like that's not one. I feel like boozers get like cirrhosis.
Colon cancer, and then it spread to liver and lymph nodes. Chuck looks like he's not gonna.
How old is Chuck?
50. 55.
So he's a hardcore sun up to sundown boozer, and he ends up getting taken out by cancer. That's probably not the
he
future
shot himself and survived that.
Wow, he's
been hit by a car.
This doesn't sound like a great.
He was in jail when I was in jail. My second day in jail, they wheeled Chuck in a wheelchair. He was happy to be there. Egg salad sandwiches. Had it all in his mustache and beard. Hey man, what's going on? That's an excellent Chuck impression, by the way. Hey man, what's going on?
Let's get Chuck on the show. Chuck's final days.
Chuck's had a ridiculous little life there. I think he's lived without electricity for a decade now.
My first experience at an In-N-Out Burger, I was being driven around by this assistant type guy who was driving me out to do some filming, and he was African American, and he was describing me like all of the celebrities that he had worked with. I guess his thing was like he was a driver / assistant, and he was talking about how this celebrity was a prick. Like he told me to go get him some apples, and I brought him apples back, and he was like,
what is this? I wanted organic apples. Then you like spat apple at him, and it was like talking about these ridiculous
Who was
things.
the celeb?
And, I can't say that.
Bieber.
No, but there were two skinheads over sitting in the grass, like staring at us while we were eating our In-N-Out burger, and he was like he kept looking over at him, and he's like, see those guys? I was like, yeah, there's two guys over there. He's like, yeah. He's like, I think we better book it. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, I don't like how they looking at me, dog. They looking at me like they want to come over here and have a little In-N-Out burger with me. He's like, I don't know what to do with this trash. Will you put this trash out? And I'm like, yeah, sure. So like, take that. I had to walk the trash over to the trash can because he was literally afraid that these two skinhead guys were gonna beat him up at the In-N-Out burger.
Was he a black guy?
Yeah.
You just have to be like, look over there, Jews. And then
Driving up to the grocery store, I was just going to get some bread and milk and some other bullshit, like random shit. And,
bread and milk.
You know, they've got those like hash marks where it's like, oh, this is for people walking only. You know, you have to stop. Whatever, the crosswalk, I think. And there was a man who weighed, I'm going to guess, 500 pounds in a like electric scooter. And the scooter didn't have the power to haul his enormous girth. So his wife or lady friend, whatever, was towing him like a mule.
Wait,
like,
are you kidding me? I'm
not making this up. Like she's towing him like a mule. She has both of her hands behind her, pulling like
loving it.
Like on the front of the electric scooter, there's like a basket, like a cart to put your groceries, and she has both hands on it, towing him like a mule, and I have to stop to like wait on them to like get past me to their fucking car. So I'm just sitting there, you know, foot on the brakes or whatever, and I look to my left, and there's a black guy there sitting on the bench, and he looks at the fat fuck, and I look at the fat fuck, and then we both look at each other. And I've got my sunglasses on, but I just like raise my eyebrows so high that like you can tell, and we both crack up laughing, like looking at each other and like pointing at the fat guy. It was such a fucking brilliant moment of me and this random stranger both just laughing at this freak of nature making his way across the crosswalk. It was a good day. I was having kind of a shitty day. You know, I had to go like run a bunch of errands. I don't like doing that. I go to the bank and like change my mailing address and do a bunch of routing number bullshit. And I'm paying some taxes. And it's just boring. It's no fun. But when I got to mock a fat man with a random stranger at the supermarket today, that really perked me up. Made me feel good.
I hate fat people.
I hate them.
Okay. Because I see in them my own weakness.
I may have told this story before, but I went on spring break whenever I graduated high school, and we were on the 12th floor of this hotel. Now, I don't know whose idea that was, but it was a terrible idea if they had known that I was going on the trip, because I like to break stuff. And, I mean, you know, I'm 18 years old. I'm actually one of the oldest people that are there. A lot of them are 17. So, like, I'm like, yeah, all right, I'm 18 now. And like we had been drinking on the beach, and we come back to the hotel, and you know those big luggage carts, like the things that
the bellhop would use.
Yes, they're like got the big brass like metal part and a thing to put suitcases on and all that stuff. Those things are heavy. They weigh about 100 pounds, I'd say. And me and two of my buddies are walking up the room, and there's one of those parked there. And the way this hotel is shaped, it's shaped like an O. It's a circular hotel. And in the center of that O is this long shaft that goes all the way down to the bottom. And, you know, it's open, and there's a courtyard in the bottom of it. So the rooms are in a circular sort of thing. I don't know if you can imagine that. But basically, you can look down through the middle of the hotel over a balcony down to this courtyard, 120 feet.
Okay.
And I'm like, let's throw. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, let's throw that luggage cart down there. And I'm like, come on.
No.
I'm like, come
this
on.
is in the interior of a building. As you led to the story, I'm picturing you throwing it outside on the sidewalk.
Interior.
All right.
There's not anybody down there though. It's 3 a.m. It's all safe. Well,
of course.
Marginally.
Marginally safe.
I'm like, Boone, let's throw this thing off the railing. And so me and my buddy Boone, we push it up there, and I'm like, all right, you get that side, I'll get this side. He's like, no, man, no, this is all me right here.
And I'm like, that's even better, plausible deniability. I'm like, let me wipe my prints off first. So he picks the thing up over his head, and he's like shit. He's like trembling. It's so heavy. He's like trying to keep his balance, and he just like throws it off the edge of the balcony. And we look down, and there's a few seconds of complete and utter silence as this thing it's like a movie. It's spinning as it just speeds to the bottom of this balcony. When it hits the bottom, there happened to be a concrete bench down there, and it hits it with the force of a nuclear weapon.
Oh no.
It's the loudest explosion you ever heard, and the concrete bench explodes, pieces of the luggage cart go everywhere, and we're like, that was cool. The next morning...
Yeah, I'm waiting for the repercussions.
Someone knocks on the door, and we're all, I'm not going to lie, we're all laying in there half naked and drunk. There's I wake up and I don't even know
Are there any girls there?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's, I don't want to paint the wrong picture here. I wake up and there's 2 girls in my bed and I only know one of them. So I go to the door because my
Parents
bitch...
must be so proud.
I go to the door because my buddy was like bitching out. He's like terrified of who's knocking at the door. I'm like, dude, answer the door. So I answered the door, and there's this woman with 2 guards behind her, and she's the hotel manager. And I turn around and look back into the apartment, which is littered with alcohol. I'm talking 20 liquor bottles laying everywhere. 2 people passed out on the floor. I'm like, she doesn't need to see this. So I edge my way out into the hallway and start talking to them. And they're like, we need to go inside. And I'm like, all right. And so, long story short, Boone ended up taking the rap for it, and while we all partied at spring break, he was doing community service for the hotel, picking up garbage. Oh, wow. And his parents drove all the way from North Georgia down to Panama, picked him up, and drove back without saying a word to him the whole time. But it was epic.
That didn't seem like a good idea.
It was a great idea. I'm so glad we did that. You should have seen it, man.
You're
it was
so
great.
glad he did that, and you didn't.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. If I'd done that, my parents would have murdered me.
I've never came across life where I was looking at shit and I wonder what that would look like if it was in pieces. I've never done that.
Oh, God. That's me. That's a perfect description of me. A while back, a few years ago, where there wasn't a lot of privacy. My bedroom was in a loft, and it was just exposed to the rest of the house. So I couldn't really have sex if Kitty was at home. So that meant that sometimes if I had a lady, I'd have to go to a hotel. So I had been going to this. Yeah, it did. And now we're here. So for a long time, I was going to the Holiday Inn every time that I had a girl. And so the guy, and I'd always see the same night guy, I'd be like, yeah, let me get a king room, etc. And after a while, there was one night, it was Halloween night, and I was meeting a girl there, and he said, hey man, I don't mean to pry or anything, but are you married? Is that what's going on here? And I'm like, no, I'm not married. No. He's like, are they prostitutes? And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I'm not paying for sex. No, it wouldn't. No. And I got a little offended by it and everything. And I was like, no, I just,
I just pay for the room.
I explained my situation. I was like, no, I have a friend back at my house. It's not appropriate because it's an open air sort of living environment right now. And so right at that moment when I was all indignant and like, no, this is how it is. My date walks in her Halloween costume. She didn't go with slutty nurse. She went slutty slut. She's dressed as a whore. Hi, I'm here as a whore. She's wearing like fishnet stockings and hooker heels and a short skirt that's barely covering everything, and like this tube top thing and big hoop earrings and hooker makeup and this whole thing. Like apparently her and all of her girlfriends had dressed up as whores for the night, and they had a pimps and hoes party or something like that, where like the guys dressed as pimps or something. And I just looked at the guy and I was like, fucking let's I can't explain my way out of this. He's not gonna believe a word of it. So let's just all right, come on, let me just take my whore to my room now and just give up. That was great. I never went back to that one. I started going to the La Quinta afterwards, so I wouldn't have to deal with the awkwardness. Yeah. I had taken them before, but I like you buy mushrooms like marijuana, like by the ounce, by like quarter ounces or 1/8 ounces and stuff like that. And I don't know what the dosage is, just like I'm a real noob as far as I've never taken them before. I don't know how much I need, but somebody just had this amount and they were like, yeah, I think it was $50, $75 or something for a little bag. And but we were so afraid of them that we took a little to see what would happen, and then we took a little more than the first time the next day to see what happened. And by the time we'd done that experimenting phase, we didn't get enough of a dosage to do anything. So we just wasted all the mushrooms by not taking enough at once. So 3 years later, I get some more mushrooms, and I'm talking to a completely different girl at this point. I'm like, hey, I have some mushrooms. Would you like to try them? And she's like, fuck yeah, I would. She used to do heroin. She don't give a shit. So, not really. And she snorted. She didn't get off her back. She was nice, and we're not gonna get into this. Okay. she was very nice. So they taste like shit. They're dried up like gross mushrooms. So I would take a chip, dip it in salsa, and then put a mushroom on top, and then nom that all up, because the salsa and the chip, like the mixture of the intense flavor of the salsa with the consistency of the chip, kind of masks the fact that you're eating like a chewy, crunchy, nasty mushroom that's not meant to be eaten. It's not real food. And I ate a lot. And then for some reason, I don't know why, I was like, well, let's go to dinner now. So we get in the car and we drive to dinner. And all of a sudden I'm like, whew, the interstate's starting to look like a tunnel. It's starting to look like I'm driving down a tunnel here. Why did we leave the house again? She's like, I don't know. So we go to Walmart. I have to pick up some odds and ends. And so I've got this
Now's
bag.
the time to do it.
Now's the time to do it. So we're standing in line, and I've got this bag of carrots. And she's like, and I start feeling like I'm having a panic attack, which I have like maybe twice a year. And I'm getting sweaty and nauseous and pale and sticky. And I'm like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And I start walking toward the men's room. I hand her the carrots and I start walking toward the Walmart bathroom. And my vision is closing in. It's like if you stand up too quickly and everything gets fuzzy and you're browning out when that happens, because the blood isn't, you don't have enough blood in your brain. That's what's happening to me. And it's slowly coming down to this pinpoint, my vision is. And I walked right past the bathroom and fell unconscious right into one of those things you hang sunglasses on. Those rolly
the loudest thing to fall into.
Fall face first into it, and one of the pegs cuts my fucking head open. I wake up lying on the floor in Walmart, surrounded by a crowd of people, and they're all looking at me like
When
I'm
was this?
dying.
Dude, they say the best way to enjoy a cruise trip
You were an adult on your own.
Oh yeah. This is not all that long ago.
Okay.
No, but Kyle, back this up. They say the best way to experience a shrooms trip is to have lots of strangers staring at you.
So how did you get from we're going to dinner to I need Walmart carrots?
My friend called me. She needed carrots. I said, okay. Don't ask why about my decision-making process. I already decided to go to dinner after eating mushrooms. None of it makes sense. Right. I know that now.
You have friends that call you for carrots?
Yes.
Dude,
that's the real people call me for vegetables all the time.
How is this the most interesting part of the story?
No, but I didn't. I'm glad he brought it up.
Yeah, can you need some goddamn carrots?
Do you have an egg for my cake? Carrot.
I need, skinned baby carrots. I called.
That was a friendship test right there. Somebody was like, "How well do you know this guy?" I know him so well. If I call him for carrots at 7:45 on a Thursday, those carrots are on the way.
No, I've got a house
thing to have a
I've got
friend for you.
I've got a housemate who's handicapped and she can't drive, so I get her groceries for her. So that
okay.
Just to make it, yeah.
It was Kitty.
So Kitty, need some carrots, and she did not know that I was not in any place to be getting carrots, and I didn't want to tell her. So I wake up sitting on my ass at Walmart. And when I say I was blind, I don't mean that my vision was blurry. I mean that my eyeballs no longer process light in any way. I mean that I was blind and everything was darkness and I could only hear people. And I'm going to say it lasted for a good 40 seconds. And I'm trying to tell myself, you'll be able to see in a minute. You'll be able to see in a minute. But part of me is like, did both your eyes go into one of those sunglass pegs and you're actually blind right now? But nobody was screaming. So finally, like, my vision starts coming back and there's people
all around me. And someone hands me a Gatorade, and I start sipping on that. I'm feeling better by the moment. Like every moment, I feel a little stronger, a little more steady. And this lady identifies herself as a nurse, and she's like, "What happened? What happened?" I was like, my blood sugar's low. My blood sugar's low. I have hypoglycemia. I must have fainted. I was trying to get to the bathroom to splash some water in my face. And they bring, now a chair has been produced, and I sit in the chair, and the group, there's still a crowd. I mean, like 15 or 20 people, and I'm just like sipping the stuff, and she's like, "I called the EMTs, they're on the way," and I'm like, "Oh no!" and
call them back.
And it's at this point where the girl that I'm with reaches through the crowd like God and grabs my hand and says, "Get up, you're coming with me." And I go, "Thank God you're here." And the nurse goes, "He's not going anywhere. I'm a nurse. He needs to stay here till the EMT arrives." And my girl, also a nurse, she goes, "So am I. He's coming with me." And I'm like, "Thank you." And we start walking toward the door.
I'm a doctor.
We start walking toward the door. Nah.
Okay.
We start walking toward the door. Different nurse. We start walking toward the door, and a police officer passes me. And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And we get right outside the doors of Walmart, and the police officer has made it to the scene of the incident, been informed that I am the incidentee, and now she has caught back up with me. She's like, "Hey, why are you running from me?" And I'm like, What do you mean?" She's like, You're running from me. I'm like, "Are you here for me? What did I do?" She's like, "Did you fall?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Is that a crime?" I was like, I have low blood sugar. I tripped in there. Am I in trouble?" She's like, well, now she's confused. She's like, well, no. Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna go with some barbecue though. There's a Sonny's barbecue right over here."
You broke like 60 Oakleys.
The damage is in the threes of dollars. She's like, "Well," and then the EMT shows right up, and they got like this Medipack thing on their shoulder. He's like, "Where's the guy?" And she's like, "This is him." And I'm like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" Thinking, thank God I have my sunglasses on because my pupils are this fucking big. They're like, "You're the guy?" And I'm like, yeah. And this guy's a good old boy. I can tell by his accent. So I'm just like, "Yeah, man, I just got low blood sugar. I tripped and fell in there. I'm trying to get over to Sonny's, get some of that barbecue in me." And he said, "Well, shit, get that pork three-way. That's good." And I'm like, "That's what I like too." And we get in my car and we go to fucking Sonny's and have the most terrifying barbecue dinner of our lives.
Man, that shrooms experience doesn't sound fun at all.
Never again. Don't do drugs, kids.
If only there was an app that you could have gotten the Sonny's brought to you.
Oh, it didn't. See, I lived in the country back then. There was no delivery. I couldn't even get Domino's delivered. It was always the worst.
No, I want to go home.
I always had the worst drug dealers. Oh, they were the worst. That one guy, I'd go to his house and we'd be down in his basement where he had all of his plants, and all these degenerates would be hanging around to get free weed, pretending like they're his friends. And I just want to buy and leave. And they're just all such losers. They're just the worst kinds of people. That's where I had that conversation where we're out back, like smoking a cigarette. And I'm like, someone brought up methamphetamine, like randomly. And I was like, meth, not even once. Am I right? And they went, "Well, I've tried it a few times." And I was like, "Fuck." And the other guy goes, "Yeah, I like to get a little crispy every now and then." And I was just like,
a little crispy.
Well, it's my cue to fucking run away. So
you need a spiel, Kyle.
I'm more into.
You need to hit your drug dealer and be like, "I need 1 ounce Alaskan Purple Dragon Slayer. Faster is better."
You would expect that to be a thing, but
you can't do it that same way.
Treat him like a barber.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kyle. Sorry.
He would be like, I tell him what I wanted, and he'd be like, "All right, let me go bag it up." And it'd take him like 20 minutes while he had a whole conversation with me, telling me stories, depressing stories. He never had bags. He always had to like make these bootleg bags out of like plastic wrap and a soldering gun. And like I'm not even kidding.
Oh shit! Did he ever use the cellophane off of a cigarette container and then solder that?
I would buy in such quantities that wouldn't work. But I have purchased weed where it was in the cellophane of a cigarette, like the cellophane that comes off of a packet of cigarettes, and then they put it in there, roll it, and then melt the top, and it's just like, this is some ghetto shit, boys.
They just give it to him in like a Kroger shopping bag.
Yeah, I buy at least an ounce at a time. Like they were the most depressing parts of my week when I would go see this guy, and he was like a friend of a friend of a friend. Like he was so far disconnected from like my little social group. He was just such. All right, usually when you call somebody a loser, what you mean is like they're bad at life, and they like through things they've done to themselves. This guy had loserdom thrust upon him, though, like through a series of unfortunate events. I've told the story before, but like there was this one like 9-month to 12-month period where he kept being seriously injured and mangled. Like while just trying to work a job and provide for a family. That's what had driven him to selling marijuana and driving a long haul truck. Was he just kept getting injured severely through no real fault of his own. Like he was in this construction job.
KFC.
He worked construction, and they were putting like a tin roof on a house, and he was on top. And there's a guy on the bottom pushing this big sheet of tin toward him. The guy on the bottom was all fucked up on meth and like got too aggressive, and the guy is holding a sheet of tin at the top, and the guy at the bottom shoves it so hard that he cuts a bunch of the tendons in my boy's hand and like cripples his hand. They've got to go in and like reattach tendons. Well, now he can't use his right hand for like months as a construction worker.
He doesn't get like $1 million for that.
No, if you look up how much people like that get from the government on injuries, it's depressing. It's like, oh, you lose an eye? Yeah, we'll throw you $50K.
Like a company? Or?
But what about after?
No, I feel like Steve is like, what?
I need my eye.
You hire an attorney. You don't get it from the government. You get it from the company. You know.
This is like Billy Bob's construction company. Like
all the TV attorneys salivate over cases like that.
Well,
like no.
So now he's got a crippled right hand that's going to take months to recover. Well, he's like, hey, I'm pretty good with my left. Let's keep fucking working. I'm a man. I provide for my family. So they're like, he's at a different construction job in like a sub basement where they're hammering rebar into like mostly dry concrete. Like it's wet enough that you can hammer rebar into it, but it's dry enough that that's still an effort. And I don't know if a chip of steel came off the hammer or the rebar, but hammers are this like really tempered steel. And when a chip comes off of a hammer, it has this shocking amount of velocity to it because they're not supposed to chip. So if they have chipped, it's deceptively extreme in nature. And so a chip of hardened steel comes off this hammer and hits him in the chest, a small piece, like really small. And he's like, oh, that hurt. And his buddy goes, what? And looks over at him. He's like, dude, what happened? He's like, what do you mean? He's like, have you been shot? And he looks down, and his chest is covered in blood, and it's running down his leg now because this thing has gone so deeply into his chest that the ER thinks it's a gunshot wound. And they think he's lying about a gunshot wound to get out of some sort of trouble. They're like, you can tell us if this is gang related or something. Like you can say it was an accident. We just need to know what kind of firearm it was. And he's like, I was swinging a hammer at work. And they're like, sure you were. So finally, I don't even think they got the chip out. I don't think they could get it out. So they just patch him back up. And so now he's got this chip of steel in a not so healthy spot inside his chest now. He's like, well, my troubles have to be behind me. No, I need something. I need a recreational vehicle. I'd love to just have some fun in my spare time while I'm on workman's compensation. I'd like to get a four-wheeler, an ATV. So he goes to this guy's house to buy a used ATV on the cheap. And he's in the guy's backyard. The sun's going down. It's getting pretty dark. And he's got one hand, his bad hand, operating the throttle. Rum, rum, rum.
and his left hand, he sort of got like swaying by his side, hanging loosely. Unbeknownst to him, someone has taken the cover off of the chain of the ATV. And it's a manual. So the chain is spinning back there until you hit the clutch and put her in gear. So it's just spinning. His hand goes into the chain and gets drug into the sprocket. It cuts off one finger. It cuts the tip off another, and it mangles the third. So now his left hand is crippled. His right hand is crippled, and his chest is all bandaged up. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to sell some weed. I'm just going to sell some weed. Can't nobody hurt me if I'm in my basement watering my weed plants. Well,
did he grow it?
He grew it. Yeah,
How's he even pulling the trigger on the spritzer bottle?
I'll get the electric spritzer. And
the electric spritzer.
Nothing bad can happen to me as long as I'm here. I'll drive my big rig. I'll provide for my wife and child. So I've been going to him for a few months now, and I feel awful for him. So I always buy a little extra. Like I pay him well. Like he's like, yeah, it's $2.90 for an ounce. And I'm like, here's $300. You know, I'm the good guy. Here's your $10 tip or whatever. But I'll try to I had these long, awful conversations with him about how awful his life is. And he's always giving me discounts on stuff and asking my advice on various aspects of his life. Well, one time he wasn't there, but his wife was. And I went to the door and I'm like, hey, Bill told me to come by. He said I could get some, and I'm not sure how in the know she is about his whole weed industry. So I thought I could get a little pot from him, and she's like, how much you want? And I'm like, ounce and a half. Yeah, call it $375. Let's do 400. She's like, whatever. She comes back, big ass bag of weed. So I already knew that she was kind of a shitty person. She just seemed a little rude, or maybe she was annoyed, didn't want to be a pot salesman. I can understand that for sure too. But I'm a nice guy. I'm not showing up all weird. I find out she's been cheating on him the whole time while he's gone in his fucking big rig. The reason she was annoyed with me is because she had a dude showing up pretty soon, and she needed all the witnesses out of there because his weed sales were cramping her style. Because she's only got so much time, because she's got to send her kid to her parents' house. She's got to arrange this boyfriend to come over while her husband is away and hide the boyfriend from his weed clientele, friends in quotation marks. And
they used to have a better marriage, but her big thing was getting fingered. And
it was the most depressing shit ever. He lost the house. He lost her. She took
lost his fingers.
He lost the truck, everything.
He lost the truck?
He lost it all. He was making payments on it, like most of those guys are. They don't own those trucks outright. Dad had a lady over the other day. He had never had her over before, and it's kind of weird to get to his address because it's kind of like a hidden driveway. So he has this lady come to the driveway that leads to his farm instead because it's easier to see from the highway. And so he's parked in like his like ATV thing, it's like I don't know what to call it. It's one of those big, like, it's got a dump bed on the back and like 2 rows of seats. And anyway, it's like it's a big ATV thing. And he's got all these dogs that he's rescued that people have dumped out. He's literally got like 3 or 4 farm dogs with him all the time, and they live at the farm, and he takes care of them. Well, she pulls up, gets out of her car, and he notices she's slurring her speech a little bit. And he's like, that's never a good sign. Well, sometimes it's a good sign, but probably not right now. That's not good. And right as he's noticing that, 2 of the dogs start having the most ridiculous dog fight of all time. One of them has bit the other one on the neck, and they've both started rolling like 2 fur balls, just screaming and howling and growling. And he's trying to stop them, get them apart. Well, he was parked right over a creek. There's like a drainage pipe that runs under the road, and he was parked right on top of it. The dogs roll into the creek, and he quickly sees that if he doesn't intervene, one of the dogs is literally going to drown the other one in the fucking creek. And the woman is screaming, and so he runs down the bank, jumps into the creek, and one of the dogs is literally holding the other one under the water, fucking drowning it. And so he reaches down in the water and he grabs
that a police
the
dog by chance?
No, that's the one that fucking Kitty's got at her house. I wish it would drown in a bowl. His dog, he pulls the drowning dog up out of the water, and he looks behind him, and she has rolled down the fucking bank, and she's in the creek too now. She was like all dressed up, and now she's like chest deep in the creek. And so he hands her a dog. He's like, here, take this one. And he gets the other one. And they're fighting to get toward each other. And finally, like, he's like slapping the dog around, like, stop, just fucking stop. And the dogs stop. So they start climbing up the bank. And it's all, it's Georgia. So it's this red, muddy clay that we have here. It's gross. They get up the top of the bank. When they started this fucking meeting, they've only known each other for 10 minutes now. When they started, they were both dressed really nicely. They're dressed for a date, essentially. And now they are both soaking wet and covered in mud. And she just has made it to the top of the bank to where the road is again. And he starts to well, that was kind of crazy, huh? And she trips and falls and rolls all the way back down into the creek again.
And now Three Stooges shit.
Yes. So now she crawls all the way back up, and she's just completely filthy. She's covered in this mud. She's got like creek weed on her or whatever the fuck. And he's like, all right, we've got to clean up. This is ridiculous. Follow me back over to my house. So she gets in her car, and he gets on his little ATV, and he
didn't put her in the bed. She's a mess.
It was her car, so he didn't care if she messed it up or not, I guess. So they drive to his house, and he's like, we got to get a shower. So they both get into the shower naked together. And I'm like, this thing's going to work out nicely. She's like, yeah. And he's like, she's still slurring her speech a little bit, but she seems to be okay. So she's like, I'll wash your back. And he's like, all right, sounds good to me. So he passes her the soap, and she's washing his back and everything. And they're in the shower. And all of a sudden he hears, tink, 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 tink. She has fallen out of the shower, grabbed the shower curtain, and on the way down, she's ripped every shower ring as she fell. Bing, 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 bing. Fallen head first into the toilet, which is next to the shower.
What a careless bitch.
She has fallen onto the toilet and knocked the toilet off of its base.
Does she have Parkinson's?
Now there's water flooding. Because she has broken the toilet she's hit it at the perfect angle. She's fallen out of the shower, hit the top of like the toilet, and knocked it over, and the water is flowing up now.
How large is this woman?
Regular size. She just hit it just right, apparently.
Okay.
So
it's gracious.
They get out, still a little soapy, but they dry off anyway. Because goddamn, we've got a new problem to solve. So he gets the water cut off to that. He turns the knob or whatever, and that's all good. Although now we're down to 2 toilets in the home, and got to keep your eye on this one, and she's knocking them out left and right.
And you got water damage to deal with now, probably.
It's tile floor. It'll be fine. But so then he puts her clothes and his clothes into the washing machine, and he's had that washing machine for at least 10, 12 years or something like that. It's not like a new fancy digital one. It's the old crank the knob kind of washing machine. So puts all the clothes in there, grabs her some pajama type clothes. He puts on some clothes, and he's like, let's step out on the back porch and just relax for a minute. Would you like a beer? And she's like, yeah. So they each get a beer, and they go to the back porch. He's got a nice little back porch area. You can sit in the swing. He's got a little garden out there. The swimming pool's just beyond that. It's a nice little place to hang out.
What's she wearing? His clothes? Did you say that?
He had some pajamas or something. He put it in. I don't know, some sweatpants, a t-shirt, whatever. Well, while he had gone to get the beers, she had started tinkering with the washing machine because she wanted cold, not hot, cold on her clothes. She didn't want them to shrink or whatever.
Oh my God.
This is reasonable.
Because she changed to cold mid-cycle, she has confused the washing machine. When they walk back into the laundry room from this little back porch area, the whole laundry room is flooded. So is the kitchen. And the bathroom, which is attached. Now the bathroom is flooded again. The kitchen is flooded completely. And the entire laundry room, which is a big laundry room, as big as this whole room I'm in, flooded. The whole washing machine is overfilling. And he's like, the fuck did you do? What have you done now?
Yeah, I mean, and you know what you were saying, that's reasonable. I would put to you that it is not. If I go to someone's, let's say I go to Kyle's house or your house, and I fall out of the shower and my head shatters the porcelain everywhere.
That's possible.
You know how many things in your house I'm gonna touch from that second on? 0. I'll be letting you guys open the fridge for me to get a soda. I'll be like, hey, Kyle or Woody, do you mind if I grab? Now watch the whole process. Never got it, and we're done. Okay. I would not be fucking around with settings
Taylor,
on your.
This is how we use a toilet. Notice no headbutts.
Fall into it head first outside of the shower. So yeah, like that's totally her fault. You should not be fucking with settings on people's appliances after you do something like that. You should be thankful they're not kicking you out.
Okay.
She spent the night. He wakes up the next morning. Can't find her. Where is she? Where's she gone? He thought the worst. He's like, what has she done now?
She's fallen. She can't get up.
He throws open the bedroom door, runs into the living room, looking around for a fire or a hole in the entire wall of the house or a car parked in the kitchen.
A Kool-Aid Man-shaped hole in the side.
No, I took it on myself to inspect your septic tank.
Or like she's gone to check the attic insulation and her feet are just hanging through the ceiling, kicking. It's like some fucking Home Alone shit. But
she slips on a bunch of marbles and steps on
turns out the bed was just too stiff for her. She went to sleep on the couch. He put her in her car, directed her toward her home, and he has not seen her since.
Oh,
well, Kyle, she succumbed to the full paint can top of the stairs for our home.
She dodged the first two, don't they all? No one expects the third can.
I'm a fool. I was secretly hoping that shared experience was the beginning of a relationship.
He'll keep fucking her.
Nah, we just did everything gas welding, the old oxygen and gas. That's all we ever used.
Okay, that's the one I've never done. All I could do is acetylene. That's all I could do. Okay. You take the stick, you light
brazing.
I guess that's what they call it. Basically, take acetylene gas and oxygen, mix it together with a welding stick. You light the stick, and you kind of like just hold it just close to it until it melds it together.
Yeah, you know what happens when you mix acetylene gas and a balloon and a lighter?
What is that?
3rd-degree burns. Yeah, you ought to see. I'll never forget. I took a balloon filled up with acetylene gas, and it started leaking immediately. And I was like, I got to light this quick. So I lit it with a lighter, and it exploded. And apparently, at the time, I guess I was like 17 or so, and the explosion was massive. It was like 3 times as big as the balloon itself. So it burnt the back of my right hand. And I went to the emergency room the next day because it didn't seem that bad the first day. It was just black. It was just black and it was blistered a little bit. But I thought it was going to be okay. But the next day, it was obvious that I needed to go to the emergency room. And I went in, and I'll never forget this doctor. He was a black guy. He says, well, young man, let me see what you got there. I show him. He's like, oh. Oh dear.
You got a heroin Bob reaction, huh?
Oh dear. We're not equipped for that. He starts talking about like they're gonna have to do skin grafts for my ass. He's talking about all this shit. I'm like, whoa. Hang on a second now. I may need a second opinion. He's like, oh, you definitely need a second opinion. I'm gonna send you to the Augusta Burn Center in Augusta.
Damn. Tell me more.
Oh, I got to Augusta, and like they put me in a room with a guy who had been trying to start his carburetor engine and by pouring gasoline in it, and it had just burnt the fuck out of him. He was in there like moaning in pain, which is lovely to be in a room with this guy because like his face is burnt off. So I'm sitting over there next to him, and I don't know. They gave me a shot of something. I'm gonna assume it was morphine. But she goes, and I felt it right away. It was some good stuff. And she's like, "You feel anything?" I'm like, "Nope." And she's like,
"You liar! You lying drug! Never trust an addict."
So she gets more, and she gets about double what she put in the first time. And she gives me that. She's like, "You feel anything?" And I'm really feeling it now. I'm like, "No, not really." And she goes, and like she feels it way up this time. She hits me with that, and she goes, "You feel anything?" I go, I go, whoa. She's like, there we go. Dude, I can understand how people become heroin addicts or whatever. That stuff put me out. I have my memory of the next hour comes in flashes now because it's like I've been abducted by aliens. Because I remember them. She had this. The reason I wanted a bunch of it was because she had her kit of tools out, and it was like scalpels and forceps and a scrub pad and all this shit. And I was like, I don't want to be awake for this. So basically, they scrubbed all the skin off the back of my right hand, and they put this glove on my hand. It's basically like artificial skin, and I literally have zero scarring. You can't tell which hand got burned. It's actually amazing.
I got a question. You started talking like in a waiting room next to this guy with his face half burned off. Was it really that fucking crowded in a burn center?
No, it was like we were in the same room. We were sharing a hospital room.
Oh.
Yeah.
How's the control with the hand now?
Like for the first for about a month afterwards, like the skin was tight so much so that I couldn't like make a fist without it being uncomfortable. But like now it's fine. Like I literally, if I show somebody, they can't tell which hand got burned, and neither can I.
You did do the physical therapy and all that crap afterwards and all that, right?
No, I actually took the glove off about 3 days early and peeled the scabs off because I'm weird like that.
Jesus.
I just find
I don't condone that.
You got a burn so bad that you made a doctor stutter, and you didn't go to the emergency room right away.
I'm a pretty tough guy. What can I say? I spent the night with my hand in a bucket of ice water, and it was fine. But I had these massive blisters on, it was like the knuckles.
I'm pretty sure they're like whiteheads and shit by the time you woke up.
Oh, they were massive. I'm talking about like quarter-sized blisters, like on the knuckles, on like all the knuckles of my fingers and on my hand, on the back of my wrist.
And you didn't look down there and be like, yeah, I might have to go to the emergency room.
Well, at the my parents at the time had went to Tennessee to the mountains. They went like to Gatlinburg, I guess, Tennessee, and so they weren't there when I did it. And I didn't really want to get in trouble for doing what I had done. So I was like, yeah, it's not so bad. I'm just gonna wrap it up. It'll be all good. But no.
I think getting in trouble is a little less than losing the hand.
Scenarios, but there's one time when I was, I don't know, maybe 11, and I confused like children's Motrin, which an 11-year-old can pop 4 of or 5 of, with my father's Ultram like back medication that he was given after a ruptured disc surgery on his back. So extremely powerful painkillers that my dad, who's like 275 pounds or something, like could like he's like, oh, I took half of one. They made me so dizzy and lightheaded. I can't stand that feeling. And like he wouldn't take them. He was like, I'll just deal with the pain. I take 4 of them as like an 11 or 12-year-old and wake up in the night virtually paralyzed from the waist down. My lower body was
you had
numb.
your zoot suit on.
My lower body was numb. I get up and vomiting, and I worked it out myself pretty quickly. They were like, "What did you take? What have you eaten? What, et cetera, et cetera." And I was like, "Oh, those painkillers." I took 4 children's Motrin, and they're like, "Well, let's get them. Let's look at them." And we get them, and they're like, "Those are children." So not emergency trip fast as you can go through every. I just remember every light was green, and like I'm over there praying, and just like can't film. And I remember we got to the hospital.
Were
and
you
they
still
didn't,
pretty much paralyzed at this point in the car?
I
Like
was
a Stephen
very
Hawking
wobbly.
head? Like
No,
laying on
it was lower. It was weird. It was my lower body, like waist down, was like it was like it was asleep, but not in a tingly way, like in a very numb, dead kind of way. And I was really stumbly and couldn't walk very well. But we get there, and they didn't pump my stomach. I don't even know what that entails exactly. I would imagine you need to be unconscious or something for that. But they gave me that activated charcoal mixed with chocolate milk, and that absorbs anything and everything, all the toxins, and then brings it back up. And I just remember we're sitting in this doctor's office, and I'm drinking this stuff in like this back room of the ER, and they had that fake wood panel wall, and I'm staring at it, fucked out of my head. Must have been so high. So high, if you can imagine a child for the first time taking extremely powerful painkillers. I don't even know what they are, but I saw the devil in the wood and like the artificial wood grain, and I was like, I see the devil. And my dad's like, he's saying he sees the devil. What should we do about that? and the doctor's like, where do you see the devil? And I'm like, on the wall. And then they realized that I wasn't saying that I believed the devil was present, that I was just like, that kind of looks like the devil. And then everybody
It was like saying, I see a hippo in the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You were
yeah,
just
yeah.
describing the shape. They thought you were going into a darker place with it.
Exactly. Yeah. But I just remember how terrified my dad was, just hauling ass, getting into that ER as fast as he could, and just looking over and like, all right, you're gonna be all right, buddy. You're gonna be all right, and just how worried he was, and I'd never seen him that scared. And I've never hit a woman in anger or anything like that. But and I've told the story before, so I'll do it kind of quickly. I know there's people that haven't heard it. But I met this girl in. I was on a road trip one time with my buddies, and we go to this hotel, and there's a girl outside the hotel, and I meet her and start talking to her, and I end up getting her up in my hotel room or whatever, and she's fucking crazy. Like first she's scratching my back so much while we're fucking that I have to tie her hands up at one point just to like get her off of my back because she's like scratching like to the blood, and she at one point she's like she pulls out a box cutter, like a razor knife. And I am immediately like scared and like I'm thinking like, all right, my gun's over there in the dresser. I guess I could like ninja roll and get it if I need to. And she extends the box cutter and looks at me, and she's like topless at this point. She's like, I want you to cut me. And I'm like, I take the box cutter and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna fucking cut you. This is going in the drawer. This is going in the drawer with the other weapons. Like no.
Where did she want you to cut her? Like what did she say? Like cut my arm, cut my ass, cut my
we
stomach.
Didn't get to that point. She just
you
wanted
need
blood
videotape consent if that's going to
Why
happen.
didn't-
No,
Why
we need
didn't
to
you
put
do
the
that?
phrase because I didn't want to cut a woman. I wanted to fuck the woman. You would cut her if she asked you to cut her.
I mean,
I've done worse.
Yeah, I like.
We will get all right. We'll circle back to you doing worse than cutting a bitch with a box cutter. But she ends up like at one point she's like, yes, we were fucking, and she's like, slap me, and I'm like, where? She's like, in the face, and so I give her like a little tap, and she's like, come on, pussy, and I'm like, the fuck? All right, and I give her like what I would call like 1/4 slap, like maybe like how you would like slap a hamburger patty or something if you're making burgers, like you're making a slam burger. I don't know, like, and she's like, no, fucking hit me, and I'm like, woo. I'm a little scared now, so I fucking slug her. I give her 100% slap across the face, and she's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, like, that had been part of our sex that night. Well, the next morning, my cousin comes into the room because it was a double room. He was supposed to be sleeping in one of those beds. He was my cameraman, and he had to sleep in the truck with a fucking pillow all night because I've been fucking this chick till, like, the break of dawn, literally. He comes in all grouchy and shit and goes in the shower and everything. And he's just complaining the whole time. This is bullshit. You fucking made me sleep in the truck. You could have at least got me another room. I'm like, shit, man, I didn't know you were in the truck. So like, I tell the girl, I'm like, hey, we're gonna play a fucking prank on my cousin. Just go with me here. So like, he comes back out of the shower, and I'm like, look, man, I'm sorry that you had to do that. It's her fucking fault. It's all her fucking fault. You know what, bitch? Come here. And I slugged her in the face again, like full force, right across the face. And she is like, pow! And my cousin's just like, holy shit! No, it's cool. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go outside and smoke. Yeah, just calm down, Kyle. Just calm down. Don't hit her again.
What? So I don't get how women like that. They enjoy getting beat.
I enjoy pain.
Well, this
sometimes.
isn't a hard and fast rule. Don't assume.
Look, I've known a lot of girls. That's the only girl I've ever known who was into getting slapped in the face. I've known girls that wanted their titties slapped or their ass slapped and like wanted held down or tied up or whatever. But like never had never before or since have I met a girl who wanted to get slapped in the face like that. Especially not like full force. Like I was slapping her. I won't say as hard as I could because I didn't like put a push into it like a punch, but like a full-on like bitch slap sort of thing to the point where like you can see handprints on her face. Like she was into it. That's what she wanted.
I don't know if I would do that. That's a bit rough because she could like actually claim that you beat her or something if you leave. If she leaves.
If any cop saw her, they'd probably side with me. She had a snake around her neck the whole time, and she was talking a lot of crazy shit. You know, she you could tell she wanted it.
She carried a snake around her neck, a live snake.
A live living snake. And at one point when we were making out, the snake went like did that tongue thing on me, and it like went by my ear, and I was like, all right, snake's got to go. So I thought the snake could be here. The snake's got to go.
I was in one of those bad parts of Atlanta the other night. So the bad parts of Atlanta aren't necessarily like industrial waste as much as they are like poverty. And even in the poverty areas, you can find a little charm to it. I was in a kind of a rough area the other night. I was picking up some friends who were out at a bar club type situation, and it was like midnight, and I needed to stop and get gasoline. Pull into the gas station, and I'm wearing kind of what I'm wearing now. I got my jacket on, I got a button up shirt, some pants, but I got my flippy floppies on, as I'm wont to do. And it's cold out though. It's pretty chilly. Pumping gas in the car, and this black homeless guy starts staggering toward me, and he looks out of it. Like he looks pretty fucked up, and his teeth are all fucked up. But he only looks like 28, maybe. And he's wearing it looked like something from like a Clint Eastwood movie. This like poncho type thing he's wearing. All of his clothes are mismatched and stuff, and I can't fucking hear him over the gas pump in my radio, and I'm just like, I can't hear you. And he's like, and I'm like, I can't fucking hear you, dude. What? And he like comes closer and closer, and he's like, I'm like, I don't have any cash. And he's like, I don't want no cash. I just wanted some food, maybe some coffee. It's cold. And I was like, fuck. All right. I'll meet you in the store. I'll meet you in the store. Let me finish my gas. So I finished pumping my gas, hang everything up, lock my car, and
and drive away.
Giving him a thumbs down the whole way.
The look in his eye. He was just like that crying Indian on the side of the road, like, but you said. No, so I go in the store, and I already feel like I have walked into a fine establishment with my dog. And my dog has pissed on the rug. That's how I'm being looked at by everyone in the establishment, because it's obvious that he's with me.
Yeah.
And he goes over and starts making coffee, and I could see he's like looking at the honey buns, and I was like, get whatever you want. Just get whatever you want. I'll be up here. I'll pay for it whenever you're
Big
done.
spender. Anything in this whole quickie
Circle
mart.
K. Yeah, the Circle K is your oyster right now. Make it happen, my friend. And so he took it to heart. He's back there looking around. 5 minutes have passed, and like which doesn't seem like that long, but it's a long time when I'm just standing up by the counter with everybody else, like holding my Red Bull. And this the Indian guy behind the counter is like 25 years old, and he's like, "That's going to end up being one expensive Red Bull you've got there." And I'm like, "I didn't even want the Red Bull. I should be down the road by now picking my friends up." And so like I look, and I'm just like, "Hey man, come on, let's wrap it up here, come on." He's got 4 bags of food, like cookies.
What a fucking asshole!
He's got gummy worms, a honey bun, a bag of cookies, like one
The
of those,
essentials.
Yeah, stuff that you need if you're starving.
Yeah.
and a cup of noodles, He's got all this stuff, and it's a little plastic cup, Woody, with a foil top that peels off. You add hot water, and
where does he have a
He's got a
campfire
microwave around the
somewhere?
corner.
Is
We'll
he a
get to that.
Okay.
We'll get to that. So he goes back to his coffee. It seems like he's been making his coffee forever, and it's gas station coffee. You just fill and put your shit in it and stir, and you're done. But he's got the biggest one, like it's this big. It's as big as my cup that I'm holding. And I'm watching him. He's got his cookies. It's that bag of cookies that like the top rolls down, like the nice, Milano cookies or whatever the fuck. And he's got
Milano cookies.
Yeah.
Circle K.
He's got gummy rings, like the Sour Patch Kids gummy rings that are like rings of gummy coated in sugar. He's got some chips or some shit, and he's got the cup of noodles. And now he's over there still making that coffee, and it's just cream, sugar, stir, cream. And the
This
Indian
does
guy
sound
goes,
like good coffee.
the Indian guy goes, "How many are you going to put in there? How many?" He yells it, and he's like, "I only put 3." And I'm in my head, I'm like, "Dude, I've seen you put like 8 in there for sure." And so this other black guy who's in line, who's dressed nicely, goes, "Let him be, man. Let him be. We're fortunate. We're fortunate out here. Don't be messing with him." And the Indian guy's like, I let him be if I want. He always in here stealing. He steals. He's a shoplifter. I'm watching you. He's like, maybe he is, man. Maybe he is, but let him be. And I go, he's like, you ain't always got to say no. You ain't always got to say no in life. And I go, I said yes, and I just want to get down the road. Yeah, we can just wrap this up. I don't want to be part of a race war in here. Let's get this going. And finally, the guy comes up there with all of his shit, and he lays it on the counter. And he goes, "Can I come back in later and make my cup of noodle?" Because they've got like boiling water that'll come out of the coffee machine. He's like, "No, you take that shit. You take all of that shit, and you get out of my parking lot with it too. Don't you be eating that in my parking lot. You get moving. You fucking kick dirt when you get out of here." And I was just like,
I'm just like, fucking swipe my card, and it was like $12 for the shit, like $10 of his shit and $2 of my Red Bull that I didn't even want. And finally, I was so happy to be out of there. Like just.
Did you feel like a good person or like someone who got taken?
Here's the best part: motherfucker didn't even say thank you. Not even an acknowledgement. I'm talking. I swiped the card, and I held the door for his hobo ass. Who walks right past me and goes away. I was livid.
That is horrible homeless etiquette.
My $10 wasn't that big of a deal. I often give 10 or 20.
I would have given him a thumbs down.
Yeah.
Double thumbs down to black Western hobo man, because that was absurd for him not to say thank you. He had this weird Western poncho. He looked like, I can't even describe it. He looked like Clint Eastwood, but real poor and black.
Did you have
that helps.
a quarter or a dollar or something in the first place?
No, I had no cash. No cash
Not
whatsoever.
Even a nickel in your car in the cigarette tray?
No, I had nothing. I had no cash, and I'm not going to give him my good change. You know, that's for toll booths and you know,
good change.
Like good change. You know,
I'm not going to give him 50 cents, so instead I'll give him 20 minutes and $10.
My time was the valuable thing.
I've got a Canadian nickel and one of those fucking Spanish things with a hole in it. Here you go.
I couldn't believe that.
This is a Parkway token if you find yourself in Jersey.
Now this is a get out of jail free card, but it's from a game. You know what? He probably, if he just got arrested at that gas station trying to steal stuff, he would have got food. Maybe that's his move. Go back in there, piss off fucking, Mishram or whatever the Indian guy's name is, and then Mishram calls the police. He's doing it again. I am so tired. I am running out of gummies. And then they come out there, they take him away, and then he gets his boiled eggs.
I was so upset with that fucking guy. I could not believe he didn't thank me. And I wasn't fishing for a thank you. It's not the point. I didn't need, it's just like I'm just thinking how thankful I would have been in his situation. Like, oh, thank you so much.
You should have set expectations before going in. Like, look, I'm going to buy you $10 worth of stuff, but you better fucking thank me.
Have you seen that bow that the Japanese do, sir?
Yeah,
I'd like a bow. We're talking, 3/4.
3 bows. I want 3.
3.
Like the etiquette
3
says,
bows. 3/4 of the way over. Like you don't have to go full.
Now,
90
is
degrees?
it the bow where like Muslims praying, or the one with your hands on your side?
It's the one with your hands by your side,
Okay.
where you go almost 90 degrees, but not quite. It's like 3/4 of the way down.
Is he allowed to
I
look
can
at
see
you,
the-
or does he have to look down?
Avert his fucking eyes. I should be able to see the top of his head.
And you have to say it in the Japanese accent.
I like meeting people who know me in like completely random places and just sizing them up and gauging who they think I am, because it varies dramatically. I just flew back from Texas the other day, and I was in the airport in San Antonio, and me and Chad, who works on a gun channel called Iraq Veteran 88888. He gets recognized, and 4 8s, yeah, and that's 4 of them. He gets recognized on the way to the bathroom, and as the guy recognizes him, and he stops, the guy also like catches me and recognizes me. So like I go and piss and come back out, and we're talking to this guy and everything. And I don't remember what came up, but Chad says to him, he's like, "But it's the internet." He's like, "Don't believe everything you read." And I was like, "But seriously though, I am ex-Spetsnaz. I killed a lot of fucking soldiers back in the day." I took ears, scalps, whatever it took. We ran a war of terror over there, my friend. And he
I'm
goes,
telling you now in this terminal.
yeah. I'm just standing out here in the airport, and he goes, "Oh, okay then. All right, yeah." And I'm just like, dude, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. He's just like, okay. All right, well, nice meeting you both. I still think he believes that I'm ex-Spetsnaz, and I have like Serbian ears somewhere on a necklace right now.
He
Like,
told his friends about that, where he was like, yeah, then he said
He's like, nah,
has a
it's
bunch of
true.
ears, and then he told
He
me
was
he wasn't
scared.
really Spetsnaz, but that's what someone in Spetsnaz would say.
I'm vain, and if I see something like a skin tag or like a mole or something, it's gotta go. And like I was in New York doing a business thing, and I was in my hotel room. I was walking around shirtless, and I kind of reached back to like scratch my side, and like somewhere like on my ribs on my right side, I felt something. And it was like a skin tag. It was like this. It was like a flat mole that was like flop like this. It would like flop.
Yeah.
And I was just like,
This is so unsightly. Oh, I can't stand. It was like I felt like I had a parasite.
Like, I was going to say leech, right? Like
it was like I had a parasite. Something was on/in my body that I was just disgusted by. I was like, this has to go. Like, I'm going to be, if I go out tonight, all I'm going to be thinking about is this thing is on me. It'd be like having a splinter in your fucking eyeball or like, I don't know.
Dr. Colin wouldn't stand for that shit. He'd grab an X-Acto if that's what it took.
Dr. Kyle won't stand for it either.
Okay.
Of course, he's in a hotel room in New York City. So all he had at his disposal was a pair of nail clippers.
Oh, no. No, why would you do this?
So I got my nail clippers. I kind of stretched the skin, got in the mirror, and I got all the way down to the base of this motherfucker.
Sure.
And I start squeezing. And in my head, I thought it's just going to go snip and like snip right off, like you're like snipping a rosebud off, like you're pruning.
Yeah. I've never had an earring, but it's like it hurts and then it's over, right?
This is kind of hard for me to tell this story. I get a little squirmy in my chair just remembering back to how awful this was. So I squeeze and it's hurting, and I squeeze more and I'm hurting, and I'm like, we're doing this, and I squeeze and I hear a crunch noise. And I'm like, well, that had to be it. And I pull a little bit. No, it's still attached. So I make a decision. It's coming off. So I just go, and just tear it off.
Oh, so you didn't sever it. You ripped it.
I just tore the motherfucker off. And it hurt. I have a high pain tolerance. I truly believe this. I've never felt a 10 out of 10 pain because I've never gone unconscious. And I think that's what a 10 is. This was a 7.
you're getting those fuzzies in your eyes.
I literally getting dizzy and nauseous at the same time, and like having to sit down, and I'm just like making a fist, kind of hitting my thigh, going, oh shit, fuck. And I look, and the blood is already down to my hip. It's already down to my hip. I'm like, I'm gonna stain my fucking underwear if I don't like. So I'm like getting a towel to staunch the bleeding now, and I ended up having to like go downstairs to the lobby and get like Band-Aids and like Neosporin and stuff, but no scar or anything, and I got it clean. Like if there'd been a little nub left, I'd have had to do something about that too.
Did you look at it afterward to see the culprit?
Oh yeah, it was gross. It was gross. Yeah.
Little nub.
Yeah, little chunk of flesh. But since then, I've always involved a doctor for such things. I had a mole, like, I don't know, below my chest, but above my ribs, like that kind of area a while back. And I got that removed at the doctor, and, no big deal. It didn't hurt at all.
I got one of those.
Let me tell you this. I got a story. So the other night I'm in bed on my laptop, and I type to Chiz. I'm like, skunk. I smell skunk. Because I can smell it. I can smell it. And I'm just like, skunk. And my brain's operating like, what's happened? I'm like, oh God, Kitty's fucking dog has messed with a skunk. And I hear Kitty coming toward my door. And I start yelling before she even gets to my door. I go, no, I don't want to be involved. And she goes, oh, please, Muppet's hat and British bullshit. And I'm just like,
British bullshit.
I go, what? And she opens my fucking bedroom door, and in runs her fucking dog, sprayed by the skunk, up into my bed with me to hang out. And I'm just like, why? Why have you done? She's like, she's foaming at the mouth. And I'm like, no shit, she got sprayed by a skunk. And she's like, a what? I'm a skunk. I don't know what that is. She didn't know what a fucking skunk was, because they don't have fucking skunks on that stupid fucking island she's from. How do you not know what that is? She's been living here for like a decade or something.
Pepe Le Pew was a skunk.
Associated that smell with that black and white striped weasel that sprays everything and ruins it. ruined the night. All night, we're burning pounds of incense, spraying Lysol and Febreze, vacuuming, washing, and the dog must have gotten a dozen baths. I'm never gonna appreciate. I'm mad at that dog, and I will never get over it. That dog will be dead.
Which dog?
And I'll be like, Muppet.
Muppet.
Yeah. And yeah, she didn't know what fucking.
Dude, letting a dog in that just got sprayed by a skunk, like that's like borderline house ruining.
Yeah, that smells in there for a while. How long was it smelling there?
Kitty
for?
should have known better. Like Kitty's smart in a
You
lot
didn't know
of
what was
ways.
going on.
But
You didn't know what it was.
But I can't
The dog
fathom.
smells bad. Yeah,
like if I was on some alien planet and my buddy was like sprayed with something that smelled bad, like I would recognize, like, oh, look what happened here. Like, you know,
would you tell him to quickly march into the house and touch things? No, you'd be like, stand out here. We're
you
gonna
better
hose
hop on
down.
my bed.
It was awful. I can't understand how that happened, but it happened, and it was awful. And it's only now, like, I went to I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, I left the house, and I'm at the gas station standing in line, and I'm like, God damn it! I smell like a skunk in fucking Wilco gas station. Shit! I was so mad. I was so mad, and there was nothing to do about it because I can't yell at Kitty anymore. She's fucking washing the dog with a big jug of tomato sauce. You know, she feels bad enough. Can't yell at the dog because it's a stupid fucking dog, and I can't find the skunk.
Yeah, I can't believe she didn't know what a skunk was. That's I mean, it's in cartoons. Has she
We
never
watched Bambi right afterwards.
Pepe Le Pew was? Just an annoying mouse, or like what? What did she think?
We talked about Pepe Le Pew. We talked about Bambi. Apparently, she's not familiar.
Wow.
Kyle, what were the circumstances of your seizure?
Concussion. Came off a four-wheeler going like 40. Head hit the asphalt. Face hit the asphalt. That was terrible. I was in my boxers and a t-shirt.
Sounds terrible.
And I like overcorrected because a wasp landed on my thigh, and I had boxers on, so I figured it was about to sting my dick.
Mm-hmm.
Came off the thing. It went up on like the right two tires and was like, it felt like it was about to roll over, and I didn't want it on top of me on asphalt. And it was probably a foolish thing. Maybe I could have corrected it, but I just kind of hopped off and just fell off really. And my right elbow, and I think my left knee, right elbow, this part of my face, this part of my face,
no helmet?
And the top of my head. No, all hit asphalt. And
you break some teeth?
No teeth. It's funny you mentioned that.
That's
I was It's stupid. It sounds silly and almost unbelievable, but I was bleaching my teeth at the time.
While you were riding, or like recently?
I was multitasking. I was bleaching my.
You had like a mouth guard in there?
Yeah, I had a mouth guard in. I was getting ready.
I
was getting ready. Yeah, no. It was an actual like insertable mouth guard that
You're
you filled
holding
up
that
with
blue light.
No, I
driving one-handed.
The way I remember it, I was actually using my retainer as the bleaching tray because you could do that. And I had my full retainer in, and I was like getting ready for a date or something like that. So I was like getting dressed while bleaching my teeth, and then like going to check the mail on my four-wheeler or something like that. And en route, I crashed that fucking thing. And when I came to, I don't know if it was 2 seconds I was on the ground or 2 minutes, but when I came to, the four-wheeler was 50 yards away. It rolled on away, but I was seizing uncontrollably and fully aware of it and sobbing uncontrollably during the seizure out of fear of the seizure.
Did
I
you
had
have an
enough
out-of-body experience at all, or were you?
I felt like I was just trapped. I felt trapped inside of my head, just watching this happen to me. Like I had no control over like stopping it, and that's terrifying because I wasn't just shaking a little. It was a very violent shake. And I remember internally thinking, "Oh, I'm scuffing my elbow up on the asphalt as I seize. I'm scuffing my skin up on asphalt because I'm."
So you did have that out of like when I was a kid, I fell on the steps once, and I swear I could see the back of my head, right? Like I could see like the.
I was in here. I was in here for sure and experiencing things, but I had no control over my own body. But I was fully aware of what was happening to my body. And like I said, I remember thinking as I'm seizing that my elbow is just kind of grinding on asphalt, and I don't like that. And when that stopped after who knows how long, I'm guessing 40 seconds, maybe 2 minutes, I realized my right arm doesn't work and my left leg doesn't work very well. It's like the nerves were jarred or something like that. and virtually paralyzed to the point where I was a real mess when I stumbled into the house. My face was all scraped up and bloody, and like this arm barely worked, and this leg almost didn't work.
You didn't go to the doctor?
Oh yeah, I went to the doctor. Oh yeah,
yeah. I was gonna say you really dodged a bullet if you hit your head, had a seizure, and then thought I got to take these white strips off and get dressed for this date.
Thou shalt not pass in line. Anybody that cuts in line in front of me, I'm ready to fight.
You got to queue up.
I am ready for a physical confrontation if you pass me in line. There is nothing that pisses me off more than a man or a woman or a child who willfully and purposefully cuts in front of line.
Tell the story about the McDonald's girl that cut you.
Oh, that bitch, that cunt. Dude. So my sleep schedule has been everywhere. It's literally rotated the full 24 hours, my sleep patterns, throughout the last 6 or 7 years or whatever. And at this point, I was getting up early. I was waking up, 8 in the morning. So it's McDonald's breakfast time. I want those hotcakes with sausage. I'm going to pour that fucking syrup all over it. It's going to be steamy, soft, delicious.
Sorry, you were just ripping on my ice cream cake. Carry on.
Dude, I didn't care then.
This was like 2 years ago, Liddy.
Yeah, this is 2 or 3 years ago. I wanted those hotcakes bad. So the line so there's the drive-through, and I'm trying to figure out how to describe this. It sort of wraps around the building. But I was coming in from a different entrance. So I was kind of, we're coming from 2 different directions into this line. And me and another car get there at virtually the same time. But
he gets his nose in before her.
But he's in the line that wraps around the building. So I give him the wave. I'm like, you're next, buddy. I give you the next place in line. I don't know who should go first, but I'm going to give it to you. He gives me a little wave back, kind of like a salute, really. He pulls forward and orders. Another lady pulls in behind him, and I'm looking at her, but she won't make eye contact. She won't even look in my direction. And I'm like, you better not. You better not. And so this guy places his order and pulls up. This lady quickly, like zips up to the thing, intentionally cutting in front of the line with me. I saw red. I pull up right next to her passenger window to the point where if I really leaned out the window, I could have touched it. And I'm screaming at the top of my voice the worst obscenities I've ever said to another person face to face. You stupid cunt! Didn't they teach you in fucking school not to pass in line, you dumb bitch? And I heard her order. She was ordering like 3 sausages. I was like, yeah, get 3 sausage biscuits, you fat fuck! Won't you fucking get them? Get some fucking syrup! And I know that they can hear me over the intercom there too. So they're like, holy shit! And I finished it off with like, yeah, fuck you, you stupid cunt! Don't fucking look at me! And I had a cigarette, and I flicked the cigarette as hard as I could at her window, and it like hits the window and like explodes into this fiery little cherry of ashes. And I just left. I didn't even get in line behind her. I just fucking left. And I'm flipping her off the whole time, staring at her face, and like turning my head as I drive past, staring her down, and she still won't look at me. And some people may think that's harsh.
Some.
But
there's a reason we have this on the 10 Commandments.
There's a reason we have lines, all right? There's a reason that you wait in line. You don't cut line without a very serious reason. At the airport, somebody starts screaming, hey guys, my flight's in 10 minutes, can I please pass? And everybody will speak up, yeah, come on, let's go, get under these ropes. But if she just starts doing it, if she just starts going under there, oh, that's bullshit.
Oh, Woody, should I tell the story about me getting pulled over?
Oh yes, that was the other good story.
Yeah. All right, so I'm driving to the airport to pick up my friend from the airport, and then they were both going to Florida to buy a boat. And I'm in my new car, and I don't have a tag for it yet. I've got a temporary tag because I'm getting a vanity plate. And so I'm driving along, and I've got my pistol by my side. It's like stuck in its holster, and a truck driver saw it. And he called the police and told them that I was waving it around.
Wait, did you? I thought you handed it to someone else in the car. They wanted to see it.
No. There was one sitting in the passenger seat. There was one in its holsters that like is between the center console and my seat.
Okay.
So I wasn't waving it around by any means. So I see this cop kind of pulled over in the median. Like I figured it's a speed trap. So I go past him and he pulls it out, and then another one comes off the on ramp.
And so these two sheriff's deputies pull me over, and they start approaching my car from the left and the right with their hands on their weapons. So I've got all the pertinent information, you know, my carry permit, my driver's license, and my insurance in my hands with both my hands on the wheel, you know, when they get up there, and they're like, he's like, come on out of there, and if you touch that gun, we're going to have some serious problems. I'm like, I'm not touching the gun. What do you think I am?
What state?
So I come out of there. Georgia. I'm still in Georgia. So I come out of there, get to the back of the car, and he explains to me the trucker said that I was waving it around. I'm like, no, I'm not waving a gun around driving through traffic. I'm not crazy. And he's like, where are you going?
And
I'm like,
crazy at this point.
No, exactly. Yeah. So I'm like, I'm driving to Florida to buy a boat. I was like, that one by my side is mine. I carry it all the time. The 9mm in the passenger seat is my buddy's. I'm picking him up from the airport. It's his. I'm returning it to him. Obviously, he didn't want to fly with it. And he said, are there any other guns in the car? I'm like, probably. But to be honest with you, I don't know. There's lots of guns in my car. If I had to guess, I would go with lots before I went with none. So he's like, well, can we search the car? And I'm like, yeah, feel free. There's nothing illegal in there. I was like, there's a check in the passenger seat. Just make sure you don't lose that. And there was a cashier's check for a fairly large amount of money because it's for the boat that I'm buying. And so imagine the scenario, if you will. You find a 25-year-old man in a brand new $40,000 car with a title sitting in the back. There's a bank receipt sitting there that shows the amount in his bank account. There's a $25,000.
And by the way, we're talking about FPS McDuck's bank account here.
Yeah. There's a large cashier's check sitting there. He's got five handguns in the car with him, and he says he's going to Florida to buy a boat. What do I sound like to you?
A meth dealer? I don't know.
I sound like I'm running cocaine. I'm fucking Pablo Escobar, all right? So it takes him about 40 minutes to run my car, make sure it's not stolen, run me, make sure I don't have warrants, run all 5 of my guns, and figure out that I'm on the up and up. And then they play with my guns for a little while and let me go.
There was night. Now that you mentioned that, there was the time my cousin and I were standing on a street corner next to just beyond a strip club because it was after hours and we didn't want the owner to see us leaving with the strippers because that's against their rules. Oh. And it was freezing cold. We were in Louisville, Kentucky. I mean, cold, bitter cold. The wind was blowing. It cut through your clothes and it just hurt. It burned a little. It was so cold. And we're standing there shivering because we weren't dressed for this. And we're waiting on the strippers to get off so that they can drive us back to the hotel or whatever. And, you know, we can do what you do with strippers in hotels. And
what's that?
Yes, I don't understand.
You tie them up and you fuck them. And so this...
no, I get Thanks.
If they're into that. And so...
Consensually,
most of the time. And so this bicycle, like I said, we're on the corner. And so this bicycle rounds the corner, almost runs us over. This random individual we've never seen before, all crazy-eyed, hops off, and he's like, whoa, I almost ran you guys over. I'm so sorry. And then I notice his bicycle doesn't have a goddamn seat. And so we start talking to this guy. Turns out he's homeless, just got out of jail, needs a couple dollars to get to the shelter. Another homeless man had begged me for some money a few minutes ago. I was like, no, bro, I don't have any cash. Because he wasn't deserving of the money. He told me the same thing. I just got out of jail. I'm sorry, I told the story slightly wrong. The first individual had just gotten out of jail. He wanted to get some money to go like rent a cot or something like that. And we told him no, because you just got out of jail. I don't know you. I don't know why you're in jail. Fuck off. And meanwhile, I have a pocket full of money. I mean, a lot of money because I just left the strip club. I have a wad of $201 bills plus a good bit more cash. And so this new individual rounds the corner on his seatless bicycle, jumps off all crazy-eyed, and starts apologizing. And then he starts telling us a story about how he had to give someone his Social Security card as collateral against this bicycle. And even that wasn't enough because they took the seat so they'd know he'd return it, so it would be worthless to him. And how he was trying to get across town to get something done and meet up with his friends, and how he was supposed to be in the X Games, but he wasn't able to he wasn't able to do it. He was an incredible like BMX rider or something. He had all these skills, and how he had ran into some white guys earlier. This was a black guy, and how they had spat on him, and you could tell it really hurt his feelings that they had spat on him. He was like, they called me a nigger. They spat on me. It was terrible. He's like, I hate Kentucky. I'm like, we're not from Kentucky, man. We're from Georgia. And that didn't seem to like convince him.
Right.
And I was like, here you go, man. And I start peeling off ones, and I gave him like $6 or $8 or something, and he'd asked for 3 or 4. And he's like, I got something for you. And he backs up a few steps, runs at the brick wall at full speed, runs up the brick wall, and does a backflip landing on his feet. And he's like, that's what I was supposed to be doing on the main stage, bro. They took my dreams. And then he sped off into the night on this seatless bicycle.
Wow.
Your brain. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Can I tell you a Kitty's story? So like Kitty's arthritis has improved, I think. Like it's I believe it's rheumatoid arthritis, but she's got a few things going on that complicate it. Her joints are very painful, especially on like rainy days or in certain times of the month. So she bought the wheelchair because she thought she was going to be dependent on it more than she actually is these days. And she got that really nice one. And we were going to a convention one time, and the convention, like I remember I put not a Fitbit, but like a pedometer on my phone for that convention, and I walked like 12 miles that day, and like it was just walking around the booths, at Vegas. And so to get her around this thing, we got this wheel. I don't remember what it's called, but basically it attaches to the spoke, but that's between the two wheelchair wheels, and then a rubber treaded battery-powered wheel makes contact with the ground, and she's got controls for it, and it will zip her around up hills and stuff at a good clip, right? And so everything had been going well. At first, they sent her a prototype because this thing's like $5,000 just for the wheel, and the prototype like caught fire in a mall or something like that. Started shooting sparks out.
Not hers, though. One like
hers.
Oh,
hers did. Sorry, and so like got a new one. The battery for this thing, it's a lipo battery, whatever they are. But it's still like 20 inches long, 6 inches wide, and an inch and a half thick. Like it's a big fucking battery. So you're a little scared of that thing, but you need that power. Going into the convention center, we're going into this gigantic hall room, and she's zipping along right next to me on the carpet. Zzz, and then all of a sudden I hear, woo! And she takes off, and I'm like, Kitty, and I start running behind her, and it's because she's out of fucking control. She barrels into this big table full of like guns and shit, overturns, and she's just like out on the floor. And I'm just like, oh shit, not unconscious, but she's like falling out of the chair, and the chair is toppled over, the wheel is still like going to town, and like me and another guy, like, oh shit, let's get her together. We were all taken aback at first by this because it was like, you don't understand what's powering it. Like if you've never seen one, you're like, how does that even happen? It's got a mind of its own, and we're all trying to turn the wheel off. It was pretty fucking funny. I'm sure it was a bit embarrassing for her, but I'll never forget that. When
That was horrifying.
We're walking
as someone in the wheelchair.
Yeah, she was just taken away. And she's just like fumbling with the controls, like, oh shit. Like she's going like 10 miles an hour, like a jogging pace. Okay, I guess this is kind of an I'm an asshole moment, but the truth is I am an asshole.
I'll be the judge.
So like you don't need to ponder whether or not I am an asshole. Let's just begin with I'm an asshole and go from there. Okay, so I drive about 10 or 12 minutes to a restaurant, Zaxby's, to get some food for myself and Kitty. It's a very simple order. I'd like a number 1 combo with a Coke. I'd like a number 2 combo also with a Coke. And in addition, 1 order of onion rings, sir.
And something for Kitty.
Well,
in a small
the onion rings are actually for Kitty. She really likes the onion rings. I don't love them so much. So he's like, I can't hear you through the window and everything. He's having lots of problems with his headset or something. He just can't hear me, can't get the order. So he's just like, all right, pull around. And I'm already behind cars. So it's like, well, I'll just sit here and wait next to the speaker that apparently doesn't work. So that didn't make me mad at all. I didn't care a bit about that. Got to the window. Big fat cunt. Big fat motherfucker. This dude is huge. Big fat motherfucker. And he's real bad at his job. He's got an effeminate voice. He's like, I just don't know what I'm doing with this headset. And he's just like, he can't make my drinks. Like he can't. So like this really hot girl comes over. She starts making the drinks. I don't care about Fatso anymore. I'm more interested in the cute girl. I'm like, I'll have to come back here more often. This girl's really pretty. She gives me my drinks. Eventually he gets my food to me. I leave. I get almost to the on-ramp of the interstate, and I'm like, let me slide my fast food into this. I have a heat bag that zips up that keeps the food warm because it's a 10-minute drive and it's Kitty's food. So let me slide my food into its heat bag and zip it up. Oh, shit. Only 2 plates of food. Should have been 3. Where are my onion rings? So I go back, get back in the drive-through line. Not really mad at all. This shit happens. It's fast food. Get to the speaker. Hey, can I take your order? It's like, just here to pick up the onion rings that you left out. Okay, pull around. I really don't have much of a choice. So I sit there through the line again, 6 or 8 cars, get to the window. No apology at all. No apology at all. He just kind of hands me these onion rings. And I
Like
was
you're
like,
annoying him.
Yeah.
Like you
yeah.
inconvenienced him.
So I take the onion rings, go on my way. Didn't give me any straws for my drinks either time. Get to the exit of Zaxby's, about to pull into the highway, and I'm like, you know what? These feel a little light. These onion rings feel a little light because, like, at Zaxby's, if you order onion rings, you get like 30 rings. Like, they fill a styrofoam plate up that's like this big. It's like it's rectangular. It's longer than it is wide. They give you a bunch. There's always leftover, and they're really good onion rings. Pop the top. Let's check these out. There's about 8 of them in there. About 8 fucking onion rings in my box. He's wasted too much of my time now. It's been half an hour on this journey, and haven't even started on my way home. And I'm just like, all right, that's it. Put the car in reverse. Just like back into a parking space. I'm going in. Go in with my onion rings, and I'm just a boiling vessel of rage. And there's a pretty girl though, and I'm like, hey, is your manager here? I need to speak to someone. He's like, I can help you. I was like, really want to talk to the manager. And I hear someone in the back, and she goes like, Karen, someone wants you. And a 22-year-old girl with braces comes out. See, already there will be no satisfaction had here today unless I earn it. So I say to her, hey, these are my onion rings. I had to go through the line twice. This is my 3rd trip back here. That's not a full order of onion rings. That guy's really bad at his job. He's not able to take the orders or even get them straight, and he doesn't know the menu. And he gives me a look. And I didn't like the look. And I said, that's right, fat boy.
You said that?
Bad at your job. And she acted like I called him a nigger or a kike or started talking about the Third Reich or something. She was like, whoa, 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 whoa. And I'm like, what? I didn't know they made uniforms that big. Oh, wait, they don't. Because his uniform is stretched over his enormous body. And he turns away then. No more smirk from his smart ass. And she's like, you get back here. I got a thing or two to say to you. And I'm like, good night, braces. Because she had braces on. I guess that was a bit of a slut. Good night, braces. And I left. And I don't think I can ever go back to Zaxby's after that.
Now who's mean to wait staff? Huh? Don't they mess up your order? Did they make you wait too long? Huh? Who's mean to wait staff now, Kyle?
I'm always, I will be incredibly mean to wait staff if they fuck me over like 2 or 3 times. You have more of a spontaneous rudeness.
That's so unfair. That's so unfair.
This is a little more organic.
Everybody uncomfortable. Where I was like, I hope she doesn't spit in my food because of what he said.
They just make this up, people. They like to fuck with me on this.
See, Kyle, like the thing about like you having to go in there a 3rd time, you can't even go back into a restaurant, fast food or not, a 3rd time and expect your food or expect any kind of satisfaction, because even if they bring you out a delectable tray of onion rings, you still have no confidence that the crack team of food specialists back there didn't fuck with your food. Because they would have fucked with it. Those people, you think that the braces manager is going to get on to the fat guy that she's defending if he were to rub his nutsack on one of the onion rings? Like, no, of course not. Like, I don't know.
That was part of it as well. Like, as soon as I got there, the girl was like, oh, I'll get you some more. And I said, it's not about the rings anymore. I walked in here knowing that I would have no onion rings tonight, man. like that's gone. That's like in a battle scene in Game of Thrones where someone's like, oh no, it's more like what is it? It's fucking Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid when they're on the cliff face and they're all pinned down and the bullets are ricocheting all around them. And he's like, we got to jump into the river off the cliff. It's like 200 feet down. And one of them's like, but I can't swim. He's like, you fool. The fall will probably kill us. Like, it was one of those moments. That I didn't care about the rings. There were no rings going to be produced. I needed satisfaction.
Yeah, sometimes it's good just to complain.
I feel a little bit bad for calling the guy fat, but he was a grown adult and he was very fat.
So from an accuracy standpoint, spot on.
I can't have you putting your hands on me, like I even if he's little, like I literally had that altercation in high school where like I had let a thing go before because the opponent was smaller, and then I got ragged on it for it, like, oh, you let so and so punk you, and it's like, well, look at him. I didn't feel like it was right to attack him, and so it got into my head. I was like, in the future, I can't let anybody do that. I can't let them put their hands on me, or I look like even
even worse. I thought I was going to look good for just walking away, but I looked even worse than I would have if I fought him and lost almost. So the next time I had an altercation with this poor pale boy who thought I had broken his necklace. This is a true story. Essentially, I don't know, some other guy who was an actual bully, like, got this kid's necklace. This is the early 2000s where we wore these
Puma shells, I hope.
Puka shell? Yeah.
Puka shell, and then the wooden beads and shit like that. Very Islander looking,
Cool
kind
as
of
fuck.
like Salt Life shit.
You know what? That's my time. Still
Yeah.
cool to me. I'm frozen there.
We all had one of those necklaces, and
I did.
The actual bully throws his necklace across the room. Well, I don't know anything about that. I look down and there's a necklace on the floor, and I pick it up and it's broken. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just take these beads off of here. I was just like dissecting this necklace, which was already broken. And he walked up and just hit me in the stomach as hard as he could. And my mind went through that whole process of like, I don't think I can let this go. We're in open class here. Everybody just saw that guy hit me. So I started hitting him in the face over and over and over. And he grabbed my shirt, not to try to retaliate, but literally to hold on for his balance. But when you're already engaged in a fight and someone's holding on to you, there's sort of I was panicked. I was like, get him off me. I got to get him off me. And so I just kept punching him in the face. And by the time it was over, there was so much blood. I hit him maybe 6 times, like in the mouth, nose area, just straight and hard. And they had to bring
How many
the
of
kid
those hits was he still with it for? Like 1, 2?
After the first one, he was not with it. I hit him in the nose the first time. It's pretty much hard as fuck.
So this is a world star hip hop style fight. He's on the ground and you decide he
It
needs a
didn't
half
stop
dozen more.
until the teacher screamed, Kyle! Stop! and it sort of like, I was like, oh shit. Oh no, what have I done? And I felt terrible about it because, like, I wasn't some big bad. Anybody could have beaten his ass. He just shouldn't have attacked me. And that's how I feel about this bagel bitch. Yeah.
But I
nearly
imagine
died having
that would be
hot tub sex.
a way to get terrible
I literally
diseases.
almost died having hot tub sex one time. I started talking to this girl online. She lived in like Nashville, and so like Gatlinburg, Tennessee was like 2.5 hours from me, and maybe 2.5 hours from her, something like that. Like it was kind of in the middle. And Gatlinburg, Tennessee, in case you don't know, is kind of a vacation spot. It's really pretty. It's in the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee. And I was like, yeah, let's just meet up this weekend, go to Gatlinburg or whatever. And we did. And I rented this cabin, and we'd been having a whole bunch of sex. You know, we just like met each other, and we're there to hook up, and we're spending the weekend together. And that night, I got the perfect trifecta to make me almost die. I want to say that she was on top. Whatever I was doing was strenuous. I think we tried a couple positions, but we ended up doing some sort of like doggy thing, but up to our like chests in the hot tub water. So we're being boiled at 103 degrees, and I've taken Viagra, and I've had a few drinks.
What a bad combination.
I'm going at it hard. All right, I'm really getting after it, and I realize that I'm getting like lightheaded and out of breath, and not out of breath and like you're on cardio, even if you don't have good cardio, it's sort of like a tachometer on a car. You can feel yourself getting to the red line, and you know where that is, and you can back off. You can go back down to 4,000 RPM or whatever. I seem to have gone from 2,000 RPMs to like 9,000 RPMs on a Yamaha R1 really quickly. I went from rum, rum, rum to and I'm just like, like literally I can't speak. I'm like, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. And I'm like, I gotta get out. And she's a nurse. And so like I stagger out of the hot tub, and it's like cold as fuck outside. We're like, it's an outdoors hot tub. And I'm like, something's wrong. Something I can't talk. I'm so out of breath. Literally, I feel like I would have had a stroke or a heart attack if I had like tried to push through it. I would have definitely gone unconscious. Like something about like, I think it was a blood pressure issue, but something
Probably with the Viagra.
It was the Viagra, the alcohol, and the very hot tub combined with that much physical activity. Did you fall over once you got out? I was staggering. Like I didn't hit the floor, but I was like staggering, trying to find. I didn't leave. You know, when you get out of a hot tub, you immediately like dry completely off and like put your sandals on or whatever. No, I like stagger into the house naked, flailing, like getting toward like an ottoman so I can sit and dry.
The cold air wasn't like an instant cure. That's how I imagine it.
No, I felt like ill.
So I went to this place. It had it was like a men's barber shop. I don't know. It had one of those trendy names. I can't think of it. It was like, maybe it's called Roosters or something like that. Anyway, and this guy did such a fantastic job. It was a black guy, but I couldn't remember his name the next time I wanted to go there. He had done the stropping of the razor and it felt really good. He was so
you
good.
just
at,
walk
like,
in. Is there a Dion here?
See, that's what happened. So I called to make my appointment, 8 weeks later, and I'm like, hey, I'd like to get the guy that cut my hair last time to do it again. But I don't remember his name, and I don't want to say the black. Is the black there? I didn't want to do that. So I don't know why I felt uncomfortable doing that. Again, when somebody's cutting your hair, you don't want to piss them off. Yeah, they could really fuck you up for the next couple months. I've had an embarrassing haircut before, and it was like, oh man, there's no wearing a hat out of this. Like I can't wear a hat at work.
Your day, Dion, but
well, Taylor's got an outfit for you.
He noticed you were black.
So did you ask their names? I would have been like,
I could tell the girl on the phone was also black.
Maybe if you, I was going with the whole, if you said his name, I might remember it. Well, there's Michael, Jacob, and Tyrone.
That's what happened. That's what happened. So she says, well, what do you look like? And I'm like, younger guy, athletic,
maybe basketball.
Looks speedy. Like he can really lay some tracks. I was like, well, what are their names? She's like, well, we've got Christopher, Brendan, and DeAndre. And I'm like, DeAndre. It was DeAndre. I remember now. I get there, and she's like, she's like, oh, you're here for DeAndre? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, have a seat. He'll be right over. And I see my dude over there. He's like, hey, Kyle. He remembers my name. And it's been 2 months. And I'm just like, man, I love this guy. And then this big fat black guy walks over and goes, yo, Kyle, let's go. And I'm just like, the fuck? And I walk. The dude's name is Brendan or some shit. This fucking, like cool black dude's name is Brendan. He was doing he was working on the set of The Walking Dead doing hair in his spare time. He had cool stories. We both knew people who worked on The Walking Dead and like
The Walking Dead guy. That one
we had a whole conversation about my legal troubles and he was like, I smoke weed every day. I'm high now. He was just a cool fucking guy. DeAndre gets me over there, fucks my shit up, and then when it comes time to shave the back of my hair, he pulls out a Bic razor. He pulls out one of those cheap plastic Bic razors and gives me a razor burn on the back of my fucking neck.
DeAndre is an idiot.
It was the worst.
2 thumbs down.
When he led me past my dude's chair and the dude was just, hey, Kyle. I was just like, no. No, it's just, fuck.
You were supposed to be DeAndre.
I've got a lot of sponsors, and I have paintball gear up the wazoo because it's been given to me. I haven't had to purchase any of it, and I've got thousands of dollars worth of it. So when I go to a local paintball game, I look like a douchebag. I can't help but look like a douchebag.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
You can see him from a mile away.
When we go to a YouTube event, everybody knows who I am anyway. It says FPS Russia on my fucking jersey. Like half of my stuff is inscribed. Like they're there to see me, so I don't feel like a douchebag, and they don't feel like I'm a douchebag because they know that
Have you spoken to them?
Only the ones who meet me think I'm a douchebag.
But when you're playing on the other team.
So, getting back to the point at hand, I lost it.
You have a lot of gear, and it makes you look like a douchebag.
Yeah, we were in Atlanta playing, and my girlfriend's like, I could tell she was upset. I was like, what is it? What's the deal? She's like, a guy said something. I was like, what guy? She's like, guy over there. She said, show me which one. I was like, what did he say? He said something about you. I didn't like it. I was like, what did he fucking say? She's like, I don't even want to tell you. I was like, do you think there's a scenario in which you don't fucking tell me what
Or you bring this up and we just leave it?
Yeah, and we leave it here to lie? I was like, you better fucking tell. I'm mad at you now. Like, you gotta. He just said that you thought you were hot shit because you had all that equipment or whatever. I had to have a talk with this motherfucker. I stopped in the middle. I was like, hey,
what's your fucking problem? He's dumbfounded because he really hadn't said anything within earshot of me, but somebody had informed me of what he said. I was like, I heard what you said about me. I'm out here to have fun. That's what we're all doing. But if you want to make a problem, we can make a real problem right here and now. And he's just like, I don't even know. Yeah, you do. Don't fucking lie. And I had a bit of a meltdown because I don't.
This is a real Patrick Bateman way to act.
Look, I don't like that.
You like Huey Lewis in the news?
I feel like I'm in a position where I can't back down. He's said it for my girlfriend. My girlfriend's there. I don't think she would think less of me if I was like, well, let's just get the fuck out of here then. Like, if I pulled one of those, I don't think she would think less of me, but I might think less of me. I'm not going to leave this place because he's made me feel uncomfortable, and I'm not going to sit over here and stew with him not knowing that I know. And he's not going to continue running his mouth throughout the day. It's just not going to work. I don't see a scenario in which I can't go in and confront this man and still feel good about myself.
Yeah,
you need balance, like the Karate Kid.
Yes. This sounded eerily like a story my dad told me from his youth. So basically, he was driving from town toward his house after a day of work, and he stops and picks this guy up who says he wants a ride home, and it's along the way. And Dad says, "Okay, I'll drop you off. That's on my way." And so they're driving down the road, and they've been going for a while. This guy's wasted in the passenger seat, and then he changes his mind. He says, "No, I want to go back to town." And my dad's like, "No, I don't have gasoline for that. I can't go back to town. You said we're going this way. We're going this way." He's like, "No, you turn this fucking car around. Take me back to town." And so Dad was going pretty slow. They just had pulled out of a stop sign, so he reaches over and fish hooks him. And like pulls him over and punches him, dazes him good enough that he can then open the door and just kick him out the side of the car while it's rolling along like 5 miles an hour, and just left him there on the side of the road.
Go Dad. Not an asshole.
Not an asshole.
No, not an asshole. Fishhook, very risky maneuver. That's
with a drunk person. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, why not lead with the punch if he's drunk?
Yeah, why not lead with the punch instead of the hepatitis claw?
Well, I think he's driving the car, and he needed to get him over here so he could start working on him.
I had this weird dream where I was in part of like some sort of a cult, and like that tall guy from Babe, the movie with the talking pig.
Oh yeah.
Cromwell, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Walter Cromwell, maybe. Anyway. He's like
James Cromwell.
James Cromwell, thanks. Yeah. He's like in bed, and I'm standing at the foot of the bed, and he's like the cult leader, and I've done something that the cult doesn't like. I don't even know what it is, but they're judging me. I'm being judged. And he gets out of bed, and he's like starts painting my head with like chicken blood or something like that. And I'm like, I think shit's about to go poorly. And I'm like, God told me in a vision that I had been judged and that we were cool now. And I'm hoping that he'll be like, really? You saw the Lord in a vision? But no, he's not buying it at all because he's a cult leader. He doesn't believe in God. He believes in fucking underage girls. That's what cult leaders do. And he starts dragging me toward this wall where there's like manticles, like those metal cuffs with chains. Like they're about to chain me up and like kill me. And I see there's a shotgun in the corner. It's like an old timey double barrel with the hammers that pull back. And so I get that, and I'm just trying to threaten him. But some crazy lady is coming at me with a sickle. So I blast her. Just give her one of the barrels. And then that made James Cromwell, he was already 6'6", but he must have grown to like 7'6" between me blasting the lady with the sickle and looking back toward him. And now he's like really coming at me. So I blast him too. And I run for the door. And this has upset a whole mess of cult members.
You're out of barrels.
I'm also out of barrels.
I think it's funny that your dreams are realistic with ammunition.
Either the gun doesn't work at all, or it works exactly like it's supposed to. It's one or the other.
That's
there are no
real
magical
life.
guns. There's no magical guns. So I run toward the door, and there's an umbrella stand full of guns, and I'm like, well, thank you very much. I get one of those magic guns that doesn't work very well, though. And every time I cock the lever, sausages are coming out the top. Like little red wieners are popping out. And I'm like, well, maybe I'll shoot a wiener at them. And I close it, and it just gets all mushed up in the mechanism because it's a fucking wiener, not a bullet. And and I've really overplayed my wiener gun card. Like when I saw like 3 or 4 cult members coming, I was like, I'm here, boys. Quick. Oh, shit. And then
it's full of little Smokies.
There's little Smokies everywhere. There's juice. And they both have real guns. They both immediately go to their trucks. And one of them comes out with like a submachine gun. And at this point, I'm resigned to my fate in the dream. And my thought process is, if I antagonize them enough, they'll kill me quickly. Because it seemed like torture was the punishment of the day just a few minutes ago with those manticles and such and the chicken.
Well, you
blood.
just killed James Cromwell.
Yes,
leader.
just took him out. And so I was like, well, do it then. I'm not afraid. And one of them like lights me up with a submachine gun, but I'm still alive and it hurts. It hurts in the dream. It hurt real bad. Like it felt like getting shot in the back with a paintball gun or something. And I was like, you better reload. And I look in the other guy, like this fat fucker has like a gigantic light machine gun. And he starts shooting the lower half of my body only, and like to torture me. So I drop down and try to put my head into the spray of bullets, and I'm just getting massacred. But I'm just laying there and not dying. Like I know I should be dead, but it's a dream. So I'm just laying there like, I'll just pretend like I'm dead, and they'll leave me alone. And then I woke up, and I was terrified, and I was breathing real hard, and that was like 40 minutes before we kicked off the show.
Let's talk about the time that you and Kyle wrestled outside the Denny's.
Oh, there's been many times.
There's been a few wrestling matches.
Outside of many Denny's.
That's
I'm
probably
0-5 at the Denny's in Illinois.
No one remembers when Kyle and I wrestled outside of a Marriott.
0-1 outside the Marriott in Illinois.
Undefeated outside of Illinois Marriott.
Good times.
That's my entire fighting record.
Yeah, we always had a great time on those trips.
It was a blast.
I want to tell the story about that involved marijuana and an Applebee's, but I'm trying to like tell it without upsetting anyone.
Let's forego that one.
Let me tell that story in a way that doesn't
weed out of an apple at an
I was a
Applebee's.
driver, maybe. Was this a paintball event?
Yeah, I'm going to tell that story in a way that doesn't incriminate anyone.
Okay.
Except for myself and White Boy, who wouldn't care. Yeah, so like I found this. We were at paintball, and Woody and I were walking around, and I think I told Woody, I was like, I'd like to find some weed, and I was like, I don't know how to get it though. You know, I've never been here before, and we see this paintball referee, long hair, like down to his shoulders, big mustache.
That guy was awesome.
And I walk up to him like, "Hey man, I don't want to offend you, but you look like the kind of guy who'd know where some weed is." And he goes, "Hell yeah, brother!" All right then. So like, it wasn't long before like a 1/4 ounce of White Rhino was produced at the hotel. And so me and White Boy are in the back of the van, and Gassy Mexican is driving that thing. And me and White Boy are in the back, and I'm breaking the weed up on a copy of Modern Warfare 2. And as I break it up in little piles, White Boy's rolling up these J's like a fucking expert, just like origami back there.
Dude,
rolling these
so I
switches
wasn't in this car. I was driving. That was a van, I think. I was driving a smaller car, and like the legend of White Boys rolling made it to me. They're like, oh my God, all the windows were down. It's blowing everywhere. He's rolling. He doesn't lose a seed. Like whatever you wouldn't want to lose. You know,
want to smoke seeds.
Like you wouldn't want.
He lost the seeds, but nothing else.
Look, I'm not okay. Thank you, Kyle. Yeah. He only let the seeds blow, but apparently he was like a savant at rolling these things.
He might have done it a time or two before, and so every time he rolls one up, he passes it to me, and then I light it, I spark it up, and I take a hit to get it going, and then I pass it forward. And because it's just he and I in the very back seat. There's like 4 rows of this van. I don't even know. It's one of those big ass vans.
Yeah.
Nobody can see how much I'm smoking, so I feel like I can take a couple extra hits before I pass it forward. You know, we've got plenty.
For all they know,
anyway.
he rolled 1-inch buds or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not passing for it. It's just a roach. Really. Man, White Boy rolls them small, but okay, I'll take it. It's free. So I'm every time he rolls one, I'm going, and then I pass it forward. And so he's rolled like 3 or something like that, and the van's full of people, and the driver's not smoking, just to be clear. And but we're passing them forward, and I am getting rapidly way more high than I've ever been. And I hadn't eaten since like lunchtime, and it's dark. And
I essentially blacked out. That's only ever happened to me one other time, but I essentially blacked out and forgot where I was. And
I remember this.
At the same time, this is fun. It's such a stupid coincidence, but at the same time, Gassy Mexican, the driver, went the wrong way. He got lost, so he had to pull into a residence so that he could like do a J turn and like so he's literally pulling up into the driveway of a home outside of Chicago so that he can leave their driveway and head back toward where the Applebee's restaurant is. Well, I come to right about there while we're pulling up to a house in the dark, and I'm like, where are we? where are we going right now? Whose house is, where are we going? In my head, I've been kidnapped. And they are taking me to an abandoned house that I've never been before, and I don't know who all these people in this van are. But White Boy was like, no, it's cool. We're going to Applebee's and we got a little lost. It's me and you and look, there's Taylor up there, and Gassy's driving, and everybody else is in the car behind us. We're going to Applebee's to get some appetizers. And I'm like, all right.
Anytime.
White Boy was a good too high tour guide.
He was great. So we get out of the car at Applebee's and we start walking toward the door, and I'm walking right next to Taylor,
so explicit.
and I'm taking these high steps. I'm walking like this.
Oh, this was so fucking funny. His like knees were coming near the chest. He was walking like he was going through a swamp. Like, and we're just on the sidewalk going into Applebee's as he's taking these enormously high steps. Just
enormously high steps.
Maybe 8 feet coming into Applebee's. And I remember like walking next to Kyle. Like, we were friends at the time, but not as tight as we are now. And we were just walking next to each other, and Kyle's walking like an absolute lunatic. And I just looked over at him. He looks over at me and goes, "This is the highest I've ever been." And just we continued our way in, and we got in there. And Kitty, we were all at this giant ass table in Applebee's.
Kitty,
and we're all sitting there. And Kitty, being astute, quickly realizes ordering it one by one is not an option for this table right now. It'll take forever. Like, Kyle can't decide. Lots of people can't decide on what they want. And so Kitty just goes, just 2 of every appetizer. And the waiter's like, what? It's like for you or for, no, for the table. Just 2 of every appetizer for the table. And that's what we did. And I think after that, she ordered one more round of every appetizer.
And we worked on it pretty good.
That was suctioned up like through a shop vac immediately. All of those poppers, those jalapeno poppers, all those fucking
mozzarella
skins,
sticks
all
and onion
the
rings,
chicken wings, the bloomin' onion or whatever their version of it is.
The waitress says, what would you like to drink? And I said, 2 Mountain Dews. And she says, what do you mean? And I was like, I want 2 glasses of Mountain Dew. She's like, I'll bring you a large. And I'm like, well, you're gonna see. Because I'm so thirsty. And she comes back and she gives me this Mountain Dew, and she hands me my Mountain Dew, and she starts distributing everyone else's drinks. And right about the time she finishes handing everybody else their Dr. Peppers and shit, I go, refill. I have just sucked the whole fucking 20-ounce Mountain Dew down instantly because I had such dry mouth from smoking all that goddamn weed. I was just I wanted 2, and so after that, she brought me fucking 2, and I was double fisting those bitches. And I don't know.
I remember being in that van as we were driving on the way there, being like, this is how successful YouTubers behave.
Impressionable young Taylor.
YouTubers. I gotta get by and go to Applebee's.
Yeah, I won't tell the other part of the story, but someday maybe we will, because some other shit happened that was fucking hilarious.
Funny. Yeah.
I don't even know if I know this. I was in the other car.
Who shit themselves?
It happened at the restaurant, Woody. There was a thing that happened at the restaurant.
Was I involved?
I'll write it in the chat. But yeah, there was a whole thing.
But that was a very fun night. God damn, it's a shame we're not doing those trips anymore. That was so much fun.
Yes.
Yeah, and that other individual started crying.
I don't remember actual
I saw tears.
I remember it a little.
We're not saying his name. We can say it.
I genuinely remember,
Taylor,
but I'll tell you, he
Taylor
was upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't like the way that went down.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to go. Do you not have our chat open?
No, I do. I see it. I just don't get it.
Somebody else tweeted from somebody's account.
Oh,
and,
no.
It
There
wasn't
was
a
a-
tweet that he would like out there.
There was a flippity floop, and that's the way it went.
I was
anyway,
sitting at the
fun
end
night
with
that
what it was me and White Boy and Kelly, White Boy's longtime girlfriend now, and we were gone, and we were like getting it, like the information of what had happened at the other end of the table with the drama, piece by piece, and I was like, I think that they did this thing, and now that other person over there, he's crying. Look at him. And Kelly was like, he's crying like a bitch. And we're just laughing our asses off down there. We just had a real good time. That was a wonderful night. I had a really good time. That was awesome. That was a great time. We smoked all that fucking weed up before we got there. We smoked a quarter of an ounce of weed on the drive to Applebee's.
Jeez.
That was an interesting fucking night.
I remember how much I enjoyed all of the Anytizers.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah, it was just really fucking good.
I remember how good those boneless buffalo honey wings were, how good those potato skins were, how upset I was when it might have been White Boy, but we were both reaching for the last like jalapeno popper or something. And of that serving, I had noticed he had already had 3 or 4. It only comes with about 6. I had no jalapeno poppers from that one. And so I reached towards it, and we did that kind of coy, like, oh, you take it. No, you take it. And I was like, no, seriously, White Boy, you take it. And he's like, well, okay then. And he took it. And I did the no you one too many times. So missed out on that popper.
Yeah. I feel
Never
more
miss out on the poppers, man.
I feel comfortable telling the weed stories now that like I can't get in any more trouble than I already have. The other hilarious weed story. I went to Vegas one time, and I hadn't smoked in like 2 or 3 months, so I had like no tolerance. And X Jaws was in Vegas at the same time, coincidentally. Like I was there for SHOT Show, which is a big gun convention. X Jaws was just out there. Like he was just staying out there with like Lil Wayne's cousin, whatever that rapper's name is. I can't remember what it is. And
Soulja Boy, perhaps.
No.
Oh, it wasn't? Okay.
Like Little Twist or something like that.
Okay.
And X Jaws comes up to my suite, and he's got a backpack, and he opens up the backpack, and he's got an entire quart mason jar full of weed. And I'm like, how did you get that out here? He's like, I just went on Instagram and looked for hashtag 420, and then I just hit them all up. Anybody that had it, I was like, hey, yo, I want it. I want some. And he had like 3 ounces of weed, like a lot of weed. And he's like, you want to smoke one? I was like, I would love to smoke one. And so he rolls up a blunt, and I'd never smoked a blunt before. For Woody's benefit, a blunt is a blunt is like a small cigar, and the wrapper is also made of tobacco. And so what you do is you cut it down the middle with a razor blade. You get all the tobacco that's in it out. You refill it with marijuana, lick that bitch, roll it back up so it sticks together. X is learning too.
Yeah.
And then you have then you're getting a mixture of tobacco and marijuana at the same time. A lot of rappers smoke the things.
That guy that got killed by Taylor did too, right? Mike Brown, maybe? He stole the Swishers. Anyway.
Yeah, that's what he was
like
up to.
Swisher. That's the kind of brand that like people buy to cut open, dump out all the tobacco, and then make a blunt.
We were smoking a Swisher. And so X Jaws rolls this big fucking thing up, and we go in the bathroom of the suite there next to the door, and he's got his laptop opened up, and he's showing me what he's been up to when he's out there. And I think I've told this little tidbit of the story before, but it's important to know just how stoned we are while this is happening. Like at 12 out of 10.
Live streaming the whole.
No, God, that wouldn't have been good. So he pulls out his laptop and starts showing me videos of what his life is like now, and he's hanging out with this rapper Little Twist, and Little Twist is like, I guess X Jaws is holding a video camera, and Little Twist is taking him on like a Cribs style tour of his penthouse suite at one of the major hotels out there. Like he's got like the penthouse of the Rio or something like that, some $12,000 a night fucking penthouse. And he's smoking a blunt in the video, and I know for a fact he's smoking the same weed that I'm smoking while I'm watching him smoking it, because X Jaws is providing it. And I'm just like, oh,
fucking weedception. All right, let's see where this is going. And he's like, yo, welcome to my suite. Instead of saying the N-word now, we say brother. And you go a little bit farther into the suite, and there's a cage, and he pulls a cloth off the cage, and there's a monkey in the cage. And he goes, yo, brother, this is my monkey. And he blows the weed in on the monkey, and the monkey goes, and it's a fucking jumping around in the cage and shit. I was like, he's got a monkey in a penthouse here right now. He's like, yeah, he's got a monkey. And
Serious flex,
right? And we're touring this place, and it's beautiful. It's like something out of a gangster movie or something like that. This huge sunken living room when the whole walls are glass and everything. You're seeing the whole strip, and you go back to a bedroom, and he's like holding the doorknob, looking at the cameras, like, you ready for this, brother? Opens the door up. This is my lynx cat. Damn. He's got a lynx fucking pissing and shitting in a hotel suite in Vegas. And it's just over there, it's the one with the real tall, pointy ears.
Oh, yeah. Potent like, piss.
It's just like, you could tell it's thinking like, did I kill Little Twist and make it to the door in time? Not today.
Not one, but two exotic animals.
He had 2 exotic animals. And it was at this point where I start not feeling well. This is the second time I've ever blacked out in my life.
Did you see Justin Bieber tapes at all?
I didn't see anything. No, I didn't.
A monkey in a lynx?
I did not see Justin Bieber's monkey.
X-Jaws and Justin Bieber were hanging out together
at
the time.
They absolutely
I thought
were.
that there was some video, but I might be making some of that up.
Nothing that I saw. Nothing that I saw, but I mean, I know they were chilling together, and X-Jaws was always telling me about like what it was like hanging out with Bieber and how he was kind of like a spoiled kind of, he'd be like real fucked up laying on the floor, and he'd just yell like, sushi, go get me sushi, and somebody would literally have to run out and get him.
Damn, what a life! That's awesome.
So,
what? You guys don't do that now?
We do that.
Watch this. Watch this.
It's Postmates.
Matt, I want Firehouse subs. I'm kidding.
Italian.
So Matt's my
meatball,
my camera guy, right there.
So I start not feeling really well at all. And I'm like, I gotta go sit down, man. I open the door of the bathroom, and I take about 2 steps, and I collapse face first onto the tile floor, like whack. And everybody freaks out. They're like, ah, are you okay? Are you okay? And I'm just like, I'm okay, but I'm gonna lay here for a while. Don't take anything by that, but this floor is real cold and it feels real good right now.
Yeah.
And I just want to rub my face on this floor. And they're like, we're gonna order you some food. I'm like, sounds good, but I'm gonna keep rubbing my face on the floor. And I laid on that floor for a long time, but before I started feeling normal.